Didn't need the extra stress that comes with selling their home, so they called Jeremy Parmenter. He sold their home in less than 30 days, right on schedule, and got them $10,000 more than any house in that neighborhood. Why would you think of working with any other agent in Eugene or Lane County? And there's no risk. If you want out of the contract, you're out. Call the only agent I recommend in Eugene. Call Jeremy Parmenter at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. Online, OregonRealEstateAdvisors.com. That's OregonRealEstateAdvisors.com.
Viagra. There, I've said it. If you're a male, chances are you might benefit from this medication. It's time for a conversation about all the benefits of Viagra, not just giggle. Viagra is expensive. River Road Health Mart Pharmacy can make it affordable for you. A generic alternative medication for Viagra is now available. The same active ingredient in Viagra and generic 20 milligram tablets for less than $3 each. River Road Health Mart Pharmacy even delivers to your home or office. Find them online at pharmacyeugene.com.
Another true story from Shelton Turnbull Green Solutions Printing.
I need to get uniforms for the soccer team, stat.
That's easy. Just call Shelton Turnbull. They customized everything for Phillips Soccer Club last spring.
Oh yeah, didn't they also do a custom pop-up tent and custom towels for them too?
Yeah, they sure did.
Get your team, event, or business personalized with apparel and promotional products from Shelton Turnbull. For over 90 years in the Willamette Valley, Shelton Turnbull is your quick, affordable, one-stop shop for everything print. Look for them online at stprint.com.
You're unique, so why is your mattress one size fits all? Because a custom mattress costs thousands, until now. Hi, I'm Christian von Rickenbach, founder of HelixSleep.com, where you can buy a mattress online, customized for you for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to HelixSleep.com, answer a few simple questions, and we build you the most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on. Shipping is free, and you have 100 nights to try it out. Go to HelixSleep.com/go and get $50 off your order. HelixSleep.com/go.
In my line of work, I'm trying to make a difference. Not $1 billion, but I want to save for the future, too. So this year, I partnered with TIAA to help me map out a plan. If I stick to it, I could have an income stream for life and maintain my lifestyle in retirement. Looks like a life of rewarding work could pay off for a lifetime.
Your personal success takes a financial partner who values it as much as you do. Learn more at TIAA.org.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out the door in the next few minutes or you're already out and about, temps right now are on the chilly side in the upper 30s to low 40s out there. Light winds out of the northeast at 5 to 15 under mostly clear skies. Now we've got a pocket of high pressure over the Pacific Northwest that'll make the temps climb this afternoon. We'll be reaching the upper 70s to a few mid-80s out there, around 84 here in town. Thanks to a surface thermal low out over the water, we'll also see strong winds out of the northeast at 15 to 20, gusts up to 30, and these will be dry winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we wind up with another red flag warning later this afternoon. Now we are tracking the first real storm system headed this way. Looks like it'll move in late Saturday night into Sunday, bringing a chance at rain Sunday morning, but the computers can't agree on where that system's headed. At this point, we'll go 20%, and we may up those numbers over the next few days. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
Holloway in London.
Yeah, I get a little frustrated when I'm dealing with incompetence.
And the Wake Up Call. News Radio 1120. KPNW.
News Radio 1120 KPNW. Thanks for being with us this morning. Well, yesterday, of course, the news pretty much overwhelmed with Hillary's issues, whether it's pneumonia or something else. Of course, after the exit from the September 11th ceremonies, where she had to be carted and picked up and put into a van and taken to her daughter's apartment. To talk about it this morning and whether people are making too big a deal out of it, we would like to welcome our first guest of the morning to chat about that, Lawrence Jones, joining us on the Wake Up Call. He's a political analyst. And Lawrence, thanks for being with us this morning.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's our pleasure. It was a big talking point, and a lot of discrepancies yesterday talked about in these reports that are coming out about Hillary's health. The question here is, how much hay is Trump going to be able to make from this, and does it make a difference in the long run?
I think Hillary Clinton is kind of like shooting herself in the foot right now. This is not so much about the health concern as it is about transparency and dishonesty. American people, they understand that presidential candidates, public figures are humans. They get sick. But when you have a presidential candidate that potentially lies and says that, they're healthy, there's nothing going on with them, and then the next minute they faint and they say, oh, everything's okay. Oh, but by the way, I have pneumonia. It's a problem.
So this doesn't necessarily go so much to health as what you're getting at. This goes to just, whether she's being honest about anything or not.
Right. In my opinion, it has nothing to do with health. It has more to do with her dishonesty. Now, I know there are people that have conspiracy theories about that there's something worse than this. Right. And that could be true. But I don't think it would be as bad if she didn't fall out and had lied about it. If she would have said, hey, I've been tired, I'm fatigued, I've been on the campaign trail, I've been struggling with pneumonia, this wouldn't even be a story. But since she lied and they tried to cover it up, that's where the problem is.
Do you think that, let's go, you believe, and I think there's a lot of people that fall in the category that you are, that this goes to just her truthfulness, or to quote Stephen Colbert, her truthiness. But I think there's other people that might look at this and go, okay, the woman maybe really is ill. And Trump, of course, made quite a bit of a deal about it. As just looking at it simply as a health issue, do you think this is going to have any legs?
Well, I can believe that as well. One of the biggest red flags for me is there wasn't a release to the emergency room. Before I did TV, I did security work, private protection, and part of there's things in place where when that happens, you go straight to the emergency room, whether it's undercover or whatever. You get there. It's just policy. It's protocol. We all go through those same trainings. And so the fact that she didn't do that, it makes it seem as if this has happened before. Now, again, I'm speculating, but it seems like there could be more to this. And, the reason why the American people are speculating is because there hasn't been this honesty factor about the situation. And so when you got American people talking about it and don't know the truth, she could have got in front of this and told us exactly what's going on with her. But she didn't. And so it leaves room for more speculation.
Do you think that, and again, this is speculation, if she maybe does have a more serious health issue, and I don't know, let's just say if she has COPD or, people are speculating, Parkinson's, everything else. Let's just say that she came out and said, yeah, you know what, I do have this disorder. She's done. And do you think that the American public would just go, okay, well, hey, she has... You think that would be the end of her, or do you think the American people would accept it?
That's it. The race is over.
Yeah.
If that's the case, then the race is over. She's unfit to be president. We don't know. We don't know if she could what her day-to-day is going to be. If she's any mental, if she has the mental capacity to make daily decisions, and especially in high-stress areas. The president travels almost 24/7. It's always going to go. She would be unfit, and people would then be worried about Tim Kaine. Tim Kaine would be most likely could be the president if she couldn't make it to a full term. If that is true, if she was to come out with something like that, the race is over. Donald Trump wins, and he was right again about something being wrong with her.
Yeah. Lawrence, thanks for joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. We appreciate it.
Thanks, brother.
All right, take care, man. Political analyst Lawrence Jones on News Radio 1120 KPNW. The whole thing about not taking her to the emergency room is completely puzzling. because anyone who is running or has Secret Service care or anything like that, he's right. The protocol is if something's wrong, you get them to an emergency room as fast as possible, unless, Chelsea's apartment is set up as an ER. I mean, who knows at this point? And the funny part of it is, it's like Hillary couldn't do any more to create the conspiracy theories or the theories that are popping up if she tried. The whole thing about she goes to Chelsea's apartment, 90 minutes later, she's out, she's looking better, and she's hugging some kid while she has pneumonia. Oh, I got pneumonia from the presidential candidate. She's out hugging kids and so on and so forth, and that plays into the conspiracy theory that I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it's all over Facebook and other areas that she's got a body double. You haven't heard that, Rob?
No, I have. I just it can't get any more.
But I mean, it's like
absurd.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying is that her actions and the way that she acts, and the constant obfuscation of everything in her life, it's like she is a conspiracy mill. By nature, she is a conspiracy mill. The whole thing. I mean, I just
finish your thought.
Yeah, let me finish my thought here. When you look at the FBI report that was released last week, where 38 times she says, "Oh, I don't remember. I don't remember that." How the hell can you not? Do you have something wrong with you where your memory is shot? I mean, that plays perfectly into the meme of she has Parkinson's. Anybody that's dealt with anybody that's had Parkinson's for any length of time knows that memory issues and a certain amount of dementia go along with it. It's like, okay, why can't this person remember? Is she lying, or is she maybe telling the truth and she's lost her mind? It's like I said, she is a conspiracy mill. She doesn't create widgets. She creates conspiracy theory. And you shake your head and go, what is it? Is it genetic with the Clintons that they just can't come clean about anything?
Well, that was going to be my point. It's like, can you imagine, if she was to get elected, how exhausting it would be? Because walking across the street would turn into a national incident. Here she can't even get sick. She can't even, and like everybody does, especially with the schedule that they both have had, you get sick, you get run down. And she can't even do that successfully without it turning into a huge international incident. It would be exhausting, like everything.
But she brings it on herself. She brings all of that on herself. And you say it's an international incident. The whole coughing thing, where on 2 different occasions she goes into these hacking spells at speeches. New York Times, Washington Post, all the major news networks, none of them covered it. It was only until somebody actually took pictures, and I hope they have life insurance, actually took pictures, speaking of conspiracy theories, took pictures of her basically crumbling and being drug into a van. And by the way, if you're saying, oh, well, it wasn't really being drugged, she lost her freaking shoe because she was being drugged. One of the things that I have to say cracked me up, where they were saying, well, Ronald Reagan had to be drugged into the back of a limousine. Well, yeah, he'd just been shot in the chest. His lung had collapsed. I think there is a difference.
How many write-ins do you think the body double will get?
Oh, probably quite a few.
I bet there's some Democrats out there and some independents, even some Republicans that would vote for the body double over her.
Oh, and then the theory of I was overheated. You know what the temperature was in New York the day that they said she was overheated? 77 degrees. And it's not like she was out jogging. She was standing. Like I said, they genetically, I believe the Clintons have the inability to just be open and honest about anything. You know, and then you've got the other sideshow of Donald Trump, who, let's be honest, the guy is kind of a tub of goo. Him going on Dr. Oz to show how fit he is. I'm wondering, I'm trying to remember the name of the actor that went on the Academy Awards and did the one-handed put, Jack Palance. I just, in my mind, I have this just mental picture of him going on Dr. Oz and trying to do a one-arm push-up. God, I hope I'm right. I hope my little fantasy comes true on that one.
I-5 milepost 118, 7 miles south of Roseburg. We got a situation with the northbound lanes, hazardous debris out there. Other than that, everything in our immediate area looks to be okay. If you see anything that you would want to chat about, if it flies in the face of a clean bill of health when it comes to the traffic commute, let us know and we'll pass it on. Stand by. Hour number 2 coming up on KPNW. Good morning.
Words used in today's social networking go hand in hand with Umpqua ice cream.
Girls, I'm posting a note on the fridge. You should read it.
Yeah, there's Umpqua ice cream in the freezer. Nice post, Mom. Yay! Do you want to share a bowl? I'll share.
Enjoy Duck Tracks, Umpqua ice cream's flavor of the month.
Do you like it? I really like it.
Umpqua ice cream, the original social network. Share the flavor at umpquadairy.com.
When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
Local, family-owned Mazama is your firearms headquarters and home to the Build an AR wall. Custom build an AR with all your favorite parts. They are Lane County's only CZ dealer, and they have a large selection of shotguns, rifles, handguns, and scopes with free bore sighting.
Team Mazama is eager and knowledgeable. They offer gun safety and concealed carry classes. Conveniently located on West 11th in the same parking lot as Lowe's. Get to Mazama and get hooked on the good life.
When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
Today, you ate Greek yogurt. You took the train. You wondered why people spend so much time reading celebrity blogs. You read a celebrity blog. You planned a workout. You skipped it. You did all the things that one normally does the day before a devastating earthquake shakes the community to the ground. You never know when the day before is the day before. Prepare for tomorrow at ready.gov/today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Viagra. There, I've said it. If you're a male, chances are you might benefit from this medication. It's time for a conversation about all the benefits of Viagra, not just giggle. Viagra is expensive. River Road Health Mart Pharmacy can make it affordable for you. A generic alternative medication for Viagra is now available. The same active ingredient in Viagra and generic 20 milligram tablets for less than $3 each. River Road Health Mart Pharmacy even delivers to your home or office. Find them online at pharmacyeugene.com.
Join parents and experts at Understood.org, a free online resource about learning and attention issues designed to help you help your child thrive in school and in life. Understood.org, because understanding is everything. Brought to you by Understood.org and the Ad Council.
Holloway in London and the Wake Up Call. News Radio 1120, KPNW.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are falling amid renewed weakness in crude oil and as investors remain on edge over central banks' ability to bolster growth. The Dow is down 157 points at 18,168. The S&P 500 is lower by 19 or about 0.9% at 2140. And the Nasdaq is down 31 points so far this morning, right now at 5180. NYMEX crude oil is down 1.8% at $45.44 a barrel. Carroll. The markets are giving up some of yesterday's gains when equities rallied the most in 2 months after Federal Reserve Governor Lael Brainerd urged continued prudence in raising interest rates. Ahead of next week's Fed meeting, we'll watch for economic data, including an update on retail sales, initial jobless claims, inflation, and consumer sentiment. Once again, right now the Dow down 144 points, the NASDAQ is lower by 25, and the S&P down 17. Gina Cervetti, Bloomberg Radio.
We report, you decide. This is News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield, USA.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Hillary Clinton's taking another day off, but House Republicans are not. Holding yet another hearing into her emails while Secretary of State starting this hour. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, House Oversight Committee Republican Chair Jason Chaffetz has questions about sensitive emails that were deleted from the former Secretary of State's private server.
We want to know why, after preservation orders, after subpoena, these documents were destroyed and who directed them.
3 tech workers who helped maintain Clinton's server are set to go before the committee. One of them, former State Department employee Brian Pagliano, pleaded the fifth under questioning by the Benghazi Select Committee. 2 others work for Platte River Networks. Dave.
Rachel, both President Obama and Hillary Clinton's husband Bill will campaign for her today. She recovers from a pneumonia she didn't disclose right away because...
Well, I just didn't think it was going to be that big a deal.
Telling CNN's Anderson Cooper she's now resting, also claiming she's been more forthcoming about her health than Donald Trump. He'll unveil details from a recent physical on Thursday. The Republican will campaign in Iowa and detail a plan to give tax benefits to moms and dads.
It would allow for tax-deductible child care expenses for up to 4 children. For people who have no income tax liability, a rebate under the Earned Income Tax Credit up to $1,200 per child, and allow a deduction for stay-at-home parents.
Fox's John Roberts. Turkey claims Syria has violated the ceasefire that went into effect last night. Fox's Jessica Gallagher on the Israeli-Syrian border.
It's about 95 degrees, windy and dusty here in the Israeli-occupied Golan Heights, along the border with Syria. Some residents warning me not to be afraid if I hear loud booms because the military is conducting training. As I was driving into the area, I saw quite a few tanks and military vehicles. This as there were reports of shelling from Syria into Israel overnight, and the military here is denying reports Syria shot down 2 of its aircraft along the border.
A shooting in Fort Wayne, Indiana at a bar early this morning left 3 people dead, 2 wounded. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
I'm Jeremy.
And I'm Chris with Home Comfort. When we say the one to call,
the one means no matter what the problem.
From security lighting, generator systems, panel changeouts, service upgrades, with technicians available 24/7.
Or HVAC, from routine cleanings to breakdowns. Home Comfort's locally supported by Mitsubishi Electric. So their Mitsubishi Electric factory-trained technicians will ready your house for any season.
Make one call to 541-345-2838.
Home Comfort, the one to call.
Shift into savings at your local Kubota dealer. Right now, you can get the Subcompact BX and the Compact B or L Series or the bigger MX Special Utility Tractor with a low down payment, 0% APR for 84 months, and a full 6-year limited powertrain warranty. See your participating Kubota dealer by December 31st. Now through December 31st, 2016. Call toll-free 1-800-794-4992 for details about costs and terms. See Mid-Valley Tractor, locally owned for 30 years, just a mile and a half past the Beltline on Highway 99.
Back to some big selling on Wall Street today after a rebound from Friday's huge losses. Fox Business Network's Nicole Pedalini's live at the New York Stock Exchange.
We've really seen a lot of volatility. As you notice, we had 400-point loss on Friday. Yesterday, we started off to the downside but finished up 240 points, and that was all Fed related. Now we got the idea here that the Fed is not likely to raise rates in September next week at their next meeting. Now the sell-off is because of oil. Now the International Energy Agency says that we're going to have an oil glut. It's going to continue into 2017. That weighs on oil. Energy is the worst sector, and we're seeing 29 of the 30 Dow components to the downside. The winner is Apple. This after at least 2 carriers reported saying that iPhone 7 and iPhone 7 Plus pre-order sales have been soaring. Dave.
Now, Nicole, you mentioned oil. Its price is down nearly $1, close to $45 a barrel today as gas drops a fraction. AAA's national average for regular remains below $2.18 a gallon. Ryan Lochte just can't shake the controversy. The Olympic swimmer who infamously lied about a robbery in Rio made his debut on ABC's Dancing with the Stars and had to do the hustle to avoid protesters.
Dancing with the Stars had some unwanted excitement Monday night. A couple of protesters rushed Olympic swimmer Ryan Lochte during the live show. Now, at the time, the camera was on Judge Carrie-Ann Inaba while she was critiquing Lochte's routine. But when she saw the people rushing the stage, she began yelling,
"Swimming is a... Excuse me! Hey, back off! Excuse me! Excuse me! Excuse me!
All right. Excuse me. Host Tom Bergeron quickly went to commercial while security removed the protesters. Police saying they were arrested on suspicion of criminal trespassing. Lochte revealing he's, quote, a little hurt by what happened. Jacqueline Carl, Fox News.
Colin Kaepernick took a knee again last night during the national anthem. A few other players joined his protest of oppression in America, raising their fists. Then Kaepernick's 49ers shut out the LA Rams to finish week 1 of the NFL season. Also last night, the Steelers beat the Redskins. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
Yeah, if you're from a different country and you're, say, in Eugene, Oregon, and you hear top of the hour news, the important stuff of the nation, and you hear Ryan Lochte Dancing with the Stars, and you just have to sit there and scratch your head and go, really, that's top of the list of most important things in the country? Maybe I'll move here because that means there's nothing happening of any importance. Sunny and gusty day 2. We got winds up to 25 miles per hour, highs into the 80s easily, pretty much all week, kind of hovering mid to upper lower 80s into the weekend. So good stuff. A pleasant morning, 48 degrees. About the only thing that we're nursing as far as road snafus, 7 miles south of Roseburg, the northbound lane affected with hazardous debris at milepost 118. Again, 7 miles south of Roseburg. Everything else closer to Eugene, Springfield, looking pretty good as we get closer to the 8 o'clock hour. We'll get a little congestion. Question for Bill, and really any parents out there who have maybe had a kid just turn, I'll say 7, 8, and older, or even 6. Sid just started elementary school, kindergarten, and it used to be that I would pick her up and we would be like just joined at the hip. I mean, sometimes literally she would want a hug, and it would extend into me holding her until we got to the car. We'd talk about everything, and I'm already starting to feel just a little bit of that separation where all of a sudden, where we used to hold hands all the way through to that car, now it's like drop. And I'm sure I've kind of instilled, a little bit of it because it's just kind of pretending, okay, we're going to be, tough kindergarten. You're big school. So, just to kind of conjure up, like a, kind of a tough attitude, and we're going to school and just be big girl. But now there's like that whole, just a touch of that separation where all of a sudden I can kind of tell it's going to be.
Don't hold my hands in front of the other kids.
Yeah, thinking about the friends and that separation, and then like where it was, Daddy was a big part of the day. Now it's kind of like he's just kind of like the chauffeur, and maybe he'll make some dinner. And
welcome to parenthood, man.
But you just take that pill and
what else
deal with it?
Do?
I don't know. That's what my question is. How do you prolong it?
I don't know that you can.
I don't think you can.
No, you just, that's just all part of them going from one phase to another.
The heartbreak. KPNW, good morning. What you got?
I'm just waiting for the Chelsea to take over Joe London's spot, looking for a place for Mom. The Clintons, they've been in
doing the PSAs?
The 90s.
Yeah.
Since the 90s. Did everybody have amnesia?
Right.
Have a great day.
You too. A happy place for Mom.
Who's that, Joan London?
Yeah, Joan London does those commercials.
Chelsea will be taking over.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, I remember when Mom was there for me when Dad was accused of infidelity. Now I'm there for Mom when Dad's accused of infidelity. Oh, God.
Chelsea must just
Do you ever just occasionally just you watch the evening news or whatever, and you just kind of shake your head, go have a beer, and just go, yeah, we're doomed.
I think I tried to hold it off, that attitude, because, after all, it was a great country. But after a while, might as well just grab some popcorn and watch it like a reality show that it is. Sunny and, warm today. Good-looking day. Right now, it is 7:10. News coming up, 48 degrees, 1120 KPNW.
It's back to school time and morning mayhem at its family finest. Well, stop the insanity and treat yourself and the kids to Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. Save yourself a little stress and go through the Burrito Amigos drive-thru on West 6th in Eugene or on 42nd Street in Springfield. No fighting over milk, cereal, or the last piece of bacon. Burrito Amigos has great breakfast burritos, like their bacon burritos with 2 types of bacon, or the Machaca burrito, made with real Angus beef. Of course, if your little one or maybe you likes to spice things up, then maybe a chorizo breakfast burrito will kick it up a notch, to steal a phrase. Burrito Amigos drive-thrus also offer espresso for a meal and a mocha while you motor. For little appetites, there's the junior-sized burritos, and for your burgeoning linemen, get them full-size. The kids will love Burrito Amigos as a breakfast treat, and you'll love Burrito Amigos because you didn't have to make anything. I'm Bill London, and as a parent, I endorse Burrito Amigos as an instrument of morning mental health. Burrito Amigos in Springfield and Eugene.
Sun Automotive is proud to sponsor the Northwest edition of Lars Larson. Sun Automotive, with locations in Eugene and Springfield, reminds you, stay safe on the road, keep your car well maintained, and don't text and drive. Sun Automotive.
When you need painting, you want the best. Fitzpatrick Painting. Don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at fitzpatrickpainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting. Unsurpassed in customer service and quality.
There's a lot of things out there that we don't understand. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. And that's why I just love your program.
Kind of a messy job. Hey, somebody's got to do it, right? I'm George Norrie.
George Norrie on News Radio 1120 KPNW. Local news, local people. Wake-up call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. An arrest has been made in the death of a St. Helens woman who disappeared in Eugene last month. Brad Ford says her body was found in southern Oregon over the weekend.
35-year-old Cheryl Hart's remains were found by a group of friends and family who were searching in southern Oregon.
It was in Klamath County, and it was an area that was very remote. That was very difficult to get to.
Eugene Police Detective Jeb McGuire says they believe Hart was killed by her boyfriend, Jeremy Malutin, and they think the homicide happened in Eugene.
We have evidence to suggest that this has occurred. That's why Eugene Police is continuing the investigation.
On August 5th, they tracked Malutin from Eugene to Klamath Falls and back to Eugene. Hart has 3 children, ages 10, 16, and 18. A medical examiner will confirm the identity and determine the cause of death. Brad Ford, KPNW.
The Lane County Sheriff's Office is now investigating what they are calling sexual abuse of a 4-year-old girl who claimed that a stranger touched her Friday in Emerald Park in North Eugene's River Road area. The report of the abuse was received at 7:35 Friday evening, but they say that the incident allegedly happened earlier in the day. According to the Sheriff's Department, the victim did not know the suspect, and at this point, authorities have really no information or description of the man. According to the Sheriff's Office, because of the nature of the crime and the victim's age, the interview process takes quite a bit more time. A number of students were locked down after a report of a threat against a student Monday morning. Police said the threat was allegedly made by a non-student towards a North Eugene High School student. Police later announced the threat was actually a hoax sent by somebody outside of the area. The lockdown was later modified to a lockout. Students are able to move around inside the school, but nobody's able to enter. The situation started when Eugene police learned early in the morning, around 7:45, that a parent had received a text message from someone threatening a specific student with violence. The Eugene 4J School District eventually informed parents by email, according to district staff. Some parents still arrived at school looking for more info. The lockout was lifted around 1:30 Monday. Police said the investigation determined the threat was a hoax and originated from outside the area, and they're continuing to investigate. A judge has approved a Eugene woman's request to visit her son in jail, where he's being held on attempted murder charges for stabbing her in January. Vicky Mescal won the right to have a face-to-face with her 23-year-old son, Josh. Police say they arrested Josh Mescal after being called to his home, where they found his 45-year-old mother bleeding from stab wounds. Vicky Mescal has previously said her son suffers from schizoaffective disorder and wasn't himself the night of the stabbing. The judge's decision was the second time the woman was approved for increased access to her jailed son. She gained permission to speak to him by telephone in August, and she says she calls him every day. That's a dedicated mom. A group of young plaintiffs getting their day in court today in Eugene, arguing that the federal government's inaction on climate change is harming their well-being. The 21 plaintiffs range from age 8 to 19, and they're arguing their constitutional right to a healthy planet is being violated because the feds have failed to protect the planet from climate change. Philip Gregory, lead attorney representing the youth, said the government has acknowledged that global warming is harming the planet. The federal government is asking that the case be dismissed. In April, U.S. Magistrate Judge Thomas Coffin denied all motions for dismissal, but the government, along with members of the fossil fuel industry, have objected to Coffin's ruling. Oral arguments over the objection are going to be heard today by U.S. District Court Judge Ann Aiken. Oral arguments for the case will take place at 10 a.m. in the Wayne Lyman Morris United States Courthouse. A press conference is going to be held immediately afterwards. You can expect it around noon. Opening statements are expected today in the trial of 7 people accused of conspiracy in the takeover of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Brad Ford has more.
Defense attorneys tried to get evidence from Facebook postings thrown out. Ammon Bundy and other defendants posted comments and videos on Facebook. Oregon Live reports the judge ruled prosecutors will be able to use the account information that was obtained by search warrant, but the judge will admonish prosecutors for not quickly destroying Facebook information that was not relevant. Another development in the case came from Jeff Banta. He told the judge that during jury selection, she had not included his additional charge of carrying a firearm on federal property. He said that he wanted to make sure the jury knows he is standing with the 4 other defendants that face that weapons charge. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
Well, guess who's bought and paid for Governor Kate Brown? The campaign of Kate Brown has accepted a $250,000 contribution from none other than New York business magnate and former politician Michael Bloomberg. It brings her total raised since taking office to more than $3.6 million. And it means she currently has $2 million on hand to spend during this election period. Bloomberg's donation, which is Brown's largest single contribution ever, comes on the heels of the governor's announcement in July that she's going to pursue a package of radical gun control. Bloomberg is co-chair of a gun control advocacy group called Every Town for Gun Safety. Earlier this year, he also donated $250,000 to Representative Val Hoyle, who unsuccessfully was running for Secretary of State. He also gave $250,000 to John Kitzhaber's campaign. By the way, in case you're wondering, he's the 6th richest man in the world, according to Forbes, and he's donated well over $2.5 million to Oregon political campaigns trying to buy elections in this state over the years. Among Brown's gun control proposals, which are grouped under the name Oregonians to End Violence, is a plan to keep guns from anyone accused, not found guilty, of domestic abuse, and she also wants to cut down on so-called illegal gun sales. Brown's gubernatorial campaign is nearly $2 million in cash on hand. And though it hasn't bought any advertising, expect it to come soon. Brown successfully ran for Secretary of State in 2008 and 2012 and spent more than $1 million advertising during those campaigns. Meanwhile, Bud Pierce, the Republican gubernatorial candidate, so far has spent $624,000 on ads for his campaign. Well, 3 of the 6 high school football players charged in a hazing incident have entered a juvenile equivalent of guilty pleas, not requiring detention. The boys from Philomath High School entered admissions to misdemeanor harassment. Benton County DA John Haroldson said the hazing occurred when 11 freshman players had intimate parts of their bodies targeted during an initiation. He said the upperclassmen charged in the case were also likely victims of the same kind of hazing when they were freshmen. He said that he's inviting the youths to become part of the solution and reconcile with victims in a respectful manner in efforts to end the tradition. And he says the indicators are there that this did not start in July and it had previously existed. The teens who acknowledged wrongdoing accepted accountability agreements involving counseling and community service. They do not, however, require detention. 3 other players are set to appear in juvenile court later this month. Benton County Judge Locke Williams says he was disappointed to learn that some of those accused had been expelled from school and says he hopes it's not permanent. The Philomath School Board canceled the varsity football season last week, and the team's coaches are on administrative leave. At 7:20 at KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Eugene Emerald has probably had the champagne ready to go and just hopefully hold it off for about 24 hours. Everett Aqua Sox win on the road, staying alive with a 7-1 win at PK last night, Game 2 of the championship series to force the almighty Game 3 tonight. Tonight pitcher, Manuel Rondon, Mr. Shutdown on the mound, 6-1 on the year with a minuscule 1.1 ERA. 7:05 at PK Park. We'll have tickets to give away on the show all morning long. Rondon likely will someday pitch for the parent club, the same team that got a great outing by Kyle Hendricks last night. Near no-hitter. Kept the St. Louis Cardinals off the plate except for a Jeremy Hazelbaker home run. Cubs win 4-1 over the St. Louis Cardinals. David Ortiz tied Mickey Mantle on the career home run list as 536 moves him into 17th overall. Sox dismantle the Orioles 12-2. NFL out of Santa Clara, Chip Kelly starts the era out on a win 28-0, a drubbing of the Rams. Former Ducks DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead, a part of a defense that gets the first season opening shutout in Niners history. They held the Rams to 185 yards, 2 sacks, 2 INTs, and forced the Rams to punt 10 times. Antonio Brown and the Steelers beat up the Redskins 38-16. Wake Up Call Sports brought to you by Max Muscle. Don't get sold, get educated by a certified nutritionist at Max Muscle. Franklin across from Market of Choice, News Time 721.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. We're looking at chilly conditions out there right now with temps in the upper 30s to low 40s. We've got light winds out of the northeast at 5 to 10 with a few gusts up to 15 under clear skies. Now we've got a pocket of high pressure over the region this afternoon. That means the temps will be climbing once again into the upper 70s to a couple of mid-80s. We'll reach 84 here in town. We're also seeing a surface thermal low developed off the edge of the coast. What does that mean for you? Simply put, it'll be another windy afternoon with winds out of the northeast at 15 to 20. We could see a few gusts as high as 30, meaning you may have to pick that patio furniture up when you get home. It'll also be drying us out as those winds come off of the mountains. That means the dew points will be into the mid-30s to upper 30s, and we could wind up with another red flag warning, also known as extreme fire danger this afternoon. Be prepared for that. We are tracking a storm system potentially to move in Saturday night into Sunday, but the computers can't agree if this one's actually headed this way. At this point, we'll go 20% of a wet Sunday morning. We'll keep an eye on it for you. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Hi, everybody. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute, sponsored by Eugene's #1 electrical contractor, Builders Electric. A very intelligent Charles Gordy once said, "A smile is an inexpensive way to improve your looks." All you have to do is form your face in the correct way with the ends of your mouth pointed upward, and out comes a smile. It's so easy, and as Gordy said, it's inexpensive. Actually, it's free. But watch the returns from other people, and it doesn't matter whom. Remember, smiling is the universal language. Everyone can understand it, and it promotes great communication. So lots of smiles today, please. This is Don Essig with today's Motivational Minute. I'll be back tomorrow. Until then, have a positive day.
This Motivational Minute was brought to you by Builders Electric, providing honest, reliable, and positive contracting throughout the Willamette Valley since 1960. That's Builders Electric, CCB number 4296.
The Wake Up Call. Get in, hang out, and hold on.
Thanks for joining us. Here's what's going on.
They will find themselves in the same situation the greasers. Public safety is first.
You do this every 10 years? You had 10 years to get this together?
It's News Radio 1120, KPNW.
Thanks for joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. Well, it was one of those stories that kind of was overshadowed by Hillary Clinton's health issues, and it had to do with Wells Fargo Bank. And if you were following the news yesterday, over 5,000 employees fired for being involved in a huge fraud scheme that was eventually found out by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. The Deputy Enforcement Director of that group, with us on the Wake Up Call right now, Jeffrey Ehrlich, joining us on the Wake Up Call. Jeff, thanks for being with us. We appreciate it. When did the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau first get wind that there was this huge fraud going on within Wells Fargo?
Well, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
So we, I can tell you that we've been working on this for a while. We don't talk specifically about when we identify conduct that we think might be illegal or the way that we identify it. But this was something that we've been working on for a while. And I'll note that there was some public. There were some public statements about this. The LA Times had written some articles back in 2013 suggesting that there was some conduct like this going on at Wells Fargo branches. And then the LA City Attorney's Office filed a lawsuit in 2015. So those were sort of public statements about what was happening here. And then we were able to resolve our investigation last week, and that's when we became public with our consent order against the bank.
Okay, so what exactly were all of these employees doing?
So we found that Wells Fargo employees were generally engaging in four types of illegal conduct, and all of it had to do with either meeting sales targets that the bank imposed or attempting to earn additional incentive compensation for signing up existing consumers for new bank products and services. So the most egregious, and I think the one that practice has gotten the most attention is they were opening up second accounts for consumers. So if a consumer had a deposit or a checking account, these bank employees would open up a new account, and then to get credit for additional compensation, they had to show that the new account had been funded. So they would take money out of the consumer's existing account, put it in the new account, leave it there for the amount of time that was required for them to get credit and additional compensation, and then move the money back. And they did all of that without telling consumers.
Oh, and over 5,000 employees were involved in this. Was this something that was going on coast to coast, or was it more, mostly West Coast, Rocky Mountains? I mean, how widespread are we talking about here?
No, it was going on coast to coast. So, like you said, there were over 5,300 employees were terminated for engaging in this conduct over the last several years, and it happened in every state where the bank had a branch. Now, I do think the bank is located more, has more branches in the West Coast, and so there may have been more instances of this happening there, but it happened everywhere. It was a nationwide problem. It was pervasive. It was not contained to a specific region. It was not contained to a specific branch. This was happening everywhere.
And were consumers, I mean, because you get bank statements. If I had two bank accounts, I mean, every month I get a bank statement, and, were consumers receiving these bank statements for these secondary accounts? Do we know?
So it's not clear. I mean, in some cases, these second accounts were opened and then they were closed very quickly. So it's possible that a consumer might not have noticed on a bank statement at any given month that there was an additional account. But it's a great point that you raised, because what we really want consumers to take away from this, and whether you're a consumer with Wells Fargo or any other bank or using any other consumer financial product or service, is that the consumer needs to be vigilant.
Yeah.
A consumer needs to look out for themselves. Examine your bank statements. Look for unauthorized accounts or unauthorized activity, and if you spot a problem, go to your branch, call your bank, and then if you still have problems and you're not able to get that resolved, you can always call the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau or check us out online and submit a complaint online.
During the investigation, were you able to discover where any investors or depositors or anything like that actually lost money because of these fraudulent accounts?
Yeah, so what happened is it's not so much that consumers lost money, but some consumers incurred fees as a result of these unauthorized accounts. So going back to the deposit accounts again, what might happen is if a bank employee took money out of a consumer's original account at a time when the consumer was writing a check and was close to a zero balance, a consumer might incur an insufficient funds fee, or on the new account that was set up and the consumer didn't even know about it, the consumer might actually have incurred an inactivity fee. So the fees that were charged to consumers unlawfully are all going to be returned to consumers. The Bureau has ensured that the bank will refund all of the illegal fees that were collected. We think that amount will total around somewhere between $2.5 and $3 million. The bank has already begun making those refunds, and they will continue to make those refunds under the Bureau's supervision in the next few months.
And they were also fined.
And they were also fined. So we levied our largest fine to date, $100 million to the Bureau, and at the same time, the bank was required to pay two other fines to government regulators that we've been working with. The controller of the currency, to which the bank paid an additional $35 million fine, and to the city attorney in the city of Los Angeles, the bank paid another $50 million fine. So while the consumer harm here, was a few $million, and certainly we've had cases with larger amounts of consumer harm, the size of the penalty here, and it being the largest penalty that the Bureau has imposed, we did that to send a signal to this bank and to similarly situated banks, other financial services providers out there, that if you engage in this kind of activity, if you have these kinds of compensation plans, you need to monitor them. You need to be on top of them. And if you detect that there's a problem, there are going to be serious consequences. And so we think that the large fine, the penalty that we imposed in this case does that, and we feel that we've achieved what we were hoping to achieve in bringing this action.
Are there any past cases that you know of where this has happened at other banks?
So we can't talk about, again, our supervisory activity or what other investigations we might be doing. What I can say, again, is that we think that the penalty we imposed here is a signal to others, and I can assure you that if we find that this kind of activity is happening elsewhere, we will take appropriate action. How
many accounts do you believe were actually falsely created?
So the bank did its own analysis for a subset at the time that we covered in our order, and identified roughly 2 million accounts, either credit card accounts or these other deposit accounts that were opened without consumers' knowledge or consent. But we're requiring the bank to do a further analysis and to report to the Bureau exactly what they find. So we suspect that the number will be slightly higher than that, but we think that there were roughly 2 million accounts involved, at least, that consumers may have been opened without consumers' knowledge or consent.
Amazing. Jeffrey, thanks for joining us on the Wake Up Call this morning. We appreciate it. Take care, and, the information is great. Protect yourself. Take care. Thanks for being with us. Jeffrey Ehrlich, Deputy Enforcement Director for the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, on the Wake Up Call, where it is 7:32.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. The roller coaster in crude continues this morning. This morning's drop is coming after the International Energy Agency said that the surplus in global oil markets would last into late 2017, longer than previously estimated, and that's putting pressure on stocks this morning. Speaking of energy, Anadarko Petroleum is sliding in early trading after the oil and natural gas producer agreed to buy Gulf of Mexico assets from Freeport-McMoRan for $2 billion. Samsung is blaming a minor battery manufacturing flaw for prompting the global recall of the Galaxy Note 7 smartphones and is looking for more time to investigate the cause behind its deepest crisis in years. Shares of Weight Watchers falling in trading. CEO Jim Chambers is stepping down after his attempt to turn around the weight loss company failed to gain traction, even with a high-profile endorsement from Oprah Winfrey. The company will be run by a trio of executives, and Winfrey, who serves on the board, will help pick the new CEO. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
I'm Jeremy.
And I'm Chris with Home Comfort. When we say the one to call,
the one means no matter what the problem.
From security lighting, generator systems, panel changeouts, service upgrades, with technicians available 24/7.
Or HVAC, from routine cleanings to breakdowns. Home Comfort's an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. So our highly skilled technicians will ready your house for any season.
Make one call to 541-345-2838.
Home Comfort, the one to call.
Does your home or business have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Discover why Ramjack is the only foundation company you'll ever need. Get your free in-home evaluation at ramjackwest.com. Choose Ramjack. CCB 146906.
Building or remodeling? Get qualified and reliable contractors, suppliers, and subcontractors through the Home Builders Association of Lane County. Visit hbalanecounty.org or call the Home Builders Association and get help from the experts.
Tom here at Max Muscle. You've heard about all the amazing flavors of Max Pro, and now the wait is over. S'mores. The new flavor of Max Pro is in stores now. The perfect high-protein, low-carb, no-sugar shake. Come on in, give it a try. Max Muscle on Franklin Boulevard, across from the Market of Choice.
Message and data rates may apply.
If you're considering going back to school, ask yourself the following questions. Do you need the flexibility to take classes on your schedule? Do you have college credits you need transferred? Do you want to earn a quality degree from a world-renowned university? If you answered yes to any of these questions, Arizona State University is the perfect school for you. Arizona State University offers over 100 highly ranked degree programs 100% online. You'll earn the same degree as you would on campus, from wherever you are, on your schedule. Plus, ASU Online accepts most transfer credits. For information, text LEARN to 42424. Learn for yourself why the Wall Street Journal ranks ASU 5th in the nation for producing the best qualified graduates, and why 90% of ASU grads are recruited within 90 days of graduation. Learn to grow, learn to succeed, and learn to thrive at Arizona State University. To learn more about ASU online degrees, text LEARN to 42424. Again, that's LEARN to 42424.
That's the sound of savings during Guarantee RV Supercenter's SOS September Overstock Sale. This is Shannon Nill, your low overhead discount dealer at Guarantee RV Supercenters in Junction City. If you want an RV bargain, listen up. Right now, you could save thousands and get the deal of a lifetime. Guarantee's sending out an SOS. We have 400 delayed factory orders arriving this month, and they must be sold before the season ends. We'll help you find the perfect unit and clear out our overstock lots at the same time. All 400 units must go, and no reasonable offer will be refused. Select from SOS price motorhomes, trailers, fifth wheels, and more. New and used available for every budget. Low-cost bank financing is available on your good credit. You can trade in anything for even lower payments. Units are being detailed and inspected by our service department now, so you're ready to hit the road. Make your fast, fair, and friendly deal today at Guarantee RV in Junction City during our SOS September Overstock Sale. Call for details or visit Guarantee.com/SOS.
When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
Local, family-owned Mazama is your fishing headquarters with brands like G. Loomis, St. Croix, Shimano, Daiwa, and a variety of locally made products tailor-made for this region. Team Mazama is eager and knowledgeable.
Plus, they offer layaway on firearms and fishing gear.
Pick up your hunting and fishing license while you're there. Conveniently located on West 11th in the same parking lot as Lowe's. Get to Mazama and get hooked on the good life. When you think fishing or firearms, think Mazama.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. We're looking at chilly conditions out there right now with temps in the upper 30s to low 40s. We've got light winds out of the northeast at 5 to 10 with a few gusts up to 15 under clear skies. Now we've got a pocket of high pressure over the region this afternoon. That means the temps will be climbing once again into the upper 70s to a couple of mid-80s. We'll reach 84 here in town. We're also seeing a surface thermal low developed off the edge of the coast. What does that mean for you? Simply put, it'll be another windy afternoon with winds out of the northeast at 15 to 20. We could see a few gusts as high as 30, meaning you may have to pick that patio furniture up when you get home. It'll also be drying us out as those winds come off of the mountains. That means the dew points will be into the mid-30s to upper 30s, and we could wind up with another red flag warning, also known as extreme fire danger this afternoon. Be prepared for that. We are tracking a storm system potentially to move in Saturday night into Sunday, but the computers can't agree if this one's actually headed this way. At this point, we'll go 20% of a wet Sunday morning. We'll keep an eye on it for you. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation in the NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a great day.
Not your typical wheezy morning news show. The Wake Up Call with Holloway in London on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
guess it's a case of ask and you shall receive. We were hoping that we were going to have a lot of things to talk about, and yet this is down in the Cottage Grove area. I-5 milepost 159, 15 miles south of Cottage Grove. Northbound lanes affected with hazardous debris. Again, northbound, at least a lane affected 15 miles south of Cottage Grove. As you migrate closer to Roseburg, 3 miles south of Roseburg, we've got an animal that has been struck and creating a hazard. Looks like there's going to be ramps affected, and it's the on-ramp there at milepost 122, 3 miles south of Roseburg. And as we get closer to 8 o'clock, you'll get the regular congestion pretty much everywhere you look, Eugene, Springfield, so be careful out there, especially with the babies out there getting to school. Coming up, we got tickets for tonight's deciding Northwest League Championship. This is Game 3 for all the marbles. The title game with the M's and the Everett Aqua Sox. We got 4 packs to give out, so you can bring a whole crew with you. Pack PK 705. This is the final, absolutely the final game of the year. And the good thing we talked about in sports, we got Mr. Rondon on there, the pitcher of the year. 6-1, a 1.1 ERA. So we got that going for us. It'd be nice to have, I don't know, like 4,000 plus.
Yeah, go in.
Okay, let's break a record, an attendance record. So that's happening. We'll give some of those away. And shortly, we'll be talking to an addictions specialist with Origins Recovery.
Yeah, John Dybin. He's been on the show a number of times. We're going to be talking about a drug that the DEA is going to make a Schedule 1 drug, meaning that it is completely illegal at the end of September. Kratom is this substitute for an opiate-like drug like heroin. And on September 30th, they have already indicated that they're going to classify this as a Schedule 1 drug. But there's a number of supporters who actually say, no. This is an all-natural substance. It's harmless, and making it illegal is going to do more harm than good. So as soon as we can get him hooked up here, addiction specialist in Origins with Origins Recovery Centers, John Dybin, is going to be talking about this. And if you haven't, and if this is something that's kind of off your radar, it's become kind of a big deal in the last couple of weeks here. It actually comes from a tree that's native to Southeast Asia, and a lot of times it's ingested just by eating the whole leaves. But more commonly, I guess what folks do is they either make it into a tea, steep it, or they grind it and put it into a capsule, and then it's sold in a variety of different smoke shops. So we're going to talk to John Dybin here in just a second. We're trying to get him on the phone here. Probably what he's doing right now is he's making coffee. I'm figuring he is taking a legal drug right now, mixing it with the accompanying cream and sugar and getting ready to go. Not to say that I'm padding or anything here as we try to get his butt on the phone, but that's exactly what's going on. And I believe he is here. John, welcome to the Wake Up Call this morning.
Thanks for having me.
That's our pleasure. All right, so we kind of given the background on, is it kratom or kratom?
You know, you'll hear it pronounced both ways. The most I hear is kratom.
Okay, so let's go with that. The question here is this stuff really all that dangerous? It's a natural substance. People make it into tea. We talked about grinding up, putting it in capsules. Is it really that big a deal to make it a Schedule 1?
So there's several things. I mean, to answer that question directly, is it that big of a deal to make it a Schedule 1? I'm kind of baffled by why this is happening right now. I'm really not clear. So like cocaine, for example, is a Schedule 2. So this is more restricted than cocaine. And so I really don't see any evidence for, from a scientific perspective, why this is happening. But remember that scheduling, the scheduling of drugs is not just based on science. As a matter of fact, it's based far more on politics than science. So, and I don't really understand the politics, but it is a little baffling to me. At the same time, I would be very cautious, and I think we have two camps in our country today. One camp that thinks that all drugs are completely, devastatingly bad, and one, a hit of kratom is going to kill you, and the other camp is like, you know what, if it's natural, if it's a plant, then it's all good. And both camps are incorrect. The reality is there is no such thing as a benign drug. All drugs have side effects, and we have to be cautious about those.
Okay, but we can say that, but for instance, I was just joking that, as we were trying to get you on the phone, that you were actually taking a legal drug, caffeine, and mixing your coffee.
Mm-hmm.
I have 2 or 3 cups of coffee every morning. So, I mean, is this any worse or any more potent or have any more serious side effects than, say, a hit of coffee?
Well, you're right on several things. Number one, you were right that I was having coffee. Number two,
score one for
Bill. That's right. Well, and number two, the plant is the Mitragynous speciosa. That's the kratom plant, and it actually is in the coffee family. It's not too dissimilar from it. So, to answer the question, I've got to give my observation. So my experience is that there are lots of people who use this and they have a mellowing effect, and it is not something that causes problems in their life. It does, however, have a greater abuse potential than a drug like caffeine, and it can act as, I've seen, this is my experience, seeing that it can act as a gateway to harder drugs for younger people, but also specifically opiate addicts who get into recovery, and we see this a lot here in South Florida because this drug is very popular down here. Opiate addicts who get into recovery and then begin using kratom have a much higher tendency to relapse back on opiates. So it has dangers in and of itself. It is definitely not something that is as dangerous as heroin or as the prescription drugs out there. So I think looking at it in perspective, no, it's not that extreme. And yet it does have more harmful side effects than just a cup of coffee.
Okay, so let's try to quantify this. If I'm going to have a cup of kratom tea, is it just going to be, I'm just going to kind of mellow out a little bit, or am I actually going to get, a downer buzz from it?
So at low doses, actually, it has a stimulant effect. So for most people, if they take low doses, you just have 1 cup of tea or something like that. And again, I mean, it's going to depend on what the dosage is in there, and everybody is different. We metabolize things different. But the rule of thumb is that low doses cause people to become more alert, so it's more like caffeine or cocaine. It's a stimulant. At higher doses, it has what's called a somnolating effect. It has the effect of an opiate. Actually, the brain, the major drug, which is mitragynine. I probably just pronounced it wrong. I've been pronouncing it all day, and I just pronounced it wrong. But it actually bonds in the brain at the opioid receptors. So it is to the brain like a low level opiate at higher doses.
Okay, so are there other things that are legal that people take that act on those same receptors? I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, like, for instance, chamomile tea. I mean, do they work on those same receptors?
They don't. There are different reasons. It's a completely different metabolization in the brain, and that's why chamomile tea, though it has the somnolating effect and it can make you tired, it doesn't affect the reward pathway, which is there's 3 primary areas that kind of make a road in your brain, and those the reward pathway is what actually is involved as the mechanism in addiction. So, like coffee, for example. So coffee, we know that you can become physically dependent on coffee, but where caffeine bonds in the brain does not cause the same type of addiction as drugs, what we call drugs of abuse, alcohol, nicotine, heroin, those types of things. And kratom does bind in those same areas. So that's why it's considered a drug of abuse.
All right, is this something... How much of it does one have to take before they're actually, like, loaded? to coin a phrase on this stuff. I mean, are we talking about a pound? You know, I mean, how much?
Obviously, everybody's different, but generally, when you see people who have, and the CDC reports that there's been 600 overdose cases. And remember, these are not fatal cases. People you generally don't overdose and die on this, but to where they had to be hospitalized. And as a rule, it's going to be pills that they're taking, and the pills are not all the same. But if a normal dose is if for me, for example, so if I were to take a normal dose, it might be 2 pills. I might have like that stimulant effect. If I were to take 4 more, I might have a really somnolating effect. And more than that, I can begin to really have impaired judgment and begin to have problems.
John, do you believe in and of itself, and I'm not talking about, okay, maybe it's going to be a gateway to, heroin or OxyContin or, name your, opioid here. Do you believe that in and of itself, it has the ability to be addicting?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, no question.
Have you ever encountered, because, you're the addiction specialist, have you ever encountered anybody that was just specifically addicted to kratom?
Not once. I've never worked with anybody who, I've definitely worked with people who have that compulsivity, who need to have it, but it's more like being addicted to cigarettes. So if you're addicted to cigarettes, it's a major problem, and it's an issue in your life, but people aren't coming to treatment for that because though, you're still able to maintain your life with addiction to cigarettes. So definitely this is not a drug that people are, losing their jobs over or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. All right. John, I appreciate you joining us on the Wake Up Call. You have a great rest of your day, and thanks for being with us again. We appreciate it.
Always happy to be here. Thank you.
All right. Take care, John. That's John Dybin. He's been on the show a number of times with us, addiction specialist with the Origins Recovery Centers, talking about kratom, which, if you're just tuning in, the DEA is going to roll it over into a Schedule I drug coming up on September 30th. At this point, it's legal. As he was saying there, it's essentially a leaf. It comes from South America. They either make tea out of it, steep it, make tea, or grind it up and take capsules, and it's sort of in the coffee family. That said, we appreciate John being on the show. It's 7:51 KPNW.
All right, here's what we do. We give away 4 packs of tickets to allow you to check out the Eugene M's in action, trying to win their first outright title in decades. We're talking about back to 1975. They had a co-title in 1980 with a rainout, but they had to share it, which is, it's like a tie. We hate ties. We want to win it outright, so we want to pack PK. It's going to be at home. We got a great pitcher on the mound. If you would like to go, answer this question. PK Park. What does PK stand for? If you want to go to PK, 4-pack in hand, what does PK stand for? 541-485-KPNW or 888-KPNW-888. A 4-pack of tickets for tonight's game. Don't call and show off your knowledge and blow our contest and go, I can't go. I have a PTA meeting. But I just wanted to show off how smart I am. Don't worry about that. Let somebody else show how smart they are and pick up the 4-pack. PK stands for what? PK Park. That's where you're headed tonight. 541-485-KPNW. It's 7:52.
Shift into savings at your local Kubota dealer. Right now, you can get the Subcompact BX and the Compact B or L Series or the bigger MX Special Utility Tractor with a low down payment, 0% APR for 84 months, and a full 6-year limited powertrain warranty. See your participating Kubota dealer by December 31st. Now through December 31st, 2016. Call toll-free 1-800-794-4992 for details about costs and terms. See Mid-Valley Tractor, locally owned for 30 years, just a mile and a half past the Beltline on Highway 99.
It's a whole new way to enjoy the weekend. The Big Tree Beer and Cider Festival featuring 50 different taps, 5 food carts, and a bunch of games like a Giant Connect 4, Lincoln Logs, Cornhole, and Green Hills Kennel Olympics. Plus live music throughout the afternoon and evening. It's all happening at the Lane Event Center on Friday and Saturday, September 16th and 17th. Admissions, $15 in advance, $20 at the door, and includes 3 tastings and a custom pint glass. 21 and over, please go to BigTreeBeerFest.com. Hey, we'll see you at the Big Tree Beer and Cider Festival.
It's Spa-Timber at Three Rivers Casino. And we've got all the hot and bubbly giveaways you are dreaming of. That's right, we are giving away 11 DuraSport Cypress Spas valued at $2,249. Earn entry September 1st through the 30th in Florence and Coos Bay. Drawings will be held in Florence September 18th and 25th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. and September 30th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Visit threeriverscasino.com for details. Then, attention all music lovers, Ziggy Stardust will be playing his guitar once again at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. That's right, this September 16th and 17th, we will host the phenomenal tribute performance Space Oddity featuring David Brighton as David Bowie. Tickets start at just $14.99. Reserve your seats now by visiting threeriverscasino.com and experience the genius of David Bowie once again. Relax in luxury and relive the best of Bowie at Three Rivers Casino Resort because things are luckier here.
Local news, local people, Holloway in London, and the wake-up call. I
want you to get up now.
On News Radio 1120, KPNW.
I'm Gary Conley with today's Money Minute. Recently, I told you that lower interest rates are not stimulating the economy and creating jobs because the cost of money is only one factor in decision-making by consumers and non-bank private businesses, and not always the most important one. For banks, however, the cost of money is critical. You might think of banks as lenders, and they are, but they're also borrowers. They borrow money from depositors and bondholders, and sometimes directly from the Fed, lending it out to customers with a markup. This difference is called the spread, and is how banks get their revenue. If a bank doesn't suffer too many defaults, it makes a profit, which typically goes to the shareholders. Here's the nugget. When banks can't make enough loans because of a lack of demand, the Fed borrows money back from them at a very small markup in what's become a riskless transaction. Because the Fed is made up of bankers, it thinks like one. That's why monetary policy is so bizarre. Interest rates are at zero, and savers can't make a return on their money. The collateral damage leaves savers decimated, along with pension funds and insurance companies who are passing on their increased costs to the same middle-class people, those who are also the taxpayers and policyholders. The only winners, so far, are investors who own overvalued assets with ever-inflating prices. I'm Gary Conley, and that's today's Money Minute.
KPNW weather, brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out the door in the next few minutes or you're already out and about, temps right now are on the chilly side in the upper 30s to low 40s out there. Light winds out of the northeast at 5 to 15 under mostly clear skies. Now we've got a pocket of high pressure over the Pacific Northwest that'll make the temps climb this afternoon. We'll be reaching the upper 70s to a few mid-80s out there, around 84 here in town. Thanks to a surface thermal low out over the water, we'll also see strong winds out of the northeast at 15 to 20, gusts up to 30, and these will be dry winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we wind up with another red flag warning later this afternoon. Now, we are tracking the first real storm system headed this way. Looks like it'll move in late Saturday night into Sunday, bringing a chance at rain Sunday morning, but the computers can't agree on where that system's headed. At this point, we'll go 20%, and we may up those numbers over the next few days. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks are plunging this morning on renewed weakness in crude. The International Energy Agency changed its view on the global oversupply, seeing a glut persisting into 2017. Oil right now trading at $44 a barrel. Apple's $14.5 billion tax bill in Europe may also cost the U.S. Treasury Department. Under current U.S. tax rules, the iPhone maker would probably be able to claim a foreign tax credit for the European repayment, allowing it to lower its tax bill in America. That's according to experts. And speaking of Apple, T-Mobile CEO John Legere said that the company has received in the past 4 days almost 4 times as many Apple iPhone 7 orders than previous iPhone models. Apple is higher in trading on this down day. And the legal marijuana industry in the U.S. may grow to $50 billion in the next decade, expanding more than 8 times its current size. That's according to a report from Cowen and Company. In all, voters in 9 states will vote on weed-related initiatives this November. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Hillary Clinton has dismissed tens of millions of Americans as deplorable people simply based on their beliefs. I'm Lars Larson with the Northwest Report's commentary in just a moment. Have you ever thought about all the money you spend at the pharmacy buying a shaver, and it's just a cheap piece of plastic? Harry's.com was started by 2 guys passionate about creating a better shaving experience. They bought a blade factory in Germany. They turn out the best blades, and the starter kit, $15, and it's delivered to your house, and delivery is free. Go to Harry's.com right now. Enter my code name Lars in the promo box. $5 off your first order. Enter my code name Lars for $5 off your first order. That's Harry's.com. Change the way you shave forever. Hillary Clinton is not just collapsing at the 9/11 memorial. Hillary Clinton has decided to disparage the beliefs of tens of millions of Americans.
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables. The racist, sexist, homophobic, xenophobic, Islamophobic, you name it. And unfortunately, there are people like that. People like that.
That's right. I'm one of those in that deplorable state, that I'm concerned about Islamic jihadis in my country, that I'm concerned that marriage should be viewed traditionally and not the way the Supreme Court has chosen to try to redefine it. And yet Hillary Clinton, who claims she wants to be president of the whole country, seems to have a very dim view of about half of us. For Northwest Reports, I'm Lars Larson.
Depend on us for breaking news from the local neighborhood to the global one. We are News Radio 1120 KPNW, Eugene, Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
This is one of the biggest breaches of security in the history of the State Department. We have a duty and an obligation to investigate it.
Republican Jason Chaffetz at the start of another House hearing into Hillary Clinton's emailing while Secretary of State, but he's getting few of the answers he wants. Fox's Jared Halpern live on Capitol Hill.
Yeah, a pair of IT specialists at a company that stored Hillary Clinton's email server have been excused in short order, each refusing to answer questions.
On advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment privilege.
Platte River Network specialist Paul Combetta, who is believed to have immunity from the Justice Department, deleted data despite a congressional preservation order. Brian Pagliano, the former State Department computer specialist who set up the server in Clinton's New York home, was also subpoenaed to be at this hearing. He did not show up. A letter from his attorney says Pagliano continues to assert his right not to testify. Dave.
Jared, Hillary Clinton's taking another sick day, so her husband Bill and President Obama will be campaigning for the Democrat. She's recovering from pneumonia, telling CNN she didn't disclose Friday's diagnosis till after her Sunday dizzy spell because she didn't think it was that big a deal.
If it happens to you and you're a busy, active person, you keep moving forward.
Donald Trump will rally in Iowa detailing child care tax benefits he'd give to parents. His running mate Mike Pence just criticized Clinton for calling half of Trump's supporters deplorable, racist, or homophobic, or Islamophobic.
Anyone who has that low an opinion of the American people should never serve as president of the United States of America.
She later said she regretted saying half his supporters. Americans made more money last year. Census data just out shows the U.S. median household income rose for the first time since 2007, and the number of people earning less than the poverty rate declined to 13.5%, down from 14.8% the year before. On Wall Street, a big sell-off, the Dow down 213 points. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This tip of the week brought to you by Neurospine Institute.
Runners should take proper precautions such as warming up and stretching to avoid injuries, but no one is immune. Running injuries usually happen when you push yourself too hard or ignore pre-existing conditions. The way your body moves also plays a role. Neurospine Institute's Runners Clinic is conveniently located right here in Tracktown, USA. Their team of professionals can help you avoid common injuries and treat those that already exist. Using specialized diagnostic techniques and software, they will examine your movement patterns and implement a plan of care to improve performance and reduce pain.
Are you living with chronic pain? The specialists at Neurospine Institute can diagnose the problem and develop a personalized treatment plan to address your symptoms. Their comprehensive services include clinical and surgical procedures, sports medicine, physical therapy, medical imaging, and pain management. Neurospine Institute's medical professionals will work closely with your primary care or referring physician to ensure that you receive the best care and treatment. They serve all of Western Oregon with 2 locations, the main campus in Eugene and their Roseburg Clinic. Visit neurospinellc.com today and get your life back.
3 Syrians have been arrested in raids in Germany, accused of being sent by ISIS as a possible terror sleeper cell. It's believed they got there getting the same help with passports as some of the Paris attackers. Turkey claims Syria's government's violated the ceasefire that went into effect last night, and 2 Syrians wounded in an attack are hospitalized in Turkey. An American show of force not far from the North Korean border, days after the North's latest nuclear tests.
The 2 B-1B bombers maneuvered with Japanese fighter planes and then with South Korean jets, swooping low over Osan Air Base, just 75 miles from the DMZ. The display was one of solidarity with U.S. allies, said Admiral Harry Harris of the U.S. Pacific Command. This after North Korea detonated its strongest nuclear device yet, its state news agency responding to the bombers' flypast by saying North Korean anger is, quote, exploding like a volcano. The U.S. envoy to South Korea, Sung Kim, today saying the door to talks remains open, but Pyongyang needs to show commitment to disarming. In Tokyo, Alistair Wanklin, Fox News.
What was supposed to keep them cool burned them up. We now know what sparked a deadly house fire in Memphis early yesterday.
Memphis fire officials say an electrical malfunction in an air conditioning unit's power cord is responsible for a house fire that took the lives of 6 children and 3 adults early Monday. Loved ones like Jerry Brack are in mourning.
It was the most horrific thing that you could ever imagine. Just to see the bodies lying on the ground covered in a blue tarp, it was unbelievable.
Some family members were allowed to go inside the home. Brack didn't.
That house holds some very, very special memories for me. I don't think I could ever go in there now.
Another child who was also hurt in the fire is fighting for life at a hospital.
And Fox's Tanya J. Powers, a British nurse who contracted Ebola while working in Sierra Leone, is facing a disciplinary hearing accused of concealing her elevated temperature when she returned to Britain with the virus. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News Radio.
805 News Radio 1120 KPNW. Hour number 3, live and local from the Widmer Brothers studios here at the Bicoastal Radio Complex. The wake-up call. Yes, live and local. We'll say it again. Broadcasting to Eugene, Springfield from Eugene, Springfield. So when we get like a ladder that's in the middle of the highway, think they're going to talk about that in some national show? No, we can talk about it because we're kind of looking at it. Well, all right, somebody else. In fact, Danielle, why don't you jump on a microphone? Danielle is one of our new teammates here at the Bicoastal team. She was the actual one that actually saw the ladder. Do you know what kind of brand it was?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Aluminum, plastic, wood.
Aluminum.
Aluminum.
Definitely.
Was it
12-footer, 8-footer, 10-footer? What did it look like?
10 to 12, probably.
And just laying outright like across a lane or two? Or how?
Yeah, it was just across the far right lane right before the Barger exit.
Now, was somebody, you think, using it at that spot, or did it fall off a vehicle would be your best guess?
I'm going to say it fell off a vehicle.
Okay. And was it impeding traffic? Were people stressing out about it? Oh, my God, the ladder.
It was just a little swerve to get out of the way. It was kind of right in the middle.
When you called it in, did you pull off to the side?
And then say to yourself, free ladder.
I was on speakerphone.
Oh, okay.
So no hands device. Being safe while I'm driving.
Very cool. Yeah, that's... I don't know. Who knows what kind of carnage could have had you not called it in. So thank you for being a good servant there.
Oh, of course.
All right.
You can be one of our unofficial road rangers. So congratulations.
Perfect.
You
Thank you.
A small badge and a sombrero.
While we have you on the mic, go ahead and introduce yourself. You're brand new to the Bicoastal sales force.
Yes, I am.
And what's your name?
My name is Danielle.
Danielle.
Belando.
And people might know that name.
Actually, I coach high school basketball in town.
Okay.
Over at Willamette High School. Go Wolverines.
Willamette, they're okay basketball when it comes to girls basketball, right?
Yeah, we've made some good runs over the years.
Yeah.
We're in our rebuilding phase, so we're trying to get back to that state tournament.
The pinnacle?
We're trying. That's the goal.
So is it going to carry over, coaching basketball is going to carry over to sales where you're going to have that same competitive spark?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Well, welcome.
Thank you.
And you're coming in to kind of observe?
Yes.
What have you observed so far?
I've observed. Well, I listened to you guys on the way here.
Okay.
It's fun.
Oh, nice to know that you're actually listening to the station you're trying to sell.
Yeah, thank you.
Good
I'm
for you.
excited about it.
Special occasion. Do you have any questions?
Yeah.
Not at the moment. I just want to observe, and maybe afterwards I'll have some more questions.
Okay, we'll chime in anytime.
All right, thank you.
Even if we're in the middle of an interview, just go, excuse me.
Do you need a cup of kratom, by the way?
I'm going to pass on that this morning. Thank
Okay.
you, though.
All right. By the way, Becky Bowers is got a 4-pack of tickets for tonight. We're going to give away. In fact, we're going to do a 4-pack now for the Emeralds game tonight. If you want to go check out PK Park, which is Pat Kilkenny. It's not Phil Knight. A lot of people thinking, PK. No, our former AD is who it's named after. Right now, Hall of Fame members, former M's, Mike and Greg. What are their last names? They went on to have incredible careers with a certain baseball team out of Philly. Last names, 541-485-KPNW or 888-KPNW-888. Classic Hall of Famers with the Eugene M's organization. First person with the correct answer of both last names, you got a 4-pack for tonight. 809 KPNW.
True taco facts from Burrito Amigos. Last year, we as Americans chowed down on 4.5 billion tacos. If you laid those tacos end to end, a favorite American pastime, by the way, they'd stretch 490,000 miles, essentially to the moon and back, which is a favorite American measurement of distance. If you took all the tacos folks ate at Burrito Amigos last year, they'd get your round trip from Eugene to Vancouver, unless the traffic was bad and you had to go 205. Then you would only get back to the Brownsville exit. A lot of those tacos were Burrito Amigos Baja fish tacos with real cod, cabbage, cilantro, and Sandy's Secret Baja sauce. A few miles were also Chili Verde soft tacos with pork cooked in spicy green salsa. And you could probably get to Salem with all the yammy tacos Burrito Amigos fans noshed on. Yams, cabbage, beans, pumpkin seeds, and a spicy avocado sauce. They're delicious whether you're a vegetarian or not. Burrito Amigos tacos, they're not just for measuring anymore. Burrito Amigos in Eugene and Springfield. I'm Bill London, and I like my tacos by the yard.
Even with the greatest real estate we've seen in a decade, do you realize that 20% of homes go pending and then fall out, which ends up netting you, the seller, less money? The reason? You hired the wrong real estate agent. If you want a great price and have a great experience, hire Harpole Homes with Keller Williams Realty.
Fact, not all agents are created equal. When you sell your house with Eric and Jeanette's team, you get thousands more dollars in your pocket. With the extra money the Harpoles net you, you can take a vacation, pay off debt, or put more down on your next home.
How did the Harpole Homes do it? Negotiating, marketing, and their exclusive certified pre-owned home program. When you hire Harpole Homes to sell your house, they pay for your home inspection up front to take care of the issues to ensure your home stays sold. It's one of 182 steps they follow to get your house sold for top dollar.
For your free information package or to schedule a free consultation, call them 541-286-3030 or check them out at harpolehomes.com. Sell your house this summer with Harpole Homes with Keller Williams Realty. 541-286-3030.
You'll hear it here first. This is your wake-up call on News Radio 1120. KPNW.
Good morning. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones, featuring great breakfast burritos and fresh brewed locally roasted coffee for a tasty start to your morning. Here's what's going on. An arrest has been made in the death of a St. Helens woman who disappeared in Eugene last month. Brad Ford says her body was found in southern Oregon over the weekend.
35-year-old Cheryl Hart's remains were found by a group of friends and family who were searching in southern Oregon.
It was in Klamath County, and it was an area that was very remote. That was very difficult to get to.
Eugene Police Detective Jed McGuire says they believe Hart was killed by her boyfriend, Jeremy Malutin, and they think the homicide happened in Eugene.
We have evidence to suggest that this has occurred. That's why Eugene Police is continuing the investigation.
On August 5th, they tracked Malutin from Eugene to Klamath Falls and back to Eugene. Hart has 3 children, ages 10, 16, and 18. A medical examiner will confirm the identity and determine the cause of death. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Well, the Lane County Sheriff's Office is investigating the possible sexual abuse of a 4-year-old girl at Emerald Park in Eugene. Apparently, the event happened Friday. Emerald Park is in North Eugene's River Road area. The report of the sexual abuse was first reported at 7:35 Friday night, but sheriff's deputies and investigators say the incident actually happened earlier in the day. According to Sergeant Kerry Carver with the Lane County Sheriff's Office, the victim doesn't know the suspect, and at this point, authorities have no information or description of the man involved. According to Carver, because of the nature of the crime and the victim's age, the interview is taking extra time. It's not immediately clear at this point if the girl was actually at the park under supervision. Well, a number of schools locally were in lockdown after the report of a threat against a student yesterday morning. Police said the threat was allegedly made by a non-student toward a student at North Eugene High. Police later announced the threat was actually a hoax sent by someone outside of the area. The lockdown was later modified to a lockout. That's where students can move around inside the school, but no one's allowed in. The situation started when Eugene police first learned about the incident at about 7:50 yesterday morning, and that a parent had received a text message from someone threatening a specific student. The 4J school district eventually informed parents by email, according to district staff. Some parents still arrived at the school, though, looking for more information. The lockout finally lifted at 1:30 yesterday afternoon. Police said the investigation determined the threat was a hoax, and they're still investigating. A judge has approved a Eugene woman's request to visit her son in jail, where he's being held on attempted murder charges for stabbing her in January. Vicky Mescal won the right to have a face-to-face contact with her son, 23-year-old Josh. Police arrested Josh Mescal after being called to his home, where they found the 45-year-old mother bleeding from stab wounds. Vicky Mescal has previously said her son suffers from schizoaffective disorder and was not himself on the night that she was stabbed. The judge's decision Monday was the second time the woman's been approved for increased access to her son. She gained permission to speak to him in jail via telephone in August. She says she calls every day. That's a dedicated mom. A group of young plaintiffs are getting their day in court again today in Eugene, arguing that the federal government's inaction on climate change is directly harming the well-being of their generation. The 21 plaintiffs range in age from 8 to 19, and they're arguing their constitutional right to a healthy planet is being violated because the federal government is failing to protect the planet from climate change. Philip Gregory, lead attorney representing the youth, said the government has acknowledged that global warming is harming the planet. The federal government is asking the case be dismissed. In April, U.S. Magistrate Judge Thomas Coffin denied all motions for dismissal, but the government, along with members of the fossil fuel industry, have objected to Coffin's ruling. Oral arguments over the objection are going to be heard by U.S. District Judge Ann Aiken today. That's expected to take place at about 10 a.m. at the Morris United States Courthouse. A press conference is going to be held immediately following the hearing, which is expected to be around noon. Well, opening statements are expected today in the trial of 7 people accused of conspiracy in the takeover of the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge. Brad Ford has more.
Defense attorneys tried to get evidence from Facebook postings thrown out. Ammon Bundy and other defendants posted comments and videos on Facebook. Oregon Live reports the judge ruled prosecutors will be able to use the account information that was obtained by search warrant, but the judge will admonish prosecutors for not quickly destroying Facebook information that was not relevant. Another development in the case came from Jeff Banta. He told the judge that during jury selection, she had not included his additional charge of carrying a firearm on federal property. He said that he wanted to make sure the jury knows he is standing with the 4 other defendants that face that weapons charge. I'm Brad Ford, KPNW.
Guess who has bought and paid for Governor Kate Brown? The campaign of Governor Kate Brown announced they accepted a $250,000 contribution from New York business magnate and former politician Michael Bloomberg. It brings her total raise since taking office to more than $3.6 million. Although at this point she only has $2 million on hand. Bloomberg's donation, which is the largest single contribution that Brown has ever accepted, comes on the heels of the governor's announcement in July that she plans to pursue a package of gun control legislation. Bloomberg is co-chair of a gun control group called Everytown for Gun Safety. Earlier this year, Bloomberg donated $250,000 to Representative Val Hoyle, who's been in his pocket. She ran unsuccessfully for the Secretary of State. He also gave $250,000 to anti-gun advocate John Kitzhaber's campaign. The 6th richest man in the world, according to Forbes, Bloomberg has donated more than $2.6 million to Oregon political campaigns over the years to those who want more and oppressive gun control. Brown's gubernatorial campaign is yet to spend much money on advertising, but you can expect that to happen soon with the election nearing. Brown, by the way, successfully ran for Secretary of State in 2008 and 2012 and spent more than $1 million on advertising during those campaigns. Meanwhile, her opponent, Bud Pierce, the Republican, has so far spent $624,000 on ads for this campaign. 3 of the 6 high school football players from Philomath charged in a hazing incident have entered a juvenile equivalent of guilty pleas not requiring a detention. The boys from Philomath High School entered admissions to misdemeanor harassment charges. Benton County District Attorney John Haroldson said the hazing occurred when 11 freshman players had intimate parts of their bodies targeted during an initiation. He said the upperclassmen charged in the case were likely victims of hazing when they were freshmen. And he said that he's, quote, inviting the youths to become part of a solution and reconcile with the victims in a respectful manner in efforts to end the tradition. He says there are indicators this did not start in July, and it's something that previously existed. The teens who acknowledged wrongdoing accepted accountability agreements involving counseling and community service. The agreements do not require detention. The other 3 players are set to appear in juvenile court later this month. Benton County Judge Locke Williams said he was disappointed to learn that some of the accused had been expelled from school, and he says he hopes it's not permanent. The Philomath School Board canceled the varsity football season last week, and the coaches are still on administrative leave. A 38-year-old hiker who disappeared on South Sister has been found alive. The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office tweeted that Gerald Derrickson is safe. Derrickson summited the mountain late Saturday afternoon after separating from his hiking partner, but he failed to return to the trailhead as they had planned. A search was started Sunday, but it was suspended because of darkness and hazardous conditions. Derrickson was found 4 miles south of the summit and walked off the mountain with no help. A man suspected of starting 7 fires in Lebanon from late July to late August has been arrested by Lynn County deputies. Kristen Lee Ray, a 19-year-old, lives in Lebanon, about a half mile from where all 7 fires started, and he confessed to starting 5 of them. He faces multiple charges, including counts of first-degree arson. The fires happened between July 30th and August 28th, and they were all located in the same location along a ditch line in the 37,000 block of Rock Hill Drive. The largest area burnt was 3/4 of an acre. Following the 5th fire on August 16th, the Lebanon Fire Department set up cameras in the area. 12 days later, on August 28th, the 6th and 7th fires were started within minutes of each other, and the cameras recorded the images of the suspect, later identified as Lee. Lee had already turned himself in to the Lynn County Jail on unrelated charges August 29th. He was interviewed by detectives for his alleged role in starting those particular fires. Speaking of arson fires, a suspicious fire in Lynn County last night had multiple agencies responding. The Lynn County Sheriff's Office is investigating the blaze at a structure on Cold Springs Road. Sheriff's deputies, along with Albany, Lebanon, and Scioto fire departments, responded last night about 6 o'clock. An RV and a shed were on fire, and fire personnel said the fire spread to a vacant house on the property. Deputies are investigating the fire as possible arson. Attila McMahon is under arrest for allegedly killing his hunting buddy. Brad Ford has that story.
Oregon State Police say that 52-year-old Michael Pekarik and 45-year-old Jeffrey Cummings from Wood Village were bow hunting in Deschutes County. They were driving on a Forest Service road when they spotted a mule deer. Pekarik got out of the vehicle and tried to release an arrow, but the deer had moved. Cummings also got out of the vehicle. Pekarik turned his bow toward Cummings to tell him the deer was moving in his direction, but he released the arrow, hitting Cummings in the abdomen. Pekarik called 911, and they instructed him on CPR, which he continued until first responders arrived, but Cummings had died. Pekarik is charged with criminally negligent homicide. Brad Ford, KPNW.
Well, we hear a lot about head injuries when it comes to football, but it turns out that youth soccer isn't immune to injuries, and they've been skyrocketing in the U.S. Between 1990 and 2014, emergency rooms across the U.S. saw a 111% increase in the annual injury rate for young soccer players. More than 70% of those injuries were in older kids, ages 12 to 17. Kids in that age group were also more than 3 times likely to be injured. Sprains or strains are the most common injuries, accounting for about 34.6% of all emergency room visits, followed by fractures at 23.2%. Soft tissue injuries like lacerations and abrasions accounted for 21.9% of reported injuries. It's 8:22. This look at the news brought to you by Burrito Amigos, the friendly ones. You're up to date from KPNW.
Wake Up Call Sports on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Eugene Admirals probably had the champagne ready to go. They'll just have to hopefully keep it just another 24 hours, and then they can spray it in the locker room. As Everett wins last night, 7-1 PK. Game 2 of the championship series. Tonight, though, it's pitcher, the one that you want on the mound for the M's, Manuel Rondon. Mr. Shutdown, 6-1 over the year with a minuscule 1.1 ERA. Game 3, if you're headed, 7:05 PK Park. If you don't have tickets, we'll see if we can fix that. Rondon, by the way, likely to pitch for the parent team, the Chicago Cubs. They got a great outing by pitcher Kyle Hendricks, who had a near no-hitter. Kept the St. Louis Cardinals off the plate except for a Jeremy Hazelbaker home run. Cubs win 4-1 over the Cardinals. New York City, the LA Dodgers beat the wildcard pursuing Yankees 8-2. David Ortiz tied Mickey Mantle on the career home run list at 536 as he moves into 17th. Sox all over the Orioles 12-2. NFL out of Santa Clara, Chip Kelly started on a winning note last night, 28-0. As the Niners drubbed the Rams. Former Ducks DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead, a part of a defense that shuts out their opponent on a season opener. First time in Niners history. They held the Rams to 185 yards, 2 sacks, 2 interceptions, and forced the Rams to punt 10 times. Antonio Brown and the Steelers annihilated the Redskins 38-16. And after one game, Cleveland's quarterback Robert Griffin III out at least 8 weeks with a fractured bone. Wake Up Call Sports brought to you by Max Muscle. Don't get sold. Get educated by a certified nutritionist. On Franklin across from Market of Choice, News Time, 824.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out the door in the next few minutes or you're already out and about, temps right now are on the chilly side in the upper 30s to low 40s out there. Light winds out of the northeast at 5 to 15 under mostly clear skies. Now we've got a pocket of high pressure over the Pacific Northwest that'll make the temps climb this afternoon. We'll be reaching the upper 70s to a few mid 80s out there, around 84 here in town. Thanks to a surface thermal low out over the water, we'll also see strong winds out of the northeast at 15 to 20, gusts up to 30, and these will be dry winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we wind up with another red flag warning later this afternoon. Now, we are tracking the first real storm system headed this way. Looks like it'll move in late Saturday night into Sunday, bringing a chance at rain Sunday morning, but the computers can't agree on where that system's headed. At this point, we'll go 20%, and we may up those numbers over the next few days. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
When you need foundation repairs, turn to the foundation experts at Ramjack West. Get your free in-home evaluation at ramjackwest.com. Serving Oregon and Washington. Choose Ramjack. CCB 146906.
You can. You can do a lot of things. You can build your business. You can memorize a customer's name in the blink of an eye. You can calculate profit margin and balance the books. You can pull off a hard hat. You can wear a genuine smile, even during a long, hard day. You can even remember the delivery guy's birthday. You can grow your business simply because you believe you can.
Now may be the perfect time to grow, and U.S. Bank is here to help. Get financing for the equipment you need to grow your business with competitive rates, simplified paperwork, and quick decision-making with the U.S. Bank Business Quick Loan. Plus, you may be eligible for a Section 179 tax credit of up to $500,000. U.S. Bank, the power of possible. Maximum quick loan amount is $250,000. Credit products offered by U.S. Bank National Association and are subject to normal credit approval and program guidelines. See a banker for details. U.S. Bank is not offering legal, tax, or financial advice. You should consult with your tax advisor for the specific impact of the Section 179 deduction and how it may apply to your business. Equal housing lender. Deposit products offered by U.S. Bank National Association, member FDIC.
That's the sound of savings during Guarantee RV Supercenter's SOS September Overstock Sale. This is Shannon Nill, your low overhead discount dealer at Guarantee RV Supercenters in Junction City. If you want an RV bargain, listen up. Right now, you could save thousands and get the deal of a lifetime. Guarantee's sending out an SOS. We have 400 delayed factory orders arriving this month, and they must be sold before the season ends. We'll help you find the perfect unit and clear out our overstock lots at the same time. All 400 units must go, and no reasonable offer will be refused. Select from SOS price motorhomes, trailers, fifth wheels, and more. New and used available for every budget. Low-cost bank financing is available on your good credit. You can trade in anything for even lower payments. Units are being detailed and inspected by our service department now, so you're ready to hit the road. Make your fast, fair, and friendly deal today at Guarantee RV in Junction City during our SOS September Overstock Sale. Call for details or visit Guarantee.com/SOS.
You've heard me talk about glutamine and how important it is for your body. It repairs every cell in the human body, giving you overall optimal health. It's odorless, tasteless, and flavorless. Stop by, give it a try. You won't taste a thing. Max Muscle, Franklin Boulevard in Eugene.
So it's our belief here at KPNW that there are certain Thursdays where you are thirsty. That's why we're having a Thirsty Thursday coming up at the Primetime Sports Bar on Mohawk in Springfield. Yes, that's right. It's going to be on the 22nd, and you're invited to come and play with us. We're going to be out there from 4 to 7. We'll have tons of giveaways and prizes every 15 minutes, courtesy of Widmer Brothers Crafts Beer. And we're going to be sampling some of the latest and greatest beers, ales, and lagers that anyone can possibly find. So join us for Thirsty Thursday on the 22nd.
We're like an airborne virus you call friend. Holloway in London and the Wake Up Call.
828 News Radio 1120 KPNW. I got to say this hello and good morning to Sydney, who's off to school. I think this is what, day 4? Day 3? Big kindergarten career. Have a great day. And I love you, and I can't wait to have a group hug with you, Kanga, and the whole crew of stuffies. That's later in the day. That's what's happening later today. Okay, and by the way, I took a picture of the puppy. So if you hear us talking about a puppy, you will get to see the cutest puppy ever. I like this. Every couple of weeks, you're bringing in the puppies. Julie from Lucky Paws. Before we talk about this cute dog, last week's lovable
Coda.
Spaz.
The big guy. Yeah.
So crazy. Adopted or no?
He's not adopted yet.
I can't imagine what the way you sold him.
He's just a big, funny, goofy boy, and he comes on real strong, as you learned.
Yeah.
So that has been under control at home, but every time I take him out, he kind of does that at each new place. But that's the thing to know about him. He's the life of the party wherever you take him. He wants to meet people in their face. But now it's been just over a week is all that I've had him, and I mean it's not like we're doing heavy duty dog training every day or anything, and he's totally settled in. He's right at home. He's a good boy.
So once he gets a little stability and a routine, he kind of
exactly
mellows a bit.
He just needs to have that.
He needs to have guidance.
Know where he is.
Like everybody in life.
Yeah,
He's down to a 7,
stable.
8 as opposed to an 11 or 12.
Exactly. Yeah, but no, he's a funny boy. He did break down the fence, the gate the other day. He's big, but
I think you were selling it until that.
I know. Well, but all he did was want to come to the front door. I mean, I did say last time he doesn't like to be outside alone, so he wants somebody to go out with him every time he makes a potty break or whatever.
So basically, if you want to get like a crate for him, you need to get one of those pods, metal pods.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, he's a good boy. I mean, we're working on house manners and things. He's just a giant puppy.
Yeah.
6-year-old puppy.
Speaking of
puppies.
And by the way, if you go to KPNW.com, click on the live video stream, and you are going to see the most adorable puppy.
Wait a second. Danielle, do we need to do this segment at all and talk about the puppy?
Or you already adopted him?
I can't.
Do we need to go forward?
Do we? Are
Give
you
us a
sure?
heads up.
I can't. He already has a lap.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's loving it over there.
So
No, admit it. You want to take him home.
Of course I do, but I can't.
We just got this litter of little shepherd mix puppies.
Oh.
So I decided I had to run and grab one of those today to bring.
He
Oh my
is
gosh.
so. Is it a he or she?
It's a boy.
He is so cute.
Yeah, we haven't named them yet. I'm not even sure where they came from. Somebody brought them to us, and cute as can be. He's a little scared, but
yeah, he's nice.
I mean, think about the life of these poor puppies. They get ripped away from their mom, and it's like, okay, time to go. We don't want you here anymore.
But he loves Danielle.
He's definitely.
He does.
He's totally settling in now.
He's loving that.
Chick magnet.
So this little guy is like a, brown little shepherd looking guy. One of them was a black and tan, and another one was just like a really deep chocolatey brown color. There's a whole bunch of them. So, if you've been looking for a shepherd, you don't see them at PetSmart very much because they get adopted before they get there. So get a hold of us, put an application in, and these guys will be ready to go in 2 weeks, and then they can hopefully go right into a home.
When somebody comes down and they say, okay, like for instance, this little guy over here, who we'll just call little guy, if somebody comes down there to adopt, what kind of screening or background thing do you do to make sure that this little guy is going to end up in a place that is going to be a successful home for him?
So we kind of have set criteria for certain breeds already. And, a lot of people don't like that because they feel like they're completely excluded, but they're not. But right away, pit bulls, shepherds, any of these strong breeds like this, we prefer homeowners. We do ask for proof that you own your home. But it doesn't mean you can't come in and say, hey, I've been renting this property for 20 years or something. We look for stability. So you can't move around very easily with a shepherd. Rentals don't want you.
Or a pit bull.
Or a pit bull, exactly. We have a giant Mastiff Cane Corso puppy right now. Huge. And, we've had people with apartments want him. No. So nothing personal.
Yeah, it's just that is not going to be a successful place for that dog to live.
We kind of start with that because we get so many applications, especially on shepherds, that we kind of take all of those and set those aside first and then go from there. We have to meet every single person who lives in the home. Children, adults, other dogs.
And what are you looking for or looking at?
Well, if I give out all those hints, no kidding. If somebody brings their kids in and they're running all over the store and don't take any direction, it's an automatic no.
No, I get that.
Because I'm not just saying, it might be a certain situation, but with this kind of a breed, it's not a toy for kids to be yanking their hair and, they might get bitten, and what's going to happen to the dog? So it's not going to happen when it's a tiny puppy, but later.
When it gets older.
When it gets older, it might.
It's got to be so tough for you, though, to when you're looking at prospects.
Right.
They might have the best personality and be total dog people, but maybe financially not be set, or their living structure is not where it needs to be.
And so then we look for a dog that fits in with that. So that's more of what we do than anything. We might say.
So you place a dog with them?
Well, no, it depends on the situation. But, if they can't feed a 90-pound dog, maybe they can feed a 10-pound dog, something like that. So we look at all of those different things. And, a lot of people do get frustrated and they come in and, well, I'm looking for a free dog. I don't have the money to pay the fee, but I have the money for all of this. Well, for us, it's already a red flag. And it has nothing to do with the person personally. It's just been our experience. The majority, what happens if they get hurt, if they get stepped on, if they break a leg, that's $3,000. So
wow. $3,000 to set a leg?
$3,000 to fix a broken leg. And that's a little break. It's not anything major, surgeries or.
It doesn't cost that much to have a human's leg set.
Right? I don't think so.
What?
I know. What? I don't know. But you know what? That brings me.
We got totally in the wrong biz, my friend.
I think you're right.
That brings me to a good segue to what we are doing now to try to help with that. So we have our vaccine clinic that happens now on Saturdays. So that'll be at Cascade again. Low-cost vaccines. It's short window, 1 to 3. Every Saturday.
How much do they pack up In other words,
well,
if you want
so the first 2 times, because we heavily advertised it, there was a big line. I would say if you didn't get in, because some people said they got turned away, they got there too late, go now, because, you know, everybody gets there, they get what's needed for the year or whatever, and it starts to slow down. So, but be there at 1 o'clock, because if they don't have a line of people,
or a little before, maybe.
right? Because if they don't have a line, you know, they're paying these vets, and they're doing this for us on their dime.
Yeah.
And they will shut the doors if they don't have people there. So get there. Yeah.
What about, I mean, what is there out there for folks that are low income and, you know, I mean, through no fault of their own, maybe they lost a job during the recession, whatever. Are there any low cost services that are available if, you know, puppy decides that it's going to swallow a sock and can't pass it? I mean,
boy, you know, that's something. I actually had somebody ask me that yesterday, because
about the sock?
Their dog, no, their Rottweiler is limping, and they asked me about low cost vets. So Community Vet is out there, and I need to learn more about them, because I know they keep changing, but it used to be for the homeless, but I think it's for low income. You know, you have to go in there and prove. It's not for anybody to walk in and just take those services, but they do provide care. And you'd have to go on their website and look at when they're open. It used to be once a month, and I know they have a new location, so definitely somebody to check out. But it's called Community Vet. It used to be called Pro Bono, I think.
Yeah.
So that's who they are.
So kind of like Volunteers in Medicine, but for the dogs.
Yeah, and they used to just have a trailer, and now they actually have a location. So I haven't been there yet, but I know the problem. We've had people come to us and ask for a ride. So, you know, if you need a ride to get out there, because it used to be out off River Road area, I think, or somewhere out that way, out 99. But, you know, how do they get there? How does a homeless person get their dog out there has been an issue, and we've taken people out. So, yeah, they're available. We just started fundraisers, and I mean just started, so you'll start seeing it. But we're selling T-shirts, and the proceeds from the T-shirts go to a fund that is an emergency fund for people. Because the absolute worst thing, and this just happened to one of our own volunteers recently, their dog was attacked, and to save its life was going to cost thousands of dollars. And, you know, if you're not prepared for that, what do you do? And so we just started a fund. It's going to be an ongoing thing. The money is strictly to help pay emergency vet fees, because what do you do? You know, and they want the money now. There's no making payments.
Yeah, right.
There's no, if you don't have a credit card, if you can't get care credit, what do? You have to euthanize your pet. That's the reality that people in this community face. So, and I will say, at least if you have a car and can get there, if you can go to OSU, they only make you pay half up front, which is at least a little easier. But in an emergency
That's
situation,
good to know, though.
yeah, OSU is a great resource if you have an animal with needing special care or anything.
And maybe next time you're up there, as I'm thinking about that, maybe drive around, figure out where it is, so that
Right.
you're going right there and
Yeah.
not having to find it.
Yeah, their vets up there are amazing, and we have to go there.
That's a good reminder.
Special things, but anyway, and then these little puppies are, you know, how we keep everything going. And
how much
pay for
to
things,
adopt
so.
this little sweetheart?
Puppies are $350. They're $350
Daniel,
adoption
it's
fee.
doable. You can.
But let me tell you, though, this puppy comes with 2 free vet exams.
What?
One at Cascade and one at PetSmart at Banfield.
Do a whole tour.
Right. He comes with all the shots that are going to be for his age. So he's pretty young.
Nice, so
but,
cute.
you know, they're dewormed. I mean, the whole time that we have them, if he had a mole that had to be removed, it would be done. So not every single dog's going to need all of that, obviously. But our big guy last week, he's got a big old thing on his foot. that we're going to have checked out and removed to make sure it's not a tumor. So,
And just a reminder, as cute as they are, they are hard work.
They are a lot of work.
You got to give them
potty
some walks
training and
a little discipline.
exercise and walks and
payoffs are great, but you got to put some effort in there.
But yeah, definitely go on our Facebook page and keep an eye out. I'm going to go share the T-shirts and. Like I said, the proceeds are strictly for this fund. So we're probably going to start using the money from the vaccine clinic as well as part of that fund. And the whole purpose is because we've had people go into Cascade before that can't pay their bills, and they've asked us to help. Cascade does. So, and the emergency vet has asked before. Gosh, just as an idea, a border collie came in that had eaten something that was stuck in it, eaten a ball or something. And it was $1,500 to do the surgery, and the people said, I can't pay that. And they said, well, you can't let the dog suffer, so your only alternative is euthanasia.
Who said that? The vet?
At the time, I believe that's what was given as an alternative. This was a few years ago. But so they actually called us, and I said, I'll take the dog. But I told the people, we talked to them, and I said, look, before you just put your dog down, give it a chance to pass it. And sure enough, the next day it did. But
wow,
when you're faced with that situation,
I had that same thing happen with a tennis ball once.
I mean, come on, let it try at least.
Yeah.
But I mean, they were
horrible.
just worried that the dog was going to suffer, and they'd only had the dog for a few days. So in their mind, the alternative was put it out of its misery.
Right.
But we get calls like that all the time.
Facebook page.
Facebook/Lucky Paws site. And look for those T-shirts. We'll go share them on there. $20. You can pick, it's like blue or kind of a grayish color, and it says, I love my dog or I love my cat.
Very cool. All right. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you, cute puppy. Let's go find in 2 weeks a really great home for all these puppies out there. 844.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Helping to pull stocks lower this morning is oil. The International Energy Agency changed its view on the global oil surplus, saying it will last longer than previously thought. The group thinks consumption growth will continue to slow in China and India, with record output from OPEC's Gulf members. September could be one of the biggest months for companies to go public this year. So far, 7 companies are expected to price initial share sales this month to raise as much as $1.7 billion. Ford intends to sell driverless cars by about 2025. CEO Mark Field says his goal now is to bring costs down enough to make autonomous vehicles affordable. He said the plan is to start with robot taxis for ride-hailing services by 2021. Olive Garden's unlimited pasta pass will be available this Thursday for a third straight year. The deal lets customers pay $100 and eat as much Olive Garden pasta as they want for 7 weeks. Last year, the passes sold out in seconds, and the company is selling 21,000 passes this year. Courtney Donahoe, Bloomberg Radio.
Everything you've achieved in life has been all you, right? Your work, your saving, your time, your planning. So there's no reason protecting your identity shouldn't be all you too, right? Wrong. It'd be hard to know where to start, how to find the time, and frankly, how to do it. Which is why there's LifeLock. We use technology to alert you to a wide range of threats to your identity beyond what you can see by simply monitoring your credit. And if you have a problem, one of our US-based specialists will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you spare yourself the time, runaround, and frustration of doing it on your own. Join starting at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Now you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code NEWS. LifeLock.
Tired of long wait times and high prices at your local boat repair shop? The Boat Dock LLC Marine Repair in Springfield has the fastest turnover. With state-of-the-art test equipment and on-site test tank, the jobs are done right the first time. From simple tune-ups and water pumps to complete repowers on all types of marine power boats, the Boat Dock LLC is the shop to visit at 1252 30th Street in Springfield. A Better Business Bureau accredited business. Visit their website at eugeneboatrepair.com. That's eugeneboatrepair.com.
When Dad needed help getting around, I became his driver. Soon enough, it was up to me to be his housekeeper and financial manager, too. When he moved in, I became his cook and even his nurse. But no matter what roles I play, I know I'm still his daughter.
We understand the roles you play. So to help, we created aarp.org/caregiving, where you can connect with experts and other caregivers. Visit aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
KPNW weather brought to you by Ramjack West. Do you have foundation problems? Ramjack can fix that. Get your free quote at ramjackwest.com.
Good morning to you and yours. If you're headed out the door in the next few minutes or you're already out and about, temps right now are on the chilly side in the upper 30s to low 40s out there. Light winds out of the northeast at 5 to 15 under mostly clear skies. Now we've got a pocket of high pressure over the Pacific Northwest that'll make the temps climb this afternoon. We'll be reaching the upper 70s to a few mid 80s out there, around 84 here in town. Thanks to a surface thermal low out over the water, we'll also see strong winds out of the northeast at 15 to 20, gusts up to 30, and these will be dry winds. I wouldn't be surprised if we wind up with another red flag warning later this afternoon. Now, we are tracking the first real storm system headed this way. Looks like it'll move in late Saturday night into Sunday, bringing a chance at rain Sunday morning, but the computers can't agree on where that system's headed. At this point, we'll go 20%, and we may up those numbers over the next few days. I'm Chief Meteorologist Chris Nation, NBC 16 Weather Center, hoping you have a fantastic day.
So I'm thinking, if you adopt a puppy, you might need to have your carpet cleaned. Just saying. Not that we would know personally, although it has happened to the studio on a number of occasions. Mostly puppies, a couple of guests. So here's what I'm thinking. If you got a puppy and you've got the stains that accompany puppies on your carpet, you need to give Zero Res a call. Right now, during September, they've got, it was the same deal that they had last month, but it was extended because people liked it. Give them a call, book 3 rooms, and all services are 15% off. Book 5 rooms, it's 20% off. Here's the difference between Zero Res and the other guys. The other guys are using chemicals and shampoos and weirdness on your carpet. And when that stuff dries, it doesn't all go away. With Zero Res, they use what they call empowered water. It's water. They go through an electrolysis process, or the water does, and it changes the pH. It goes from basically being inert to towards an alkali. And it lifts carpets, or lifts stains right out of the carpet. And then once it's removed from the electrolysis process, it slowly goes back to being water again. So all that's evaporating from your carpet is nothing but water. And a reminder, if you've got a carpet and you say, well, my carpet is guaranteed, check your guarantee, because generally they require that you have your carpet professionally cleaned at least once a year. Otherwise, it's void. So call Zero Res today. Get the deal. Say, Bill and KPNW said to call you. I want the 3 rooms for 15% off, or the 5 rooms for 20% off. Give them a call, 541-9880. That's 541-988-ZERO for Zero Res today.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing technical difficulties. Please stand by.
The Wake Up Call on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
8:50, 10 away from 9 o'clock. Big game tonight with the Eugene Emeralds. Trying to secure their first Northwest League championship in decades. Got the GM, Alan Benavides, joining us on the Celebrity Hotline. Alan, are you superstitious?
Am I superstitious?
Yeah.
God, yes, very much.
What are you doing differently today that you wouldn't have done, say, 4 days ago?
Well, I get to change my pants for once. We don't wear the same pants. The whole staff's wearing the same clothes since we won the first playoff game. And, it's kind of a good deal. I have these awesome PBR pants I've been wearing since our last Thursday game, and they're awesome. But I was kind of nervous about had we won, any pictures we would have taken. I'd been stuck in these, Argyle PBR pants forever. So I hope I don't have to wear those tonight.
So you don't have to wear them tonight?
No. We lost yesterday, so we got to use them.
Okay, so you're starting anew.
Yeah, we're here fresh. We're here fresh. So.
Game 2, of course.
No,
down.
well, game 3. Game 3.
No, but you guys force. I'm almost thinking with this team, as special as they are, It's almost like it wasn't a challenge last night, and so let's do it for all the marbles. A game 3 to end it all.
Let's bring everybody back, right? I mean, yeah, this team's just been crazy and fun to watch all season. We split the first 2, and here we go, game 3. It's all on the line, one game. We're going to throw our best pitcher on the mound in Manuel Rondon. He's the Northwest League Pitcher of the Year. And we're hoping to fill the ballpark. We got to get people there. It matters. It makes a difference. The managers love it. The coaches love it. The players love it when there's a big crowd. So
I want to ask you about that because Everett only had 875 the other night when we went up there for game 1, and then they come down here for darn close to 4,000 people. Talk about what a difference it does make to have that home crowd.
We were there in Everett, and we were 40 of those 800 and something, whatever it was, and we were loud, and we made a big difference, But I'll tell you what, the difference last night was one of the first things the managers told me last night when I walked in the locker room after the game. They were like, man, that crowd tonight, we'll get it tomorrow. Bring them back. It makes a difference. They were floored at how many people showed up, and they've shown up for every playoff game. So, I mean, it's obvious that the fans want it. The community wants it. It's been 40 years, Rob. I was 2 years old when we did it last.
That's crazy.
We got to do it.
Was that a big memory for you? I mean, a fond memory that when you were 2 and they won?
When I was 2, I was in L.A. I was in East L.A., and I was really excited that you guys won. But it's been that long, man. It's been that long. It's crazy. The team in an 8-team league, it's been that long. But, all things must come to an end, and this drought needs to come to an end, my friend.
It's funny that you said that because I'm thinking there's got to be a feeling as magical as this whole ride of a season has been. There's got to be a little part of you that doesn't want, you want all your coaches to stay intact. You want all the players to be here like forever. I mean, it's been an incredible year. What? Don't give me a cliche answer, but what is special? What makes this team special?
It really starts with the manager. Look, the guys are all awesome. They're all young. They're all super excited to be in pro ball. But the manager and the coaching staff, I've been in baseball 12 years, and hands down, man, honestly, these guys are all Ty Wright, B-Law, Jesus, a lot of fun, all about family. They all brought their families to Eugene this summer, so it was romper room in the locker room. Everybody's got young families. We all went out on off days. We all hung out like a family. Never done that before. Honestly, we've never done that. We took wine tours. We went to the Oregon game. These guys they're just great dudes. And I'm really going to be bummed to see them go. I hope they come back next year. I really do. They're my friends. They'll be friends forever from here on out. I've never met any of these guys prior to the season. And I love them. I am bummed to see them go. I'm sad to see the season end, but hopefully we leave on a high note and get a W tonight.
Well, that's one of my questions. How many of these coaches are going to be coming back?
We don't know. We'll find out around Thanksgiving. I'd imagine that we would probably get Ty Wright and B-Law and hopefully Jesus back.
Hopefully for us.
What's that?
Hopefully for us. I mean, for his career, could you see him doing something in the bigs?
Jesus played pro ball, and that makes a big difference it almost has to be a requirement to get to the big leagues. I can see him being out in first, third, bench coach, maybe a manager. Those jobs are hard to get. There's only 30 of them. But the club loves him. We haven't made a big announcement about this, but, he was the Northwest League Manager of the Year, and he also just got the coaching job in the Puerto Rican Winter League. And that is a really big deal. He just got that. He was actually supposed to play. This was supposed to be his last year playing in the Puerto Rican League. He was on pace to get the all-time hits champion, batting champion.
You're talking about Jesus, our manager.
Our manager. He still plays ball, which is why he's got this incredible camaraderie with the players. Like, there's an immediate connection that our manager has with our players because he still plays ball. He gets it. Like, he can talk to them in ways that a lot of guys and a lot of managers are, a bit older and whatnot. But he connects to them on a real easy level. But yeah, he still plays, but he just hung it up. He just got the job in the Puerto Rican Winter League.
Wow.
He's coaching for one of the big teams. They actually wanted him to play and coach, but after thinking about it for a few weeks, or it only took about a couple weeks, he decided just to coach.
We're running out of
hung it
time.
up.
Alan, we're running out of time. I'd love to talk about him some more, but hopefully we'll talk with him maybe tomorrow. 7:05 tonight. We got our final 4-pack of the morning show.
Yep.
If you call us right now, Al, we'll let you go because we know you got stuff to do, but 541-485-KPNW, 888-KPNW, 888. If you want to go tonight, we'll take caller number 3. You got a 4-pack, all right? But you got to go. If you don't use these tickets, we're going to come and kick you in the shin. Al, good luck. Go Emeralds tonight, 7:05 at PK. Hopefully we got good things to talk about tomorrow on the morning wake-up call.
It's Spa-tember at Three Rivers Casino. And we've got all the hot and bubbly giveaways you are dreaming of. That's right, we are giving away 11 DuraSport Cypress Spas valued at $2,249. Earn entry September 1st through the 30th in Florence and Coos Bay. Drawings will be held in Florence September 18th and 25th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. and September 30th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Visit threeriverscasino.com for details. Then, attention all music lovers, Ziggy Stardust will be playing his guitar once again at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. That's right, this September 16th and 17th, we will host the phenomenal tribute performance Space Oddity, featuring David Brighton as David Bowie. Tickets start at just $14.99. Reserve your seats now by visiting threeriverscasino.com and experience the genius of David Bowie once again. Relax in luxury and relive the best of Bowie at Three Rivers Casino Resort, because things are luckier here.
Viagra. There, I've said it. If you're a male, chances are you might benefit from this medication. It's time for a conversation about all the benefits of Viagra, not just giggle. Viagra is expensive. River Road Health Mart Pharmacy can make it affordable for you. A generic alternative medication for Viagra is now available. The same active ingredient in Viagra and generic 20 milligram tablets for less than $3 each. River Road Health Mart Pharmacy even delivers to your home or office. Find them online at pharmacyeugene.com.
At Denture Masters, I had 28 crowns in 2 days and came out with a different smile. I was subconsciously hiding my smile, and now it's just natural for me to smile. I was expecting that I would just have denture, Dr. Ridley, and he said, no, you don't. You need 28 crowns. We can do that here. We have the system to do it. So I walked out just totally transformed.
We do it all right here.
Fox
That's
News,
the Denture Masters
fair and
difference.
balanced. We report, you decide. On News Radio 1120 KPNW Eugene Springfield.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The same computer specialist who pleaded the fifth at a House hearing on Hillary Clinton's emails last year is a no-show for the latest hearing today. Fox Radio's Jared Halpern, live on the Hill.
4 IT aides were cold to this hearing, 2 quickly dismissed after invoking Fifth Amendment privileges. Another, Brian Pagliano, a former State Department employee, did not show up at all, ignoring a subpoena from House Oversight Committee Chairman Jason Chaffetz.
Thumbs his nose at the United States Congress, waste this committee's time, U.S. Marshals having to serve subpoenas, and for him not to show. That is just not acceptable.
Pagliano has refused to testify for Congress before. The committee is hearing answers from a former aide to President Bill Clinton who helped set up the server for the former president's office. Lisa.
Thanks, Jared. Donald Trump's running mate Mike Pence calling for an apology and full retraction of Hillary Clinton's basket of deplorables comment.
The remarks were deeply insulting to sincere people all across this country who know we can do better, who know we can be stronger.
Clinton has said she regrets saying half of Trump's supporters were things like racist and Islamophobic. She's still battling pneumonia while her running mate, her husband, and President Obama all hit the campaign trail. Trump rallies in Iowa, then gives a Pennsylvania speech on making child care more affordable. The U.S. Supreme Court has just refused to restore a week of early voting in Ohio as a larger fight continues over what's known as Golden Week, when people can register and early vote at the same time. The state's attorneys say eliminating those days helped ease the burden on local elections officials. Critics say the change disproportionately burdens Democrat-leaning and black voters. The Supreme Court refusing to delay the rollback while the appeal continues. Big sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow's down 236, dragged down down in part by a 3% plunge in oil prices. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
A home burglary happens every 13 seconds. Ring Video Doorbell has been proven to stop burglaries before they happen by allowing you to see and speak to anyone at your door using your smartphone from anywhere. And now you can build a ring of security around your entire home, adding Ring's wireless weatherproof stick-up cam. With Ring, you'll know anytime anyone steps onto your property. For a limited time, listeners to this station get up to $150 off the Ring of Security Kit. Go to ring.com/news10. That's ring.com/news10.
From the Fox Sports Studios in Los Angeles, here's Deb Carson.
NFL Week 1 wrapped up with 2 Monday Night Football games. The Steelers handled the Redskins 38-16. Quarterback Ben Roethlisberger threw for 300 yards, 3 touchdowns, 2 of those to star receiver Antonio Brown, while the 49ers shut out the Rams 28-zip. San Francisco running back Carlos Hyde had 2 rushing touchdowns. Injury updates from around the league. Browns quarterback Robert Griffin III has been placed on injured reserve after suffering a fractured coracoid bone in his left shoulder in Sunday's loss to the Eagles. Chargers receiver Keenan Allen's done for the season after tearing the ACL in his right knee in Sunday's loss to the Chiefs. Saints cornerback Delvin Breaux will miss 6 weeks because of a fractured fibula, while Seahawks coach Pete Carroll expects quarterback Russell Wilson to practice Wednesday despite suffering a sprained ankle in Sunday's win over Miami. Jaguars running back Chris Ivory remains hospitalized with an undisclosed general medical issue.
Every election year, you hear lots of promises and few guarantees. Lars Larson here to tell you about one guarantee you have right here in Eugene and Lane County. Jeremy Parmenter will sell your home. That's right. Jeremy guarantees to sell your home at a price and a deadline you agree to, or he'll buy it. And Jeremy will sell your home fast. Darbin and Ruby wanted to sell their home and move out of the country. They didn't need the extra stress that comes with selling their home, so they called Jeremy Parmenter. He sold their home in less than 30 days, right on schedule, and got them $10,000 more than any house in that neighborhood. Why would you think of working with any other agent in Eugene or Lane County? And there's no risk. If you want out of the contract, you're out. Call the only agent I recommend in Eugene. Call Jeremy Parmenter at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. Online, OregonRealEstateAdvisors.com. That's OregonRealEstateAdvisors.com.
Is your heating and cooling system way too old? Contact Pacific Air Comfort, your local Carrier factory authorized dealer, to replace your old heating and cooling system. Turn to the experts for your home or business, and their professional staff will offer you a good, better, and best solution which addresses your wants and needs. They use quality Carrier products and installation, making you Pacific Air comfortable. Pacific Air Comfort. Quality system design, quality Carrier equipment, quality installation, and outstanding 24/7 service and repairs. Visit PacificAirComfort.com. That's PacificAirComfort.com. Or call 541-342-5300. That's 541-342-5300 to receive Pacific Air Comfort's award-winning service today.
It's 9:06 and time for Rush. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Say, have you noticed how seemingly eager the drive-bys are to report that Mrs. Clinton has pneumonia? They're not troubled by that at all. In fact, they're reporting that she got pneumonia with almost a sigh of relief. Now, there's two things going on. It looks like she's got much more than pneumonia, and everybody thinks that. So pneumonia is kind of, it's only pneumonia. It isn't that bad. The second thing, it allows them to continue to not report Hillary's deplorable comments, which Trump and Pence are trying to keep in the news cycle. Greetings, my friends, and welcome. It's great to have you here. Rush Limbaugh behind the golden EIB microphone. The telephone number is 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the program. The email address, lrushmo@eibnet.com. I gave Mr. Snerdley a very quick tutorial on just one app that's receiving a major upgrade today when Apple drops iOS 10. Should be in about an hour if they hold true to the normal schedule that they use. The tutorial I gave him was in the Messages app. It's indescribable. I also did a tutorial, actually did a video conferencing tutorial with other staffers this morning, which took me about 20 minutes demoing it on my iPad. I'm telling you, folks, it's a phenomenal, phenomenal upgrade. The Photos app has a new feature called Memories, and it'll go through your photo library and choose. And all this is happening on your phone. It does not happen in the cloud. It's not a violation of your privacy. The feature goes through all of your photos and selects them by date, by location, by people. The facial recognition software in the Photos app will blow your mind. And it creates slideshow videos automatically, finds music, creates them in 30-second, 90-second lengths. You can pick. You can change the music. You can make it longer. You can create your own slideshows, but it does it automatically, and you can mail them, message them to people. It's just incredible. Now, I'm not going to spend much time on this today because there are other things, but I just wanted to, since I'm advocating that you do this, I need to remind you of one thing. If you upgrade to iOS 10 today or whenever you do it, do not panic when it seems like your battery life has gone to hell. Whenever you install a brand new operating system on your iPhone or iPad, it begins a whole new process of indexing data, all of your photos, the Spotlight search feature. Plus, you use the phone more when there's a new operating system. You're curious. So it has to kind of bake in. So your battery life will appear to be really hit the first time you use the phone or iPad after you install it. But then the next charge after your initial usage, you're going to get better battery life on iOS 10 than you got on iOS 9. It's really phenomenal. Now, before we get to the latest and greatest on the mystery illness that is handicapping Mrs. Clinton, I want to share with you this headline. This is from BuzzFeed today, because I know a lot of you are getting excited. And I know that it may be making you uncomfortable to get excited because the Democrat candidate appears to be less than 100%. And I know that a lot of people, because I've spoken to them, are feeling a little bit of a renewed hopefulness here, because it's abundantly clear that Mrs. Clinton is not well. And then we've got the stories being whispered about Cokie Roberts and a number of others about secret meetings to make contingency plans in case she can't go, in case she has to drop out. And then, of course, Bill Clinton came along and tried to help and made it even worse. On Charlie Rose's show, this is phenomenal. I've always wondered, in the back of my mind, folks, I have really wondered if there isn't a small part of Bill Clinton that does not want her to become president for a host of psychological reasons. And this kind of mistake, this happens to her all the time. She's constantly falling on her face. She falls down. She has these fainting spells. And she gets dehydrated all the time. And you know what? She won't drink any water. You want to get in trouble working for Hillary, you ask her to drink some water. She will bite your head off. She doesn't drink water. You know why? Because of what fish do in it. And then she doesn't want to touch it. And I'm telling you, you talk to anybody on her staff, and the worst thing you can do is suggest she drinks. So even after she falls on her face, fainting stuff, which I mean, it happens all the time. It isn't any big deal. That made it worse out there, and he's trying to help, or is he? But look at this. While there's this renewed hopefulness, and it's guarded, I must admit, Republicans privately panic at terrifying prospect of Trump win. While all of this is going on the Democrat side, the Republican establishment and basically it's the consultants class, which is contained in the political class, they're getting worried that Trump might actually now win. No way, Jose, little immigration lingo there. No way they want this to happen. The Clinton campaign's wobbly performance over the past 72 hours has set off a rash of behind-the-scenes hand-wringing among professional Republicans as they confront an unnerving new possibility. What if Trump actually wins? An unnerving new possibility. BuzzFeed, again, the source, tells us the Republican establishment class and the consultants, the elites, have never thought Trump was going to win no matter what happens. And now that Hillary has come down with pneumonia, by the way, that pronunciation is from the Beverly Hillbillies, from way, way back in the 1960s. I had people sending me email, what, can't you say pneumonia? Yes, I can. It's pneumonia, just like they call their swimming pool a cement pond. Do you remember watching? The Beverly Hillbillies was classic. It was absolutely classic. Pneumonia. Anyway, so now, give some pull quotes from this. For months, the prevailing wisdom within GOP political circles has been that Donald Trump stands little chance to win in November, and a large number of the party's consultants, fundraisers, and operatives privately preferred it that way. Though many of them are reluctant to say so in public, they argue that a Trump presidency would fracture their party, decimate the conservative movement, and wreak havoc on the global economy, not to mention their own industry. So the consultant class is panicked over a Trump win. And you know who these people are? They are the people who haven't gotten one thing correct this entire election. Everything they wanted, everything they thought would happen, everything they invested in, bombed out. And as you will hear in mere moments, it's all my fault, by the way. Jeb Bush is not the nominee because of me. So stated at an immigration forum at George Washington University Law Center. That's coming up. Another pull quote. It's terrifying, said one GOP consultant who, like others, spoke to BuzzFeed on condition of man. And of course they don't want anybody to know who they are. Yeah, we can't have people put their names to this. Why, there might be people who want to be mean to them out there. It's terrifying, said one GOP consultant. Trump's not qualified. It's a massive problem. I'm not a fan of Hillary Clinton, but at least I feel like some of those jobs that are required for president, she can do them. Holy! This goes to exactly what we were talking about last week, this whole idea, how in the world anybody on our side can do anything that would facilitate Hillary Clinton being elected. That's the end of the Republican Party, as it's known today. That's the end of everything that's the end of the country as they know it, for at least a generation, because of the Supreme Court alone. Another pull quote. I've heard a lot of conservatives voicing frustration like, how freaking hard is this, Hillary? The only reason I'm panicking these days, I'm losing faith in Hillary's ability to win with this easy-ass elections. This is a Republican, I think, blogger who doesn't like Trump and thinks that somebody half dead could beat him and frustrated that Hillary is botching it. And here's another full quote. Another strategist in a similar situation said he recently found himself engaging in a wishful Google search. How late can you replace a major party nominee? I think Joe Biden to be a slam dunk, right? He mused in a tone that sounded almost affectionate. Meaning, these are Republicans worried that Hillary's going to bomb out because of her illness. Who can Republicans help the Democrats find who can win? That's what this pull quote means. Still time to get Biden, right? Biden could beat him. Wouldn't that be an amazing track for Biden's career, saving the free world by stopping Donald Trump? That is a Republican consultant. And they wonder why Republican base voters and a whole lot of other people just don't believe in them anymore. So the headline is Republicans privately panic at terrifying prospect of Trump win. There's nothing new in here, and they're not privately panicking. Since they're talking to BuzzFeed, they're publicly panicking. They're just not putting their names to it. Look, there's a lot more in this piece. It prints out to almost 3 pages. But that's enough for the flavor of it. Now, to the audio sound bites quickly. Yesterday at the George Washington University Law Center, during the Migration Policy Institute's annual conference. You ever heard of that? Well, you've heard of George Washington University Law Center. Yeah, I never heard of the MPI, the Migration Policy Institute. Not immigration, the migration. And it's their annual conference. They held a panel discussion about immigration and the Republican Party, and during the discussion, immigrant advocacy group America's Voice founder Frank Shari spoke and said this.
There is a tenacious, highly aggressive, very mobilized anti-immigrant wing, a nativist wing of the Republican Party. There's certain groups that we all know, but there's also the conservative infotainment folks, the talk radio folks, the Rush Limbaughs, that are really using this issue to both increase ratings and anger their listeners, and that's a very formidable force. And in the past 3 rounds of immigration reform that I've been a part of, each time, the populist right has outdueled the pro-immigrant reformist Republican right. And that is going to have to change.
Okay, so again, here we are, folks, you and me. We are reactionaries. These Republicans have signed up with the Democrats, and they want amnesty, and they're calling it immigration reform. And they're agreeing with Democrats on this. And I don't know how this, I'm starting my 29th year now. And I guess it isn't going to be possible. These people persist in this really stupid notion and presumption that what I do here is dishonest. That what I do here is calculated to achieve rating success. I guess they just can't come to grips with the fact that the program is number one and popular because I'm who I am. I don't calculate anything here. I never, ever ask, oh my gosh, what does the audience want to hear? I better do that. I never do that. I never have done it. I've never stuck my finger in the wind to try to figure out which way the wind is blowing, the direction it's coming from, and getting in the way of it or going along with it. I've never done that. I just show up every day, tell you what I think. This is all rooted in principle. It's rooted not in racism. It's not rooted in color. It's rooted in culture. It's rooted in values. There isn't any assimilation taking place with this mass illegal immigration. That's a stark difference from the old days. Immigrants used to assimilate. They wanted to become Americans. They're not today. It's not necessary. We're becoming a balkanized society. We're splitting into groups, each group tendency to tend toward victimology and becoming dependent on the state, and thus Democrat voters. The idea here that we're using this issue to increase ratings and anger, is that what they really think happens here? I would maintain that, yeah, some of you people are angry, but not at me. These 3 hours of the day are the 3 hours of the day when life seems normal in this country. And I would maintain that most of the people listening to this program are happy and of good cheer during the 3 hours this program is on. But to sit here once again, 28 years, to have these people say, it's just, Limbaugh, he's just trying to tick people off, he's just trying to build up ratings, and we sort of find some way around that. They just, I don't even think they believe it. I think it's just what they say. I think that's what they say. I think they know the truth, and that's what scares them. I mean, if I were simply calculating and doing all of this to up my ratings, don't you think these people can come and make me a hell of an offer to join them? I mean, if that's all this was about, if that's really all I was doing was calculating and trying to build audience, these are very powerful people. They can come and offer me who knows what to get them to join me. They don't. Well, they've tried to eliminate it. It's another thing. But they don't do. Why do they not do that? Why do they not call me? Why do they not approach me and say, hey, you know what? We've got, you join us. The world will be your oyster. They don't even try because they know that my position on this is principled. It isn't calculated. It's not the result of any kind of calculation that's designed to improve ratings or anger you. It is a couple more sound bites to go on this, but I got to get out of here for just a second.
On the mainstream media spin. Rush on the EIB network.
Say, folks, the first week of the NFL season is officially in the books. Did you get in on the fun over at FanDuel? FanDuel is fantasy football for everyday fans. New contests are starting every week. All you do is pick a contest, choose your team, and watch your score in real time. There's even more variety this year. You can try beginner contests for new players only, or settle a score with a friend in a head-to-head contest. There are choices for every budget. We love FanDuel. Enjoy all that fantasy football has to offer. Try FanDuel now. New users who deposit will get 5 free entries to NFL 50-50 beginner contests valued at up to $50. You'll get 1 free entry a week for 5 weeks. Value of free entries varies based on deposited amount of money. So go to FanDuel.com, click the Join Now button, and use my promo code. That's RUSH. That's FanDuel.com, promo code RUSH. Void where prohibited.
Hi, this is Ron Paul, former Republican presidential candidate. What are your thoughts about the upcoming election and the subsequent future of America? If you're like me, you are deeply concerned. Will our economic problems get worse? Will we see even greater disasters? Shouldn't we prepare for tougher times? I'm going to tell you about a great way to do that. A U.S. company named Harvest Right has invented an amazing kitchen appliance. It's a home freeze dryer. With this freeze dryer, you can easily preserve the foods you love to eat, and they will stay fresh for 25 years. I own this wonderful product. With it, I can freeze dry fruits, vegetables, meats, and even my favorites like lasagna and ice cream. The best part is my family has a long-term supply of food that we actually want to eat. To learn more, call Harvest Right at 800-763-5999 or go to harvestright.com. That's 800-763-5999 or harvestright.com.
So it's our belief here at KPNW that there are certain Thursdays where you are thirsty. That's why we're having a Thirsty Thursday coming up at the Primetime Sports Bar on Mohawk and Springfield. Yes, that's right. It's going to be on the 22nd, and you're invited to come and play with us. We're going to be out there from 4 to 7. We'll have tons of giveaways and prizes every 15 minutes, courtesy of Widmer Brothers Crafts Beer. And we're going to be sampling some of the latest and greatest beers, ales, and lagers that anyone can possibly find. So join us for Thirsty Thursday on the 22nd.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, co-host of Real Estate Today. Kurt Large and Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company if I need to understand a roofing system, how to maintain the roof, should it be replaced, and if it is to be replaced, what should be done. He is absolutely the expert's expert. Evergreen Roofing is my go-to company.
To find out more about Evergreen Roofing, just go to their website, evergreenroofing.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
When did American men get so soft?
Today's average red-blooded American man has less testosterone than his father, and his father has less testosterone than his father. Before we turn into a country of powder puffs, Force Factor is launching the Man Up America event. We want to send every man in America a complimentary bottle of the breakout supplement taking GNC by storm. Test X180 Ignite, loaded with free testosterone-boosting manliness. Get your complimentary bottle by texting MAN to 321-321. Test X180 Ignite raises levels of free testosterone in your body to help build lean muscle during workouts. Plus, it helps incinerate fat, fuel explosive sexual desire, and improve performance. Now you can continue to feel like the real men that made this country great. Do yourself a favor. Do America a favor. Text MAN to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle. That's a complimentary bottle by texting MAN to 321-321.
Depend on us for Rush Now and Glenn Beck this afternoon at 3 here on 1120 KPNW.
I just got a bunch of emails commenting on the size of my show opening cigar. It is a big one. It's actually called a Lewinsky, Triple Robusto. Folks. Okay, back to the audio sound bites. This again from the George Washington University Law Center during the Migration Policy Institute's annual conference. Panel discussion about immigration and the Republican Party. And yesterday, Latino Partnership for Conservative Principles President Alfonso Aguilar spoke and had this to say.
Look, I'm a conservative. A lot of my conservative colleagues are saying, what are you doing? You're not going to support Mr. Trump? What is the alternative? Well, how can I support Mr. Trump, right? At the end, it's a question of issues and principles. On the Republican side, there are many who perhaps believe in immigration, but have remained silent, afraid of angering Rush Limbaugh instead of being courageous.
These are Republicans, folks. Did you... one more time. Now that you know what this is, it's Alfonso Aguilar, who is the Latino Partnership for Conservative Principles president, and this is at a migration conference at George Washington University Law Center.
Look, I'm a conservative. A lot of my conservative colleagues are saying, what are you doing? You're not going to support Mr. Trump? What is the alternative? Well, how can I support Mr. Trump, right? At the end, it's a question of issues and principles. On the Republican side, there are many who perhaps believe in immigration, but have remained silent, afraid of angering Rush Limbaugh instead of being courageous.
They're afraid of angering. How old is this? So no matter how you slice it, it's my fault. I am not principled. I'm calculating. I'm trying to get ratings while making you mad. By the way, how does that work? I'm trying to anger you and get my ratings up. And now I am intimidating other Republicans who would publicly support amnesty, except they're afraid of what I will say about them once I learn that they are for it. Well, immigration, I know, immigration amnesty didn't specify. Look, gotta go. Back in a sec here.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Jeremy Malouten is charged with the death of Cheryl Hart. She disappeared last month. Eugene Police Detective Jed McGuire says her remains were found over the weekend by family members who were searching.
It was in Klamath County, and it was an area that was very remote. That was very difficult to get to.
Hart was last seen on August 5th in Eugene with Malouten, who was her boyfriend. He was taken into custody for driving a stolen car and a parole violation. Police say he was in Eugene that morning and Klamath Falls at noon, then back in Eugene by the evening. A 38-year-old hiker who disappeared on South Sister has been found alive. The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office says that Gerald Derrickson was safe. He was found 3 or 4 miles south of the summit and walked off the mountain with no help. Guess who's bought and paid for Governor Kate Brown? The campaign of Brown accepted a $250,000 contribution from New York business magnate and former politician Michael Bloomberg. The donation, which is Brown's largest single contribution ever, comes on the heels of the governor's announcement in July she plans to pursue strict gun control in Oregon. Bill London, KPNW.
How do you improve upon a legend? First, you make it come standard with sports seats to put you in position to carve every corner. You give it an 8-speed Steptronic transmission with paddle shifters, standard. And you make it near perfectly balanced to give you even more control of the road. But if you want to know how to catch up to a legend, sorry, can't help. the BMW 3 Series. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Financing and leasing available by BMW Financial Services. Visit BMW of Eugene. Also online at bmwofeugene.com.
Even with the greatest real estate we've seen in a decade, do you realize that 20% of homes go pending and then fall out, which ends up netting you, the seller, less money? The reason? You hired the wrong real estate agent. If you want a great price and have a great experience, hire Harpole Homes with Keller Williams Realty.
Fact, not all agents are created equal. When you sell your house with Eric and Jeanette's team, you get thousands more dollars in your pocket. With the extra money the Harpoles net you, you can take a vacation, pay off debt, or put more down on your next home.
How did the Harpole Homes do it? Negotiating, marketing, and their exclusive certified pre-owned home program. When you hire Harpole Homes to sell your house, they pay for your home inspection up front to take care of the issues to ensure your home stays sold. It's one of 182 steps they follow to get your house sold for top dollar.
For your free information package or to schedule a free consultation, call them 541-286-3030 or check them out at harpolehomes.com. Sell your house this summer with Harpole Homes with Keller Williams Realty. 541-286-3030.
You're unique, so why is your mattress one size fits all? Because a custom mattress costs thousands, until now. Hi, I'm Christian von Rickenbach, founder of HelixSleep.com, where you can buy a mattress online, customized for you, for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to HelixSleep.com, answer a few simple questions, and we build you the most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on. Shipping is free, and you have 100 nights to try it out. Go to HelixSleep.com/go and get $50 off your order. HelixSleep.com/go.
In my line of work, I'm trying to make a difference. Not $1 billion, but I want to save for the future, too. So this year, I partnered with TIAA to help me map out a plan. If I stick to it, I could have an income stream for life and maintain my lifestyle in retirement. Looks like a life of rewarding work could pay off for a lifetime.
Your personal success takes a financial partner who values it as much as you do. Learn more at TIAA.org.
It's another Papa's Pizza fundraiser, this time raising money for the medical funds of Chloe Phillips and Braden Zeisler. September 14th, grab a flyer and head to the Papa's Pizza locations on West 11th or Coburg Road. And with your flyer, 50% of the food purchase will go to Chloe and Braden's medical fund. Again, September 14th, the West 11th and Coburg Road Papa's Pizza locations.
Rush Limbaugh and breaking news when it happens. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Half my brain tied behind my back just to be fair with people. All the while having fun. Having more fun than a human being should be allowed to have. One more soundbite from the George Washington University Law Center Migration Policy Institute Annual Conference panel discussion. Up next, Linda Chavez, the noted conservative columnist, author, activist. It's her turn to weigh in. And, of course, once again, the entire problem, the reason why Republicans cannot get amnesty passed is talk radio.
One of the most important things, I think, is to follow the money. There is a very well-funded network. It has become an issue that you can raise money on. And it has become an issue in which you can get listeners if you have a talk radio show, and your ratings will go up. It gets people mad. It gets people angry. When a bill comes up, Rush Limbaugh or Sean Hannity get on the airwaves, and you have a flood of calls into members of Congress. I think the best way for conservatives to be turned around on this, and I say this as a conservative, is for Donald Trump to have a humiliating defeat in November.
Okay, in order. I do not give out phone numbers. I do not urge people to send faxes, to send emails, or to call Washington. You know why? Because you're going to do it on your own. You don't need me to tell you to do it. I have done it one time to demonstrate to Howard Feynman of the drive-by media what would happen if I did it. We shut down the congressional switchboard. But I do not do it. And here is yet another so-called Linda Chavez, and I have ostensibly been on the same ideological team for 25 years. But here we come on immigration. Now, all of a sudden, I'm not principled. Once again, there's big money. There's big money behind me. Well-funded network. I don't get a dime from any immigration people. We don't take funding. In fact, I specifically refuse issue-oriented money. I refuse it. It's a policy I've had. We've made exceptions to it a couple times, and I've been burned every time I've tried it. We do not do it. We sell advertising to American businesses, pure and simple. And they buy this program because we have a loyal audience. And my audience does not depend on the issues discussed here. What can these people not understand? What can they not get through their head? This is a good show. It has nothing to do with revving people up and making them mad. That's never been the forecast. That's never been the objective here. Now, it's going to happen. I mean, I have what is called in the media perfect polarization. That means there are people who hate me who will listen every day in order to seek and find reasons. They're leftists. They're liberals. But nobody's paying them to be here. Nobody's seeking them out. And this program doesn't trade in anger anyway. But anyway, you see, this is classic. These are the people unable to persuade anybody that they're on the right side of the issue. So they have these seminars where they get together amongst themselves and they wring their hands and they start blaming conservative media. And why do they blame conservative media? Because if it weren't for me, you mind-numbed robots, you wouldn't have had your minds poisoned with immigration. You know why? Because you're not smart enough to know whether it's good or bad on your own. So you need a Svengali like me on the radio revving you up every day. They looking at you the way the left does. Mind-numbed robots, incapable of independent thought. And once again, here are prominent so-called Republicans/conservatives indicating, demonstrating they have not the slightest understanding of who the people on their team are. They talk about you the way we talk about any other leftist audience. Mind-numbed robots, dumb, stupid, incapable of independent thought. You have to be guided through every issue. Look at how condescending this is. And these are people ostensibly on your side. These are Republicans. These are so-called conservatives. And even with it, they probably don't understand by these sound bites having been aired, I'm not making anybody mad at them. They're doing that themselves. They're the ones insulting people. They're the ones purposely misstating what happens on my program. I thought I was on these people's team all those years. I have learned, by the way, in the recent past years that that's not true. But for the longest time, I thought it was. So that's where we are. That's what the Republicans are doing. While Hillary Clinton is in deep doo-doo for a whole host of reasons, and while Donald Trump is starting to make tracks, he's starting to gain ground. His audiences are still huge. They're lively. There is enthusiasm out the wazoo. What are they doing? They're doing two things. They're strategizing on how to help the Democrats beat Trump, these Republican establishment types. And they're also having their hand-wringing seminars on trying to figure out who's ultimately to blame for them being unable to join the Democrats and get amnesty and comprehensive immigration reform passed. Isn't it? It's always somebody else's fault. I don't know, are they admitting that I am better at persuading you than they are? Or do they say, well, we don't have a chance. Limbaugh's got this massive audience, massive funding, massive microphone. We can't possibly compete with it. Yes, you could. It all depends on where you come down on issues. You people are just on the wrong side of your own party on this issue, and probably a whole host of others. So that's what's going on. Trump is surging among independent voters. The polling data, LA Times USC poll has Trump up 3 now. Hillary was, I think, up 75 electoral votes a week ago. She's up now 55 electoral votes. This all in projected polling data, of course. Point is, Trump's going in the right direction. He's gaining ground. She's losing ground. The Democrats are worried to death they're going to have to replace her. It's worse than pneumonia. And the way you know that is how easily the media talks about it. I mean, they're talking about pneumonia like it's the common cold. Oh, yeah, everybody gets it. Oh, yeah, you got to be hydrated. Oh, yeah, you got to take care. Oh, yeah, you need some bed rest. Everybody doesn't get it. They don't get it like people get the common cold. They don't get it like people get the flu. But they're trying to pass it off as though it's just one of any number of usual viruses that bops around in the fall. And Mrs. Clinton's highly susceptible because she's constantly dehydrated and so forth. And it's so common that it happened to her many times before. Her husband has said so. The truth of the matter is they are panicking on the Democrat side. They don't know what's going on with her. Many of them don't. The people on the inside may. Did you hear why they didn't want to go to the ER on Sunday? I was exactly right about this. They didn't go to the ER because they didn't want doctors they don't know to find out what she's got. Because they don't trust doctors at a randomly chosen emergency room to be quiet. So they made a calculation. They've got a woman that practically fainted and collapsed and had a seizure, who was unable to get into a van by herself. They made a calculated decision to make her health secondary to other concerns. They could not take her to an emergency room. And by the way, this is probably not the first time for that. They didn't take her to the emergency room because they are still hiding whatever is wrong. If a trip to the emergency room would have documented pneumonia, big deal. They've already announced that, yet they didn't go to the ER. They didn't go to the ER because they don't trust the doctors there. Somebody in there they think would talk. Talk about what? If all she's got is pneumonia, what do they have to talk about? So there's clearly more than pneumonia. So they take her to Chelsea's ER, her daughter's apartment. But here's what it boils down to. They've got her sitting. She's not attending fundraisers. Supposed to be in LA. Well, California yesterday and today. Can't go. They are quaking in their boots because they can't predict these episodes, these incidents, whatever they are. Do you think that if they had known that attending the 9/11 rally would end up as it did, you think they would have let her go? You think they would have set her out? No. They would have found some way of coming up with an excuse that everybody believed. It might have even been rooted in her not feeling well that day and contagious and not wanting to spread the disease. They could have come up with something. But they set her out there because it's 9/11. It's the 15th anniversary. You gotta go. You're running for president. You gotta go. And look what happened. They can't predict. And that means they can't control it. Not with medication. They can't control whatever it is that's wrong with her. And the poor woman has something seriously the matter. There's no doubt. And they are subordinating all of that. They are subordinating her health. And she may be in on the decision too. I mean, but everybody involved here is subordinating her health to the larger issue, which is the acquisition of power. It's not just the presidency. It's not just winning the election. It's what it means. It's the acquisition of power. And the fact that they can't predict these episodes and they can't stop them when they happen. Like the 4.5-minute coughing spasm episode in Cleveland. That means they're going to be quaking in their boots every time they send her out, including when the debates come up. Have you heard the latest? Does the name Bennett Omalu ring a bell? This will be an interesting little test market question here. Does anybody remember, or does anybody know, does the name Bennett Omalu, Dr. Bennett Omalu, ring a bell? Well, nobody here, it rings a bell. With nobody. Of course, I know who it is. And some of you out there do, too. Stand by for this.
America's most listened to talk radio host.
Rush Limbaugh.
On the EIB network.
Do you have a family member who is getting older and can no longer be safely left alone? Get to know Visiting Angels, America's choice in senior home care. With over 500 offices, Visiting Angels assist adults nationwide to continue living in-home and avoid moving into a nursing home. Experienced, compassionate caregivers provide assistance in hygiene, meals, and light housework. Services provided up to 24 hours a day at affordable rates. For senior home care you can trust, check out visitingangels.com. Franchise opportunities available. Visitingangels.com.
This is the SEC. You want to walk on? We certainly won't stop you. There ain't no way you're ever going to play.
His life was the question.
He just might make it. Make it. I just hope he lives.
And trust was the answer.
You got your butt kicked by a walk-on.
How bad do you want it?
Brandon Burlsworth has become the greatest walk-on story in the history of college football.
Greater now playing. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested.
I'm Governor Gary Johnson, candidate for President of the United States, and I approve this message. If a Democrat is elected president, if a Republican is elected president, in 4 years we will still be at war. America will be 4 years deeper in debt. We will have 4 more years of rising taxes, bigger government, crony capitalism instead of free markets, and less freedom. How do we know this? Because that's what both parties keep delivering. If you're an optimist, you know that one day America will have its act together. One day we won't be at war. One day taxes will be fair. One day our social and economic challenges will be conquered, not by force, but by cooperation and mutual respect. To the independent majority of Americans who feel as I do, I say, why wait one more day?
Our best America yet. Johnson Weld, 2016.
Paid for by Gary Johnson, 2016.
Don't wanna go to California. Mexico's too far. They got no surf in Arizona. I wanna go by car. Drive to Central Oregon coast. Winter, spring, summer, or fall. I wanna stay in the middle of it all.
Come back to the family fun, romantic getaways and uncomplicated times of days gone by. Come to the Inn at Spanish Head in Lincoln City. Through December 23rd, your second night is free. Enjoy all oceanfront rooms with floor-to-ceiling windows, plus ocean view dining and meeting facilities. Call the Inn at 800-452-8127. Some restrictions apply.
To Central Oregon coast. In the middle of it all.
Call the Inn at Spanish Head at 800-452-8127 or online at SpanishHead.com.
With news every 30 minutes, Bloomberg market reports every hour, and Rush Limbaugh now. We are 1120 KPNW.
Okay, going to get to the phones here pretty quickly. Dr. Bennett Omalu is the man who made the connection between concussions in NFL players and CTE, which is the brain damage that occurs from repeated blows to the head that's only diagnosable in an autopsy. You can't learn when somebody's got it when they're playing, when they're alive. Dr. Bennett Omalu. He's being hailed by left-wingers as the most brilliant neurosurgeon, neuroscientist ever. He's discovered what's making these guys go bonkers, and it's the NFL. And it's these rich owners who don't care about these people once they quit playing. Dr. Bennett, they made a movie about him. It starred Will Smith. Well, Dr. Bennett Omalu has weighed in with his theory on what's wrong with Hillary Clinton. You know what it is? Donald Trump poisoned her. Not kidding. Either Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin found a way to poison her. He tweeted this stuff out. I must advise the Clinton campaign to perform toxicologic analysis of Mrs. Clinton's blood. It is possible she is being poisoned. I do not trust Mr. Putin and Mr. Trump. With those two things, all are possible. And there are some, of course, on the left. This guy, well, he's brilliant. When they made a movie about it, why he discovered CTE, why he cares about people. He compares. Why is a brilliant scientist? Oh my God! And he thinks that Trump and Putin has poisoned people with polonium-220 or 2 whatever it is. Polonium, it's a derivative of uranium, and they did poison a guy, a former KGB agent, is out ratting on Putin over in London. But this is Cookville. This is straight out of Cookville. You want to talk all these wacko conspiracy theories out there, supposedly held by the right wing. Yeah, Mrs. Clinton wasn't sick. There's nothing to see here. It's just these wacko conservatives and these madcap conspiracy theories they've got. And they all end up being validated. And now one of Mrs. Clinton's defenders come along, Bennet Omalu, tweeting that Trump has poisoned Hillary and found a way to do it somehow, and is suggesting she got a toxicological report on her blood. And there are people on the left who think this need to be looked into, because this man has such incredible stature, such an incredible resume and pedigree. They made a movie about him, after all. Okay, to the phones. Robert, Naples, Florida, you're first today. Great to have you on the EIB network. Hello, sir.
Hi, thanks. How are you? I just wanted to say that, all these Republicans who are out there, criticizing you and saying that you're stirring up hate speech and all this, they're the ones that are missing the point. The reason why your ratings are so high is because, and why you have such a loyal base of followers and listeners, is because you are our voice. You're the voice of the people. This is what we believe. And they need to listen to you instead of criticizing you, and find out who the people they're representing are and what they're supposed to be doing instead of just running amok.
You know what amazes me about these people? I'm going to sound incredibly naive here, and I will admit, even at my age, I can have the naivete of a first or second grader. My question is, why don't they want to become the voice of the people? They, the Republican leadership, the Republican establishment, people at this seminar, why the disdain for people? Why don't they try to become the voice of the people? Well, the reason they don't is because they're at odds with the people. These are typical, and I'm surprised that Linda Chavez is in this group, but these are people that we normally associate with liberal establishment types, and that is the kind of people that look down on people that are not in the same economic class. I mean, there's a lot of classism going on here. There's a lot of arrogant conceit. These people think they're more educated, more sophisticated, they're wealthier, they're richer, and therefore they're better. And there is this general conceit and contempt at people, aimed at people. Why wouldn't they instead try to become, if the objective is to win, if the objective is to secure victory and gain power and then implement your ideas? Well, I know I'm answering my own question, but they are obviously standing in opposition to the vast majority.
Doing the work that the mainstream American media just won't do. Rush on the EIB network.
Is your money truly safe in the bank or in the markets, or has the can finally been kicked to the end of the road? This is Kevin Demerit. Remember the U.S. debt can? Well, I've just uncovered shocking proof that it may have finally been kicked to the end of the road. Our banks, our dollar, and the markets could be at risk. Find out why now. And don't take my word for it. Get the latest report, The End of the Dollar, and see for yourself. There's a reason big banks like JP Morgan, HSBC, and Goldman Sachs are building huge stockpiles of gold and silver. And there's a reason our richest billionaires like Carl Icahn, Stanley Druckenmiller, and David Einhorn are also doing the same. Call Lear Capital today for this important report.
Call now 1-800-957-4653 for this latest report, The End of the Road. Get the shocking proof and see for yourself. Call 1-800-957-GOLD. The report is free with no obligation. That's 800-957-4653. 1-800-957-GOLD.
It's Spa-Timber at Three Rivers Casino. And we've got all the hot and bubbly giveaways you are dreaming of. That's right, we are giving away 11 DuraSport Cypress Spas valued at $2,249. Earn entry September 1st through the 30th in Florence and Coos Bay. Drawings will be held in Florence September 18th and 25th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. and September 30th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Visit threeriverscasino.com for details. Then, attention all music lovers, Ziggy Stardust will be playing his guitar once again at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. That's right, this September 16th and 17th, we will host the phenomenal tribute performance Space Oddity, featuring David Brighton as David Bowie. Tickets start at just $14.99. Reserve your seats now by visiting threeriverscasino.com and experience the genius of David Bowie once again. Relax in luxury and relive the best of Bowie at Three Rivers Casino Resort, because things are luckier here.
Viagra. There, I've said it. If you're a male, chances are you might benefit from this medication. It's time for a conversation about all the benefits of Viagra, not just giggle. Viagra is expensive. River Road Health Mart Pharmacy can make it affordable for you. A generic alternative medication for Viagra is now available. The same active ingredient in Viagra in generic 20 milligram tablets for less than $3 each. River Road Health Mart Pharmacy even delivers to your home or office. Find them online at pharmacyeugene.com.
There's only one place to go for all the leading power sports brands under one roof.
Ramsey Weight Superstore.
Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha.
Think Ramsey Weight.
Suzuki, Polaris, John Deere.
Save time and money. Make the side-by-side comparison. Only at Ramsey Weight. Don't just dream about it. Wait for it.
Ramsey Weight Superstore, Franklin Boulevard, Glenwood.
50,000 watts and worldwide. Catch all of your favorite News Radio 1120 KPNW shows streaming live at kpnw.com.
There was a Trump rally in Asheville, North Carolina last night. 7,000 people, huge for Asheville. And it was largely peaceful, just a couple of malcontents, and the AP is trying to make it look like the whole thing fell apart when it didn't. It's classic media obfuscation and distortion. Much more straight ahead, folks, back in a jiffy.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Stocks remain sharply lower. The Dow Jones Industrials are down 248 points to 18,077. The Nasdaq is down 69. The S&P 500 is down 33 points. Samsung says a software update will provide a temporary fix to the battery problem that led to the recall of 2.5 million new Galaxy Note 7 smartphones. The software patch is designed to prevent batteries from overheating by limiting recharges to 60%. Samsung expects to start distributing new Note 7s with safe batteries in South Korea next week. General Motors says the electric-powered Chevrolet Bolt can travel farther on a single charge than the Tesla Model S. GM says the Bolt has a 238-mile range compared to a 210-mile range for the Tesla car that costs $28,000 more. And the new report calls robocalls an epidemic. UMail estimates more than 2.6 billion robocalls were placed to U.S. phones last month. Jeff Bellinger, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW Eugene.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. More shells landing in Israel from Syria, where it's day 2 of a ceasefire. Fox Radio's Jessica Gallagher is live on the Israeli side of the border.
Lisa, I've only been here along Israel's border with Syria for about 8 hours. According to Israeli Defense Forces, at least 3 errant shells have landed here in the Golan Heights in that time, despite a nationwide ceasefire in neighboring Syria. I've also been hearing loud booms off and on. A local resident claims Israel is conducting military exercises. Israel has been targeting Syrian military outposts because of the shelling. Syria's army today claimed it shot down 2 of Israel's aircraft conducting the strikes. Israel denies this. Lisa.
Meantime, Jessica, late reports from Turkey's military of coalition airstrikes in Syria, killing 3 ISIS fighters. Donald Trump's running mate, Mike Pence, says millions of people were insulted by Hillary Clinton's basket of deplorables remark about half of Trump supporters.
We call on Hillary Clinton and her campaign once again to fully retract
those offensive statements and apologize to the American people.
Clinton has said she regrets using the word half. As she recovers from pneumonia, President Obama stumps for her at this hour in Pennsylvania, where Trump gives a child care speech later today. A move to eliminate some of Ohio's early voting days stands for now as the court fight continues. Fox Radio's John Decker, live in Washington.
Rejecting calls from Ohio Democrats, the U.S. Supreme Court refused to reinstate a voting period known as Golden Week, when people could register and cast ballots at the same time. With no dissents, the justices said they wouldn't block an appeals court decision that allowed the elimination of Golden Week under a Republican-backed law. The Ohio Democratic Party argued that the law disproportionately affected black voters. Republican lawmakers countered that Ohio allows 23 days for early voting. Lisa?
Thanks, John. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Message and data rates may apply.
When did American men get so soft? Today's average red-blooded American man has less testosterone than his father, and his father has less testosterone than his father. Before we turn into a country of powder puffs, Force Factor is launching the Man Up America event. We want to send every man in America a complimentary bottle of the breakout supplement taking GNC by storm. Test X 180 Ignite, loaded with free testosterone-boosting manliness. Get your complimentary bottle by texting MAN to 321-321. Test X 180 Ignite raises levels of free testosterone in your body to help build lean muscle during workouts. Plus, it helps incinerate fat, fuel explosive sexual desire, and improve performance. Now you can continue to feel like the real men that made this country great. Do yourself a favor. Do America a favor. Text MAN to 321-321 for your complimentary bottle. That's a complimentary bottle by texting MAN to 321-321.
Are you ready for some football? Make sure your tailgater can power through the fourth quarter by getting your battery serviced at Battery Exchange. Their experts will only replace your battery if it really needs to be replaced, and at a low price. Go the distance with Battery Exchange in Eugene, Springfield, Albany, Corvallis, Coos Bay, and more.
Another true story from Shelton Turnbull Green Solutions Printing.
I need to get uniforms for the soccer team, stat.
That's easy. Just call Shelton Turnbull. They customized everything for Phillips Soccer Club last spring.
Oh yeah, didn't they also do a custom pop-up tent and custom towels for them too?
Yeah, they sure did.
Get your team, event, or business personalized with apparel and promotional products from Shelton Turnbull. For over 90 years in the Willamette Valley, Shelton Turnbull is your quick, affordable, one-stop shop for everything print. Look for them online at stprint.com.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson, real estate investment broker and exchange specialist. Cascade Exchange Services is my choice for completing tax-deferred exchanges. Megan McMahon, who's a CPA, is my choice of the person to handle my tax-deferred exchanges. It's a locally owned company. They do business on a nationwide basis, same-day document preparation, and she's always available for free and very excellent consultation. Contact Megan at Cascade Exchange Services.
The Vietnam Veterans Memorial Moving Wall is coming to Eugene's Skinnerview Park September 29th through October 2nd. This one-half-size replica will be on display for 4 days only along the Riverwalk. The opening ceremonies begin at 12 noon on Thursday, September 29th, featuring local dignitaries, Color Guard, Honors Team, the Oregon National Guard Marching Band, and a flyover from the Oregon Air National Guard. Come experience the Moving Wall, beginning September 29th, presented by the Eugene chapter of the Military Officers Association of America.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
Would you let other people order for you?
He'll have the saumon lyonnaise.
No, I won't. So why let others make decisions about your older years? Do you want your kids or perfect strangers choosing where you'll live or how your money gets spent?
No.
Go to longtermcare.gov and find your own path forward. It takes you step by step through everything you need to consider about aging and all your options. longtermcare.gov. Plan now to stay in charge or pay later.
How about a mohawk?
Very funny.
It's 10:06 and Rush is back. Rush Limbaugh on News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Views expressed by the host documented to be almost always right 99.8% of the time. Don't doubt me. Great to have you here. Telephone number 800-282-2882 if you want to be on the program. I can tell by looking at the staff on the other side of the glass that iOS 10 has dropped. And that you are now installing it on your iPhones in there. Yes, indeed. We have the Hillary illness stack and the accompanying sound bites that I want to get to next. But in addition, folks, I have a whole stack here of things that I didn't get to yesterday. Have nothing to do with the campaign, and there's some things I've added to it today. Let me just run through the headlines to give you an idea of what I hope to get to before the program ends. Just in from USA Today, the Democrat Party is becoming more diverse, less religious, and better educated at a faster pace than the country itself, according to a Pew Center survey. The headline, Democrats changing more rapidly than Republicans. They are becoming more diverse, they're becoming less religious, and better educated at a faster pace than the country itself. Meanwhile, the opposite is true for the Republican Party. Now, you might be thinking, boy, this is media bias. How can that be? Well, before you have that reaction, let me remind you of something. You know as well as I do that the left has been engaged in a very systematic effort to keep Christians and Christianity out of college. They have done everything they can to take Christianity out of the mainstream of American life. They have focused their attention of government as Santa Claus to this minority group, that every minority group they can find. You look at the enrollment at major universities, institutions of higher learning, and if you've forgotten, let me remind you, the number of men enrolling in college and universities has been declining for 10 years. The number of people going to college, the number of people coming out of there with degrees and so forth, and this massive student debt, the Democrat Party is owning more and more of them. Here's a pull quote from this story. The number of Democrat and Democrat-leaning registered voters who have obtained at least a college degree went from 21% in 1992 to 37% today. That's a 16% increase. Meanwhile, the number of Republicans with at least a college degree has increased by just 3% in the same time period. In 1992, 28% of Republican and Republican-leaning voters had at least a college degree. Today, the share is 31%. So the Democrat number, 37% who have a college degree, vote Democrat or lean that way, 31% Republicans. American voters in general who have at least a college degree has gone up 10 points since 1992, 23 to 33%. Well, you might be saying, yeah, man, that's right. But who's running the colleges, folks? I mean, what are they're not citadels of learning. They're centers for indoctrination in many examples today. So I think this establishes that the left's efforts to commandeer as much of education as they can and to shame and do it whatever they can to convince mainstream Republicans / Christians to not even attend has shown some success. Over at 538. Now, a couple of things here. 538, that's the Nate Silver blog. This is the wonderkind that the Democrats relied on in 2012. This is the guy that predicts candidates' chances of winning the presidency or whatever election they're in by percentage. And what he does, he supposedly has this proprietary, known only to him method of mass poll analysis. Supposedly, Nate Silver has a way of taking every poll out there and putting them into his formula and coming up with meanings that other people haven't found a way to get. The story here is that young millennials, in polling data, young millennials love Obama, but they're not buying what Hillary is selling. Hillary is having a tough time with them. And there's something else. This guy was just hired. Nate Silver was just hired by the GOP. I think it was the GOP. I have to find this. It was just he did a presentation, a seminar to Republican moneyed interests over the likelihood of their agenda being advanced and what progress there is to report on that front. So he is rapidly becoming an authority within the upper level reaches of the establishment. And when that happens, he's going to have the kind of image and reputation that whatever he says is going to be considered gospel. If he's already being asked to present to the upper echelon of the wealthy within the establishment, that's quite a coup for Nate Silver. So he continues to climb his own individual ladder of success. This story from his own website details that the race, the presidential election, continues to tighten. Some voters younger than 25 might go back to their Democrat roots. Right now, they might feel like they can cast a protest vote for a third-party candidate without contributing to a Trump victory. They just don't like Hillary. Well, they're not crazy about Trump either, don't misunderstand. But they're not automatically going to Hillary, which means they're gettable. I think they're gettable. We'll find out. National Football League. Tell me what you think of this. We just learned, by the way. Oh, this is... Well, no, I didn't. You didn't learn this because I didn't get a chance to pass it on to you yesterday. The first thing is that the ratings for opening night, the National Football League, are down. Yes, here it is. Ratings for the NFL are down from a year ago. And in some cases, the original reporting in the overnights before the entire national rating sample had been calculated, down like 11%. This is the Sunday night game, not Thursday. The Sunday night game between the Garoppolos and the Arizona Cardinals, down 11% over the same game a year ago. Not panic time by any stretch, but nobody expected this. Everybody was expecting the NFL just to continue to grow. I wasn't. Don't misunderstand. But I mean, everybody involved in it. There's nothing stopping us. There's nothing out there on TV to watch that's any better. We still have all the ingredients. We have fresh. We have unscripted. We have drama. We have an unknown ending. We've got everything it takes. We got stars. Yeah, they're sitting their stars down. They're suspending their stars like Brady. I will never understand that. I mean, if you look at the NFL as a TV show, have you ever heard of a TV show, other than Charlie Sheen, have you ever heard of a TV series suspending its star for anything? Now, I know the NFL's bigger than any one player. Don't misunderstand. But, man, they were so eager to suspend Brady. They spent 2 seasons trying to suspend Brady. And so Brady's sitting for 4 weeks. And their numbers are down. People thought, you know what? With Garoppolo, they're going to be watching in droves just to see how the replacement does. And then when Brady comes back in week 5 against Cleveland, man, those ratings are going to be off the charts. Well, it's not working out that way. The next thing that we learned, the NFL's ratings with women have taken a big hit. Despite Pink October. So the overall numbers are down opening night compared to last year, 11 or 12%. And the general interest for the game among women is declining. Now, you and I know what the problem is. We can tell them. If they called here and say, well, why do you think we have a problem here, Mr. Limbaugh? I can tell them. I can tell them in under 5 minutes. Well, you may have heard, you may not have heard. Let me tell you in case you didn't hear. A player wanted to wear a special set of cleats this past Sunday, 2 days ago, shoes, to honor 9/11. And the league says, there's no way, pal. We're not giving you a waiver. The NFL is got a very strict uniform clause. Shirt tails have to be tucked in. Have you noticed, by the way, if you watch the NFL paying attention, have you noticed that NFL jerseys no longer tuck in? They are tailored, they're cut so that they end right at where the waist is. It's because players hate tucking in their jerseys. An NFL jersey, I happen to know this, an NFL jersey, when you put it on over shoulder pads, will go down to below mid-thigh. That's how big it is, because they have to stay tucked in by rule with all that contact and all that maneuvering around. So the players have gotten together with the equipment guys, and they tailor these jerseys so they don't have to tuck them in. It looks like they're tucked in unless they're wearing undershirts, like T-shirts that are longer than the jersey, which you are starting to see. The NFL does not like this. This is a violation of the uniform policy. You can't put your own sticker. You can't use your own headband. You can't wear your own decal on a helmet. You can't. It ever pre-approved. This guy wanted to wear. Well, Peyton Manning wanted to honor Johnny Unitas by wearing shoes that were black high-top shoes. And he asked the league for permission. They turned him down. Nope, you've got to wear the shoes the rest of the team wears, which I think in the day were white. So they're very strict about it. Well, the NFL has relented, and they're going to allow, on week 13, they're going to allow every player to make his own social statement somewhere on his uniform. They're going to allow a player to wear special cleats, special shoes. They're going to allow players to use special sweatbands, wristbands, promoting whatever cause that's important to them. What do you think that's going to do for ratings? The National Football League is going to let players speak their minds with their feet. But being the NFL, it's going to be in a tightly scheduled and pre-approved way. Sports Illustrated reporting the league is preparing to set aside Week 13 for players to promote a charitable cause of their choice on their shoes and on their equipment. So Week 13, the NFL is going to look like a social and cause-oriented billboard. Just keep in mind, NFL viewership slipping among females of most demographics. Among white women, the NFL lost quite a bit of steam. And yet, look at all the efforts they're making to attract women to the game and hold them. That's with Pink October, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. So that's out there. It's deteriorating is the point. Everything about it is deteriorating. Last night, the second game, the 49ers and the Rams. What was the focal point of the game last night? What was Kaepernick going to do? Was Kaepernick going to take a knee? And would any other players join Kaepernick? And one other player did, Eric Reed. So they took a knee. They normally don't televise the anthem of these games, but they did last night so they could televise Kaepernick's protest. Remember when I worked at ESPN and they said, we do not permit politics here. You violated a public trust with us, which, by the way, there never was a promise. They never extracted a guarantee from me not to talk politics. But they said after the fact that they did and that I'd violated it. But I hadn't. Well, that's out the window now because ESPN is all politics all the time. Politics even occurs before sports on ESPN now. And they're losing subscribers left and right. They're losing cable subscribers in huge numbers. It's phenomenal what's happening to ESPN. And the NFL is losing audience. Meanwhile, the left is happy because they got more people going to college and their people are getting smarter than the rest of America and they're more progressive. They're happy for all of these selfish reasons that are not responsible for anything really improving. John Kerry State Department. Ready for this? You know, John Kerry has a couple of daughters. At one time, Ben Affleck had a crush on one of them. That was back during the Democrat convention in 2004 when Kerry and his swiftboat buddies reconquered the Boston Harbor. Now, they sailed across Boston Harbor to the convention hall, replicating, I don't know what they were doing. And Ben Affleck was on TV a lot during that convention, just going on and on and on about what a dreamboat Carrie's daughter was. I forget which one. Ready for this? More than $9 million of Department of State money has been funneled through the Peace Corps to a nonprofit foundation started and run by John Kerry's daughter. What is it, folks, about the children of ranking Democrats that seemingly makes it impossible for them to earn their own way in life? What is it about children of ranking Democrats, politicians, high office holders, cabinet appointees? What is it about their kids that seemingly makes it impossible for them to make their own way in life? So here's John Kerry's daughter getting $9 million for a nonprofit that she runs. We know what happens to these things. Funneled through the Peace Corps. They think they're hiding the money. You think your daughter could get $9 million to a nonprofit she set up, run through the Peace Corps? Well, no, Rush. No, of course we don't. But we don't decry these kind of connections. I mean, that's exactly what these kind of connections are for. Any parent who could would do it. Not supposed to happen at the national leadership level. That's the express point of our way of government. Government is not better. Government does not get this. This is not supposed to happen. I find it just incredible how many children of rich Democrats seemingly can't get jobs and make their own way in life. They still have to feed off whatever mom and dad can steer their way from the federal budget. It's incredible.
Never miss one word of Rush's radio show with Rush 24/7. Listen live or on demand. Watch an enhanced InnoCam video. Join today and get Rush's new Never Hillary bumper sticker for free.
We cannot keep these things in stock. They are flying off the shelves.
Get your free Never Hillary bumper sticker while supplies last. Join Rush 24/7 now at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
Hi, I'm Kyle Cox, owner of Blindster.com. At Blindster.com, we've sold over 1 million custom blinds to satisfied customers across the country. On average, we sell a custom blind every 60 seconds. Wood and faux wood blinds, cellular shades, Roman shades, shutters, and more, all handcrafted and delivered to your door in about 2 weeks. We also offer a fitter-free guarantee, meaning we guarantee your blinds will fit your windows even if you make a mistake in measuring. If for any reason your blinds do not fit your windows, we'll remake them in a different size free of charge. Plus, we have a 60-day satisfaction guarantee and a lifetime warranty on most products. At Blindster.com, we don't just want customers, we want customers for life.
Visit Blindster.com today and check out our faux wood blinds starting at just $20. And for Rush listeners only, save 30% on any order. Just use the code RUSH at checkout. That's Blindster.com. Blinds, TER.com. Blindster.com.
Do you drive a log truck? If you do, you owe it to yourself to take a good look at Ireland Trucking. Ireland Trucking has been hauling logs for 70 years. They know what they're doing and are looking for experienced drivers in the Eugene area who know the business too. Ireland Trucking pays top dollar, provides low-cost insurance, a 401k retirement plan with profit sharing, plus a paid holiday and PTO time. Just as important, you'll be driving a newer, well-maintained truck. It's a great place to work year-round, and you'll be home every night. Get on the Ireland Trucking team of professional log haulers. Call Ireland Trucking today at 541-863-5241. That's 541-863-5241. Or for more information, go to IrelandTrucking.com. That's IrelandTrucking.com. 541-863-5241.
So it's our belief here at KPNW that there are certain Thursdays where you are thirsty. That's why we're having a Thirsty Thursday coming up at the Primetime Sports Bar on Mohawk and Springfield. Yes, that's right. It's going to be on the 22nd, and you're invited to come and play with us. We're going to be out there from 4 to 7. We'll have tons of giveaways and prizes every 15 minutes, courtesy of Widmer Brothers Crafts Beer. And we're going to be sampling some of the latest and greatest beers, ales, and lagers that anyone can possibly find. So join us for Thirsty Thursday on the 22nd.
When you need painting, you want the best. Fitzpatrick Painting. Don't settle for less.
Specializing in house repaints, interior and exterior, and commercial buildings, Fitzpatrick Painting also provides a full line of carpentry services and so much more. Experience the difference. Find them at fitzpatrickpainting.com for your free estimate and more information.
Fitzpatrick Painting. Unsurpassed in customer service and quality.
You're listening to Rush Limbaugh Now. Tonight at 8, it's Alex Jones. Only on 1120 KPNW.
Okay, back to the phones we go to Washington, Oklahoma. Don, great to have you on the program, sir. Hello.
Good afternoon, Rush. Maharashi Mega 18-wheeler dittos.
Thank you, sir, very much. Great to have you here with us.
I just called because you were speaking earlier about the conservatives that were trying to come up with a reason not to vote for Trump. And you had that one gentleman, the Hispanic gentleman, I don't remember his name.
You're talking about an audio soundbite that I played?
Yes, sir.
That would be Alfonso Aguilar.
Ah, thank you. Okay, well, when he came out and said that he couldn't vote for Donald Trump because Donald Trump doesn't believe in immigration, this man's a fraud. If he's a conservative, so is Mayor Bloomberg. Neither of them are very good, convincing Republicans because he says that Donald Trump is against immigration. Donald Trump never said he was against immigration. All he's against is illegal immigration.
All right. The reason I'm pausing, I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. The guy you're thinking does not talk about immigration. He talks about me and Trump and how he can't support him, even though he's a conservative. There was another guy who blamed me for. I'm not sure we're talking about the same guy. I'll have to look at these sound bites, but.
Yeah, I think if you go back to the soundbite, that was when I dialed, was when he was on. Because,
your point is that Trump is not against immigration. It's only illegal immigration. He just wants to enforce the law. That's your point, right?
That's right. And I can't understand how anybody could object to that.
Well, yeah, it's because this really isn't an immigration issue to these people. It's the umbrella under which the change they want takes place. What we're really talking about here is amnesty for the current crop of illegals here. And they do not want to increase border security. So it's their overall attitude, and there's no difference to them, illegal or legal immigration. It's all immigration, and we all need to be for it. Because this is what made America great. And they're not willing to make the distinction. Anybody that does make the distinction, they think is missing the point. Anyway, quick time out here, folks. We'll be back and continue right after this. Don't go away.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Jeremy Malutin is charged with the death of Cheryl Hart. She disappeared last month. Eugene Police Detective Jed McGuire says her remains were found over the weekend by family members who were searching.
It was in Klamath County, and it was an area that was very remote. That was very difficult to get to.
Hart was last seen on August 5th in Eugene with Malutin, who was her boyfriend. He was taken into custody for driving a stolen car and a parole violation. Police say he was in Eugene that morning and Klamath Falls at noon, then back in Eugene by the evening. A 38-year-old hiker who disappeared on South Sister has been found alive. The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office says that Gerald Derrickson was safe. He was found 3 or 4 miles south of the summit and walked off the mountain with no help. Guess who's bought and paid for Governor Kate Brown? The campaign of Brown accepted a $250,000 contribution from New York business magnate and former politician Michael Bloomberg. The donation, which is Brown's largest single contribution ever, comes on the heels of the governor's announcement in July she plans to pursue strict gun control in Oregon. Bill London, KPNW.
How strong is Allegra D?
It's my congestion's out of my way strong. Even in the park, playing with my dogs. Go fetch, Bosley.
Allegra D, a fast, non-drowsy antihistamine plus a powerful decongestant that starts relieving your toughest allergy symptoms in under 1 hour.
Allegra D is breathing free for 24 hours strong, even in the convertible.
Allegra D, strong relief for your allergy symptoms, guaranteed or your money back. Visit Allegra.com. Use only as directed.
It's time to gear up for fall at John Deere with a new compact utility tractor. Get 0% financing for 60 months, big implement bonuses, and our free 6-year powertrain warranty on versatile, easy-to-use John Deere compact tractors. It's time to gear up today and save. Offer ends October 28, 2016, subject to approved installment credit with John Deere Financial. Terms, conditions, exclusions, and warranty limitations apply. See dealer for details.
Visit any of Pape Machinery's 21 locations for great deals on John Deere equipment or online at papemachinery.com. That's PAPE machinery.com and myjohndeeredealer.com.
Did you know that a dirty CPAP system can make you sick? If you knew what could be growing in your mask and hose, you might not sleep so well. But now, SoClean.com has released the world's first and only automated CPAP cleaner and sanitizer. It kills 99.9% of all CPAP germs, and it's completely hands-free. For a limited time, you can try SoClean risk-free for 30 days. Just call 1-800-500-8108.
SoClean changed the CPAP experience for the better. My health has improved. It's simple to use, and I'm not worried about infections.
SoClean destroys CPAP bacteria, viruses, and germs, and it eliminates the daily hassle of washing your system by hand. There's no water, chemicals, or disassembly. Just pop in your mask, close the lid, and presto! Your CPAP system is clean and fresh in minutes. Call SoClean.com to try it risk-free at home for 30 days. This is a limited time offer, only available by calling 1-800-500-8108. That's 1-800-500-8108.
The human voice. It can be sweet as music, powerful as thunder,
and so, my fellow Americans,
cheerful as laughter. But for millions of people, it can also be a sign of COPD. This serious lung disease can make it so hard to breathe, you often can't catch a breath or finish a sentence, let alone carry a tune. And many who have COPD don't even know it. That's where your voice comes in. If you think you or a loved one have symptoms, talk with a healthcare provider. Early diagnosis can mean better treatments and quality of life. Join us in raising our voices for the millions with COPD who can't. Learn more, breathe better at NIH.gov.
This is News Radio 1120 KPNW.
America's real anchorman, America's truth detector, and doctor of democracy. Rush Limbaugh here on the cutting edge, and we go to Pam in Asheville, North Carolina. Great to have you on the program. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Rush. Say, my husband and I are both Trump supporters, so I guess one of the two of us is peeking out from the basket of deplorables, eh?
Let me ask you a question before you go on. Sure. By the way, deplorables, the T-shirts are ready. We've got them at the EIB store. I've been meaning to mention that. We just ran in the commercial break. We've a spot for the Never Hillary shirts. The deplorable, I'm a Hillary deplorable T-shirts are now in the EIB store. They're part of the Never Hillary collection. They're at rushlimbaugh.com. I mean, and we've stocked up. These things are going to sell like new iPhones out there. And we are ready for you. rushlimbaugh.com. Now, I need to ask, you live in Asheville, right?
Yes, just outside of town.
Okay, most of the people in Asheville are communists. They're well, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but they're leftists. Are you?
No.
You're not. Okay, so
No.
you're in the minority of the population. You went to the Trump rally last night. Is that right?
We did. Us, my husband and I, and our son.
Okay, and from what I heard, I just want you to confirm that what I found was true. That the arena or the venue was full, and that it holds about 7,000 people. Is that close?
Yes, that's accurate. Yes.
Okay. fine, because what I have here, I've got two stories. I've got an ABC News story and I've got an AP story. And what they report, they don't report the size of the crowd. They don't report how uplifting and exciting and positive the crowd was. They don't report how good Trump was. They focus on a skirmish that happened, and they're trying to make it look like a bunch of Trump supporters were picking on Trump protesters, and that the whole thing descended into a giant fight. ABC and the AP are both trying to report that as the primary event that happened at Trump rally. Is that what you saw?
They're nuts. No. So it was very interesting because there was a sea of protesters, and we did have to pass through the sea, so shoulder to shoulder, face to face, to get into the event. There were some protesters that got in. Here's the thing that really amazed me. There were F-bombs everywhere. They were all over the protesters' signs. As protesters in the rally got up and made their point of view known and were escorted out, they prominently gave the finger to us, very, very visibly. There was a sign that was smuggled in somehow, and I don't know what sign says. Haven't been able to find it. We couldn't see it, but it had to be pretty vile. And we were just there having a good time. And so, like I said, there were absolutely F-bombs everywhere.
How old is your son?
He is 14, so that was not good. On our way out, though, the protesters with the signs, here's what they chanted: "Love Trump's hate. Love Trump's hate."
That's not new. They have been, that's been a popular refrain of anti-Trump protesters for months now, and I think it kind of backfires on them. They're trying to say too. They're trying to say
to watch what was going on there. We just peacefully went to a Trump rally. I'm very concerned that the things Hillary is saying are cultivating an incredible prejudice among people. I mean, I think that most voters on both sides are good-hearted people who love their country and care of their country, but we encountered just rabid protesters who believe that we are awful people and terrible-hearted.
Pam,
they really believe that.
Look, you're mostly right when you say that Hillary is cultivating that kind of person, but it's really not her. They existed long before Hillary, and they would be there no matter who the Democrat nominee was. Those are people largely paid. They are bought and paid for by activists like George Soros. George Soros funds, he invests in paid protest groups, and their express purpose is to go out and disrupt every Trump rally they can. And even if they're not acolytes for Hillary, and I'm not trying to let her off the hook in terms of being responsible for cultivating the hate, because I think the left owns hate. I think they promote it. I think they cultivate it. I think they use it. I think most of the hate in this country is actually found on the left. You're not a hater. I mean, you went to this rally just wanting to be part of it. You wanted to see what it was. You hoped it was fun. You hoped it was good. You hoped Trump was good, I'm sure. You didn't go there to hate on anybody or to hate on anything, and hate is not what attracted you to it. But the people that protested you and were writing and shouting all those F-bombs are obsessed with it.
They were, and the protesters were very peacefully and courteously escorted out each time. One of the things I loved is there was a point at which they went and got a bunch of Trump supporters that hadn't been able to get into the rally, and they escorted them into the places that were vacated by the protesters. And it was inside the building, it was all incredibly peaceful. Outside the building, I saw Trump supporters, some of them. Long story, but my son and I got stuck in the sea of protesters. We got separated from husband, and we were stuck there for about an hour. And so we witnessed a lot, and there were a few Trump supporters that tried to engage protesters in meaningful conversation.
Was this your first encounter with protesters up close like this?
Yes.
Yeah. I can tell. Nothing wrong with it. I can just tell. You read about them, and you may see them make noise at a Trump rally you're watching on TV, and you see them escorted out. And you think, okay, fine and dandy. But here you came face to face with them, and it totally changes the way you see them, and it totally changes the impact they have on you. I can tell by listening to you. You think this was atrocious. You think this was you think it was outstandingly bad. It was egregious. You think it was harmful. I can hear all this in your voice.
Well, and I guess one thing that concerns me is that it's as if democracy is being lost. I mean, the country stands for freedom to disagree, freedom to hold your own views, and the message that's communicated is, if you disagree with me, you're full of hate and all these various isms.
And you are subject to potential violence. You are subject to threat. We're going to threaten you. We're going to intimidate you. We're going to bully you if you don't agree with us. We're going to shut you up. We're going to send you packing. And there's Pam, look. You know, all of these wonderful statements that we keep hearing in association with this Kaepernick protest of the anthem. America means that you have the right to say whatever you want. You can voice whatever opinion. It's a bunch of BS. This is the kind of thing that losers tell themselves when they don't know how to deal with the protesters you're encountering. The protesters that you encounter do not respect your right to think what you think. They don't respect your right to show up and say what you want to say, support you want to support. They show up to shut you down. There is none of this respect for the great concepts of dissent. If you dissent from them, with them, if you violate what they want, they're going to come after you or make you think they're going to come after you one way or the other. And we get caught up in these flowery little bromides of America, freedom of speech. I will defend to the death your right to say it, even though I disagree with you. That may describe some people in the way they look at it, but not the people you encountered last night. They're not democratic. They're not interested in the Democrat process at all. They don't trust it. If they lose this election, what you saw last night is romper room compared to what they're going to do. And I think the reason I asked you if this is the first time that you've actually encountered it face to face, because it changes you. It's one thing to see these people on TV. You're watching a Trump rally anywhere, and you'll see a disruption, and they may show a protester or two being hauled out of there. But you don't see the confrontations. You don't see these people bullying, shouting all these F-bombs, making threats. You don't see all that. That's not shown. All you see is a couple of them taken out, and people, isn't that wonderful? We've got the fine art of dissent being practiced here. Isn't it just a beautiful thing to see? But you encounter it face to face like you did, and it changes the way you see it. And it makes you start questioning very soon, which I totally understand. This is why I don't understand all this tolerance for these people. And I'm not saying be impolite to them or any of that, but the idea that they've got the right to come in and disrupt something because this is America, when did all this become a suicide pact? When does somebody's freedom of speech permit them to come in and totally destroy your rally? When does the Constitution permit somebody to come in and totally destroy the country? At what point do people say, wait a minute, we're not engaged in a suicide pact here by extending to you your freedom? But I'm glad you saw it up close and personal, because it changes your perception of it the moment you see it. And by the way, I'm serious. The AP story here and the ABC story do not talk about the Trump. Like Trump, I've got some sound bites I'm going to play coming up for the break. He brought some people up that Hillary calls deplorable. He wanted them to come up and speak for themselves. It was a typically good Trump rally with lots of energy, a full house. And there were enough protesters to give the media the opportunity to focus on the protests as the main thing that apparently happened. If you weren't there and didn't see it, that's all you would think happened. You'd think Trump had a rally and half or more of the people shut it down because he's hated and reviled and filled with hate. And that's what the media is trying to do. It's how they carry Hillary's water. Meanwhile, Hillary Clinton couldn't draw 1,000 people to an event like this. And the people that protest Hillary don't care enough about it to show up and do that. They'll just be satisfied voting against her. Anyway, Pam, I'm grateful that you called. I appreciate the eyewitness account. We will be back after this with much more.
Listen to what the left doesn't want you to hear. Rush on the EIB Network.
Say, folks, the first week of the NFL season is officially in the books. Did you get in on the fun over at FanDuel? FanDuel is fantasy football for everyday fans. New contests are starting every week. All you do is pick a contest, choose your team, and watch your score in real time. There's even more variety this year. You can try beginner contests for new players only, or settle a score with a friend in a head-to-head contest. There are choices for every budget. We love FanDuel. Enjoy all that fantasy football has to offer. Try FanDuel now. New users who deposit will get 5 free entries to NFL 50-50 beginner contests valued at up to $50. You'll get 1 free entry a week for 5 weeks. Value of free entries varies based on deposited amount of money. So go to FanDuel.com, click the Join Now button, and use my promo code. That's RUSH. That's FanDuel.com, promo code RUSH. Void where prohibited.
Hi, this is Ron Paul, former Republican presidential candidate. What are your thoughts about the upcoming election and the subsequent future of America? If you're like me, you are deeply concerned. Will our economic problems get worse? Will we see even greater disasters? Shouldn't we prepare for tougher times? I'm going to tell you about a great way to do that. A U.S. company named Harvest Right has invented an amazing kitchen appliance. It's a home freeze dryer. With this freeze dryer, you can easily preserve the foods you love to eat, and they will stay fresh for 25 years. I own this wonderful product. With it, I can freeze dry fruits, vegetables, meats, and even my favorites like lasagna and ice cream. The best part is my family has a long-term supply of food that we actually want to eat. To learn more, call Harvest Right at 800-763-5999 or go to harvestright.com. That's 800-763-5999 or harvestright.com.
Every election year, you hear lots of promises and few guarantees. Lars Larson here to tell you about one guarantee you have right here in Eugene and Lane County. Jeremy Parmenter will sell your home. That's right, Jeremy guarantees to sell your home at a price and a deadline you agree to, or he'll buy it. And Jeremy will sell your home fast. Darbin and Ruby wanted to sell their home and move out of the country. They didn't need the extra stress that comes with selling their home, so they called Jeremy Parmenter. He sold their home in less than 30 days, right on schedule, and got them $10,000 more than any house in that neighborhood. Why would you think of working with any other agent in Eugene or Lane County? And there's no risk. If you want out of the contract, you're out. Call the only agent I recommend in Eugene. Call Jeremy Parmenter at 541-255-5685. That's 541-255-5685. Online, OregonRealEstateAdvisors.com. That's OregonRealEstateAdvisors.com.
Depend on us. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Okay, here we go. Last night, Asheville, North Carolina, 7,000 people. The event sold out. I'm told by people who live in North Carolina that it's very unusual to have this many people at anything like this in Asheville. Asheville, by the way, the Vanderbilt Mansion is there. One of the hugest. What's the name of the place? They have a mental block. Asheville is not the town that they had to build in order to build the mansion, but it's close. Oh, I'm having a mental block. I've been there. I didn't know it was a communist outpost when I went in there. This is back in the mid-'90s that I was there. But it's supposedly really, really unusual to have this kind of a crowd for anything there. So that's the setup. We have 2 bites here as Trump invited deplorables on stage to respond to Hillary.
These are not deplorable people, that I can tell you. Come on over.
My wife and I represent non-deplorable people.
I am probably a lot of things. Deplorable is not one of them, I assure you. We are going to make America great again, and Hillary needs to take a nap.
After all the horrible scandals that Hillary Clinton's been involved in, and then she has the gall to call us deplorable. It's unbelievable.
It is. Don't forget, our I'm Not a Deplorable T-shirt is now available at rushlimbaugh.com in the EIB store, part of the Never Hillary collection. It's a blue T-shirt, says, I am a deplorable on the front. On the back, it says Never Hillary. And they are up and running now. After these people spoke, Trump then closed it up.
After months of hiding from the press, Hillary Clinton came out and finally told the world how she feels about the people of this country. She talks about people like they're objects, not human beings. She said half of our supporters are irredeemable and not American, and describes the other half as having run out of options. Hillary Clinton spoke with hatred in her heart for these working class Americans. Absolute hatred in her heart. She looks down on the people who cook her meals, drive her cars, and dig the coal that power her electricity. Her goal is simple: to bully the American voter out of voting for change.
Now, what's going on today in Philadelphia? I think Obama and Biden and Tim Kaine are all campaigning in Philadelphia for Hillary. Isn't it nice to know, ladies, so many men can step up and take Hillary's place and keep her relevant while she is unable to show up? Isn't that a beautiful thing? Why, it takes 3 of these guys to show up and do the job that Hillary ostensibly would do on her own. What does that say? It takes Obama, it takes Biden, it takes Tim Kaine. By the way, here's Nicole Wallace, no friend of Trump's, no friend of Sarah Palin's. Nicole Wallace in the George W. Bush Communications Office on the Today Show today. Savannah Guthrie said, hey, Nicole, you might say that the health headlines aren't good for Hillary, but in some ways it actually overlooked this issue of her comment on Friday night where she called half of Trump's supporters deplorable. Now, is this a larger, longer-term problem for her?
The road to the White House does not wind its way toward attacking someone's supporters. She gave a speech 10 days before she made that. I mean, I think this is what she thinks of the segment of the Trump base that we've all learned this new word, the alt-right, that sort of legitimizes white supremacy. So she has made a more focused case. But lumping in half of his supporters, Trump did a really smart thing with it yesterday. He put Americans on stage. He put his supporters, who certainly didn't look deplorable at all.
All right, well, how about that? That's a great admission. Trump actually put some of his supporters up there, didn't look deplorable at all. This alt-right business and white supremacy, have you noticed how casually that has just snuck in there and seems to have established a life of its own, as though it's actual fact and real that a segment of Trump supporters are white supremacists? Now, that's the folly that, all of these leftists accuse people who oppose amnesty and want to stop illegal immigration for racial reasons. Missing the point entirely, as usual, which they know. They're just trying to smear. Again,
how does he squeeze all this stuff in just 3 hours a day? Rush on the EIB network.
From processed foods to polluted air, we're dealing with more illness, disease, fatigue, and obesity than ever. If you want to start living a cleaner, leaner, higher energy, and healthier life, you need to flush those toxins out of your body with the D-Herbs Full Body Cleanse from DHerbs.com. You're not going to starve yourself, and this is not some crazy drink or concoction. The D-Herbs Full Body Cleanse consists of 7 safe and effective herbal formulas, each designed to treat a specific part of your body. You could be carrying up to 25 pounds of trapped toxic waste just waiting to be released. The D-Herbs Full Body Cleanse will help you get rid of that toxic waste so you can lose that toxic weight. And those of you suffering with diabetes or high blood pressure, you definitely need to be doing this. Go to DHerbs.com now and get started. Look better, feel better, and help release that excess weight dragging you down. Go to DHerbs.com right now. That's the letter D, herbs.com. Or call 866-4D-HERBS. 866-4D-HERBS. That's 866, the number 4D-HERBS.
The Wake Up Call is live on air and online from the Widmer Brothers studio Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 9. Click on the Wake Up Call banner on KPNW.com and see and hear up-to-the-minute news as well as interviews and more. The Wake Up Call goes down easy, just like a Widmer ale. Mechanics know that Hunter equipment is the best and most sophisticated tool available for precision alignments, particularly for luxury cars and trucks. That alignment is now available in Eugene at Hunter Brake and Alignment, 1040 Tyen Street, across from the DMV in Eugene. Owners Rick and Jeff offer the best technology at a better price. No appointment necessary. They can align any make or model of vehicle. It's Hunter Precision Alignment and brake service at a great price. Drive in to Hunter Brake and Alignment, just off West 11th on Tyen. Big or small, they align them all.
You're going to need me.
You're going to need us.
All of us.
You're going to need our technical skills,
our math, our engineering skills.
You're going to need our help with your water, your air, your food.
You're going to need our organizational skills, our problem-solving skills.
You're going to need our determination, our honesty, our compassion.
You're going to need the next generation of leaders to face the challenges the future will bring.
And we promise, we'll be there when you need us.
Today, 4-H is growing the next generation of leaders. Support us at 4h.org.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman to save money.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need feedthepig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at feedthepig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Tonight at 6, catch the Lars Larson National Show. Now, back to El Rushbo on KPNW.
I take it back. All three are not in Philadelphia. Obama, Biden, and Kaine are all campaigning for Hillary today. It's Obama that's in Philadelphia. And the name of the Vanderbilt place in Asheville is the Biltmore Estate. That's what I was having a mental block on. Largest, well, it wasn't at one time anyway, largest private home in the country. Back with our final busy broadcast hour in mere moments.
The Bloomberg Market Report, sponsored by Pacific Continental Bank, serving your business and community in Eugene for over 40 years.
This is a Bloomberg Market Minute. Wall Street has a case of the oil blues. The Dow down 210 points, the Nasdaq 53, the S&P 27. The International Energy Agency is warning growth in demand for oil is slowing faster than it had predicted, and that sent crude oil futures down more than $1. But they're trading now at $45.25 a barrel, that after slipping below the $45 mark for a while. Investors, too, are back to a gloomier view of whether the Fed will raise interest rates this month. Frank Nargentino of North Shore Wealth Management thinks, though investors might be overthinking that,
going up 0.25% doesn't decimate borrowing, doesn't destroy loans, and may even be good for the banking sector if we see a little bit of a hike in interest rates.
Wells Fargo getting rid of product sales goals for its consumer bankers. That after its employees were caught opening more than 2 million accounts without client approval. The bank's chief financial officer said this was at the lower end of the performance scale, where people apparently were making, he said, bad choices to hang on to their jobs. I'm Joan Doniger, Bloomberg Radio.
KPNW Eugene.
News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady.
It is good to be back on the campaign trail.
President Obama taking the stage moments ago in Philly, saying he'll work as hard as he can to get Hillary Clinton elected.
In election season, you will often hear crazy stuff. But I gotta say, this year we've been hearing a little more crazy than usual.
Adding he's more optimistic about the country's future than ever. Donald Trump rallying in Iowa right now before he heads to Pennsylvania for a speech on making child care more affordable.
Working parents and stay-at-home parents would receive the same child care tax deduction under Trump's child care affordability plan. His campaign says doing so would allow families to decide whether a parent should stay at home without what he calls bias in the tax code.
Fox Radio's Rachel Sutherland. At the latest House hearing on Hillary Clinton's emailing as Secretary of State.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer and assert my Fifth Amendment constitutional privilege.
Bill Thornton, one of 3 IT aides taking the fifth, and a former State Department employee who previously refused to testify, was a no-show for today's hearing, focusing on part on who had access to Clinton's private email server. Democrats say the hearings are just aimed at hurting her presidential run. A former Israeli president rushed to the hospital. Fox Radio's Jessica Gallagher with this live.
Lisa, former Israeli President Shimon Peres has suffered a stroke. Perez's office says he was rushed to the Sheba Medical Center earlier this evening. He is reportedly in stable condition. Perez has been in frail health in recent months. The 93-year-old suffered a mild heart attack earlier this year due to a blocked artery. The Nobel Prize winner is active in the Perez Center for Peace, a nonprofit, non-governmental organization devoted to promoting peace and advancement here in the Middle East. Lisa.
Thanks, Jessica. Wall Street right now, big sell-off continues. The Dow's down 262. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
In business, risks and rewards come with every decision, like moving to the cloud with Office 365. While its benefits include anywhere access and lower costs, cyber threats and user errors can quickly wipe out data and the money you save. Barracuda Essentials for Office 365 provide an added layer of security and functionality for threat protection, email migration, data recovery, and quality of service. Move securely to Office 365. Visit barracuda.com/essentials to learn more.
A home burglary happens every 13 seconds. Ring Video Doorbell has been proven to stop burglaries before they happen by allowing you to see and speak to anyone at your door using your smartphone from anywhere. And now you can build a ring of security around your entire home, adding Ring's wireless weatherproof stick-up cam. With Ring, you'll know anytime anyone steps onto your property. For a limited time, listeners to this station get up to $150 off the Ring of Security Kit. Go to ring.com/news10. That's ring.com/news10.
Lunches are made. The kids and backpacks are in the car. That's not a good way to start the morning. Battery Exchange can test your car battery for free. If it flunks the test, Battery Exchange will install a new one at a low price. Look for the big X in the middle of their name. Battery Exchange.
Another true story from Shelton Turnbull Green Solutions Printing.
I need to get uniforms for the soccer team, stat!
That's easy. Just call Shelton Turnbull. They customized everything for Phillips Soccer Club last spring.
Oh yeah, didn't they also do a custom pop-up tent and custom towels for them too?
Yeah, they sure did.
Get your team, event, or business personalized with apparel and promotional products from Shelton Turnbull. For over 90 years in the Willamette Valley, Shelton Turnbull is your quick, affordable, one-stop shop for everything print. Look for them online at stprint.com.
Tune in to Real Estate Today, weekdays at 5:30 p.m.
I'm Bob Nelson.
And I'm Marcia Edwards of the Real Estate Today Show. We've been standing next to Mark Brockett of Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division. He is an amazing lender for residential loans.
He has an opportunity to take a look at your situation, identify, but for instance, should you refinance? It could save you a lot of money for a number of years to come. Fantastic.
That's Mark Brockett. Call him today.
You can reach Mark at 541-431-0236. That's Willamette Valley Bank Home Loan Division at 3007 North Delta, Suite 205. It's never been easier to save money. Head to KPNW.com and log on to Oregon eDeals and save on items like the Coffee Garden, Pro Contractors, Wildlife Safari, and much more. Head to KPNW.com and log on to Oregon eDeals.
I'm hooked on OregonEDeals.com. I'm saving big.
I can solve difficult problems for a Fortune 500 company.
I can run a successful business.
I can manage your home improvements.
I can publicize your message.
I can motivate your audience.
I can put my military experience to work for your company.
I can teach your children.
I can boost your bottom line.
I can add value to your workplace.
I could be a loyal and productive employee.
but I can't put my skills to work for your organization
if I'm not given the opportunity.
If you don't recognize my talents and ability.
If you don't hire me. If you don't have an open mind and a workplace that's open to everyone.
If you don't realize that America works best when everybody works.
What can you do?
What can you do?
What can you do?
You can remember that it worked.
It's what people can do.
It's what people can do that matters.
Nearly 50 million Americans have disabilities. Capitalize on their talents with employment practices that benefit everyone. Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
We're all part of your community.
We all play a role in keeping our community safe.
So protect your every day.
If you see something suspicious, say something to local authorities.
News, information, 24/7 on News Radio 1120 KPNW. It's 11:06 and time for the last hour of Rush with Lars Larson. Coming up at noon on 1120 KPNW.
Folks, and welcome back. It is great to have you here. Rush Limbaugh on the cutting edge with half my brain tied behind my back just to make it fair. Our telephone number, if you want to be on the program, 800-282-2882. You send an email at lrushbo@eibnet.us. And that's right, that is a new email address. lrushbo@eibnet.us. And a reminder, our T-shirts have been upgraded and are now available at the EIB store. I am a deplorable. I'm a Hillary deplorable. And on the back it says Never Hillary. You'll find it at the Never Hillary Collection, EIB store at rushlimbaugh.com. You should be able to find it there at the very top of the login page at rushlimbaugh.com when you go there. Now, just to illustrate what I was talking about the Trump rally in Asheville, North Carolina last night. First is ABC News. Man at Trump rally hits 2 protesters in the head, is the headline. This is not the story. It's what the drive-bys want you to think is the story. A man in the audience of a Trump rally in North Carolina Monday evening hit 2 male protesters in the head as they were being escorted out. Further details not immediately available. Earlier, Trump invited a group of his supporters to join him on stage to speak out against Hillary Clinton's claim that half of those backing Trump belong in a basket of deplorables. And then the story quotes the people that Trump called up, sound bites which we just played for you. Later, during the Trump speech, a member of the audience appeared to faint not far from the stage upon which Trump was speaking. Trump said, "Could we have a doctor, please?" Trump noted the room was about 100 degrees as the supporter received assistance. Trump briefly left the stage and walked down to the crowd before continuing the speech after a few minutes. Why do you think they put that in there? See, everybody faints when it's hot. Everybody faints. Everybody is dehydrated when it gets hot. It's no big deal what happened to Hillary. That's what you're supposed to conclude on your own. And then the AP story. Trump supporter appears to punch protester at North Carolina rally. Folks, this AP story is almost a satire piece. If you didn't know better, you would think somebody mocking the AP had written this. This is so filled with obvious pro-Hillary, anti-Trump bias. They're not even trying to make it look like it's real journalism. And it's along the lines of the ABC story. They want you to believe it. Everything was fine. Protesters had to be escorted out, and then these mean Trump supporters started beating this guy upside the head, trying to convey the impression that Trump supporters are mad, violent, unhinged, insane white supremacists. In fact, right here in the Washington Post, Dana Milbank, who wouldn't know objectivity if it gave him a French kiss. Headline, yes, half of Trump supporters are racist. Hillary Clinton may have been unwise to say half of Donald Trump supporters are racist and others deplorables, but she wasn't wrong. If anything, when it comes to Trump's racist support, she might have lowballed the number. And then he quotes what happened at Trump speaking to National Guard Association and so forth. I continue to maintain that there is panic on the Democrat side. Now, I know they're trying to make it look like Hillary's health problems are common, like everybody gets pneumonia. In fact, it's so common, practically everybody on the staff has a strain of it. Poor old Robbie Mook's got it. Bill Clinton's out there saying, hell, it just happens to her all the time. She falls on her face half the time. I mean, this is nothing new. He's trying to help her out, but he made it look really even worse. He's talking to Charlie Rose. In fact, let's go to those sound bites. Grab number 4. This last night on CBS Evening News, they played a preview of last night's interview with Clinton and Charlie Rose. And in this clip, Charlie Rose says, is what happened she got dehydrated? Because when you look at her collapse in that video, we wonder if it's not more serious than dehydration.
Well, if it is, it's a mystery to me and all of her doctors. Rarely, but on more than one occasion over the last many, many years, the same sort of things happened to her when she just got severely dehydrated. She's worked like a demon, as you know, as Secretary of State and as a senator and in the years since.
Oh, yeah. She works like a demon out there. Well, she's Secretary of State, and she was a senator. She just worked like a demon out there, just got dehydrated. Who gets dehydrated sitting behind her desk? The Green Bay Packers played the Jacksonville Jaguars on Sunday afternoon. The on-field feel-like temperature was over 100 degrees. Now there, you're talking dehydration. Now, they deal with it in the NFL. Players now get IVs before the game. They get IV fluid as part of the pregame meal. In fact, that's become standard at a Super Bowl, even when the Super Bowl is played in a climate-controlled place. Even in a dome, the players will get IVs even before kickoff. I've also got a story here that says Hillary refuses to drink water. That you can really get in trouble if you're on her staff and you suggest she drink water. She hates it. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me why, but she doesn't apparently like water. Now, I thought, frankly, water was something you couldn't do without and stay alive. But maybe she's like hot sauce. Maybe she's a vampire. Maybe she's one of those bloodsuckers out there that doesn't need water. Do we ever really see her in the daytime? Look what happened when we saw her in the daytime on Sunday, the 9/11 thing. Look what happened. Sunglasses. By the way, those sunglasses, have you seen those dark blue shade? Here's another thing. You can't stop this stuff from happening. You got all these supposed experts out there, and many of them doctors are weighing in. Apparently, because the sunglasses are so ugly, but there's nothing fashionable about them, some experts are saying that they're anti-seizure sunglasses, that they work by restricting certain frequencies of light. And so they block out certain colors, the spectrum, and it ostensibly helps with seizures. Whatever, it didn't look good. And she was the only one wearing shades. In any picture that you saw that was a group photo. And Clinton himself in this bite doesn't sound all that strong. Did you hear his voice? You know, I have bouts of hoarseness. I mean, I'm first to admit it. Can't hide it. Don't try to. But listen to the next bite. This is Charlie Rose saying, well, is what happened if she got dehydrated? Because when you look at her collapse, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. CBS cleaned up a mistake that Clinton made. Wait a minute. We got to go back and play number 4 again because I'm looking here at 4A. This is the same thing. But there's one word that, let me, okay, hang on here a minute. Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out which is which. Okay, look, here, play cut 4. You know what the question is. Let's listen.
Well, if it is, it's a mystery to me and all of her doctors. Rarely, but on more than one occasion over the last many, many years, the same sort of things happened to her when she just got severely dehydrated.
Okay.
She's worked like a demon, as you know, as Secretary of State. And
I done got it. That is what they aired. In the full interview, which is not what they aired, you see it on their website. In the full interview, he says it happens frequently. And here is the full interview that they edited. You're going to hear something in the first line here that you didn't hear in the bout you just heard.
Well, if it is, it's a mystery to me and all of her doctors, because rarely, but on more than one occasion over the last many, many years, the same sort of things happened to her when she just got severely dehydrated.
Right. So here's what happened. In the original interview, Clinton said what you just heard him say. You know, it's a mystery out there. I mean, to me and all her doctors, because frequently, I mean, not frequently, it's rarely. Rarely, that's what I meant to say. But on more than one occasion. They cut that out in the broadcast version. They helped Clinton clean it up. So in the broadcast version, well, if it is, it's a mystery to me and all our doctors. Rarely, but on more than one occasion over the last many years, same sort of thing. He actually said, cause frequently, well, not frequently, but that's not rarely. And that's where he stepped in it. He says it's frequent. And they edited it out. It reminds me, in the 2004 campaign, CBS was interviewing John Kerry, and he did so badly, they let him do a do-over. His answers to the questions he's being asked were so atrocious that they let him do it again. And here they're editing Clinton to make it look less damaging to Hillary. But even at that, you hear his voice. And his voice is not strong in any way, shape, manner, form. Then you got Cokie Roberts over here. This is the second day that this story's had legs. NPR Morning Edition. Journalist and author Cokie Roberts indicated that many of the establishment Democrats may be getting antsy over the renewed speculation of Hillary's health. It's taking her off the campaign trail, Cokie Roberts said yesterday morning, but as for members of the Democrat Party, it has them very nervous. They're beginning to whisper about her stepping aside and finding another candidate. And then the Politico, former DNC chairman, calls for Clinton contingency plan. That'd be Don Fowler. Don Fowler headed the DNC in 1995 to 1997 during the Bill Clinton presidency. So, look, I maintain that the things I mentioned to you yesterday are still true and operative. This is day 2 that she's not doing fundraisers out in California. I think it's much more serious. And this pneumonia is a convenient thing. But they could have announced this a couple of days before they did. And They could have used that as an excuse for making the deplorables comment. They could have gotten her out of a lot of messes. But here's the big thing, and we noticed it too yesterday, talked about it then. She nearly collapses. She looks unable to move, getting in that van after having left the 9/11 event. I mean, it's bad. Looks like she's seizing and is unable to walk on her own power. She tries to get in the van, and just collapses. And they basically prop her up the armpits, and then they shove her in there, as it was stated, like a side of beef. Somebody said that, not me. Just threw her in there. And then they made the decision not to go to the hospital. Why didn't they go to the hospital? They didn't want anybody at an emergency room to find out what's really wrong. They didn't want to be put in a position of having to trust ER doctors that they don't know. I mean, after all, it's a Democrat nominee. It's Hillary Clinton. Even though it's New York, you can't be sure there won't be somebody in there who is not a Hillary supporter, will find out what's going on and leak it to someplace. So they made the decision that keeping her out of the ER, subordinating her health, was preferable. Keeping her at greater risk was a greater thing politically to do, more sensible political thing to do than take her to the hospital. That tells me this is much more than pneumonia. For all it is pneumonia. Okay, so she's got pneumonia. She fell from it. She got an attack. She got weak. You go to the ER. If she's dehydrated, give her a couple IVs, send her on her way. If all it is pneumonia, the ER will confirm it, and that's that. It's obviously not pneumonia. It's obviously not just pneumonia. I should not say obviously. I'm not a doctor. But it looks, folks, very much like it's more than that. And I really do have great concern for her. Whatever it is, like we said yesterday, it just could be, she could be a person that doesn't age well. And I don't mean looks. I'm talking to some people, they just get old fast. It just depends on so many things. It could be that she's got something far greater wrong than pneumonia. It could be a neurological disease. I mean, they've announced she's on these blood thinners. She's had concussions. Who knows? But the fact that they wouldn't take her to the hospital because they couldn't run the risk that somebody there would find out what's really wrong. So they must have a hell of a medical setup in Chappaqua, because that's where she went after she left her daughter's ER room. She went back up to the Chappaqua family estate. They must have a pretty well-stocked medical facility in their house if they've made the decision they just can't take her to hospitals. Stop and think about that just in and of itself. He's a Democrat candidate for president who can't take her to a hospital for fear of what might be learned there. Brief, obscene profit timeout. We are coming back. We never really end.
In the September issue of the Limbaugh Letter, Rush takes on the naysayers in the drive-by media with GOP vice presidential nominee, Governor Mike Pence.
There's something happening across this country that you can see with your own eyes, whatever the pundits and the pollsters have to say.
Get this Limbaugh Letter exclusive now at rushlimbaugh.com. You're listening to the EIB Network.
Student loan debt has now surpassed credit card debt. In fact, the average student loan debt is about $48,000. If you have student loan debt, whether from the government or a private lender, you must check out SoFi. Just go to trysofi.com to see how easily you can consolidate all your loans into one simple payment that will save you thousands and pay off your debt faster. Can you believe that most people with student loan debt have never considered refinancing their student loans? Go to trysofi.com. That's trysofi.com from your phone, your tablet, or computer, and in less than 2 minutes, you'll know how much you can save. SoFi has a 5-star rating with Student Loan Hero, so you know you can trust them. Go to trysofi.com. That's trysofi.com, and once you qualify, you'll get instant access to career coaching, network events, and great customer service. It takes less than a couple of minutes. It won't impact your credit score, and there's absolutely no obligation. Go to trysofi.com. That's trysofi.com. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS number 1121636.
How strong is Allegra D?
It's my congestion's out of my way strong. Even in the park, playing with my dogs. Go fetch, Bosley.
Allegra D, a fast, non-drowsy antihistamine plus a powerful decongestant that starts relieving your toughest allergy symptoms in under 1 hour.
Allegra D is breathing free for 24 hours strong, even in the convertible.
Allegra D, strong relief for your allergy symptoms, guaranteed or your money back. Visit Allegra.com. Use only as directed.
It's time to gear up for fall at John Deere with a new compact utility tractor. Get 0% financing for 60 months, big implement bonuses, and our free 6-year powertrain warranty on versatile, easy-to-use John Deere compact tractors. It's time to gear up today and save. Offer ends October 28, 2016, subject to approved installment credit with John Deere financial terms, conditions, exclusions, and warranty limitations apply. See dealer for details.
Visit any of Pape Machinery's 21 locations for great deals on John Deere equipment or online at papemachinery.com. That's P-A-P-E machinery.com and myjohndeeredealer.com.
It's Spa-tember at Three Rivers Casino. And we've got all the hot and bubbly giveaways you are dreaming of. That's right, we are giving away 11 DuraSports Cypress Spas valued at $2,249. Earn entry September 1st through the 30th in Florence and Coos Bay. Drawings will be held in Florence September 18th and 25th from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. and September 30th from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Visit threeriverscasino.com for details. Then, attention all music lovers, Ziggy Stardust will be playing his guitar once again at Three Rivers Casino Resort in Florence. That's right, this September 16th and 17th, we will host the phenomenal tribute performance Space Oddity, featuring David Brighton as David Bowie. Tickets start at just $14.99. Reserve your seats now by visiting threeriverscasino.com and experience the genius of David Bowie once again. Relax in luxury and relive the best of Bowie at Three Rivers Casino Resort, because things are luckier here.
Online at KPNW.com and on the air right now. News Radio 1120 KPNW.
Back to the phones we go. People patiently waiting. We appreciate it. Claire in Akron, Ohio. Welcome. Great to have you here.
Thank you, Rush. How are you doing today?
I'm excellent. Thank you.
Awesome. Hey, I've got 2 comments. I was just starting out with one, but I wanted to say real quickly. First of all, with Hillary, everybody's missing the big picture. They're happy to pin it on a health problem because she truly is wearing out. And she's proving what Donald Trump has said, that she cannot do this job, but it's because of her health. This has run the dog out of her. And I believe that it is just exhaustion. And they can't say that.
Wait, hold it a minute. Why are they happy to pin it on her health if she's wearing out?
Because that can at least be explained away. If you're going to be the president of the United States, you can't be taking, well, you can because Barack does it, but you have to be working every day. It's like Donald Trump is superhuman. That man, you just don't ever see him taking a day off ever. And she can only work every couple of days and has to have a long weekend. And it's just like they've coddled her all along, but the chips are down. And I don't think she can handle it because she's not fit health-wise to handle it. That was one comment. And then I have another comment and a suggestion. Real quickly, going back to the NFL, I wanted to say these players, they need to understand that, yeah, they're season ticket holders, but there's a lot of people that are going to these games that are spending money they might not even have, but they want to go see their teams play. The people want to go and enjoy football. We don't really care what their political stance is on anything. And I feel like, we're paying a lot of money to go see them, so just shut up and do your job. And if Roger Goodell had an ounce of chutzpah, he would say, and I'm coming from a conservative point of view here and kind of tongue-in-cheek, but let's make the NFL our safe zone. Let's say we cannot do this because all of the people need to be protected. This is our safe zone. We can go escape for a few hours and not be harmed by liberal points of view, and these kind of stances. It's just ridiculous.
Well, look, I had a monologue. In fact, we had a soundbite yesterday that was I had it available to replay, and I didn't get to it. Cookie, get me that. Get that to Mike. It'll dovetail nicely with what you said. I just want to warn you, though. Claire, it's only going to get worse because all the attention these players are getting doing this. I saw a story, 12-year-olds. A 12-year-old high school team is now taking a knee or refusing to stand for the national anthem. This is only going to get worse. You're going to see it happening with even greater frequency because the players are getting all kinds of attention for this, for things other than playing football.
From the KPNW News Center, here's what's going on. Jeremy Malutin is charged with the death of Cheryl Hart. She disappeared last month. Eugene Police Detective Jed McGuire says her remains were found over the weekend by family members who were searching.
It was in Klamath County, and it was an area that was very remote. That was very difficult to get to.
Hart was last seen on August 5th in Eugene with Malutin, who was her boyfriend. He was taken into custody for driving a stolen car and a parole violation. Police say he was in Eugene that morning and Klamath Falls at noon, then back in Eugene by the evening. A 38-year-old hiker who disappeared on South Sister has been found alive. The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office says that Gerald Derrickson was safe. He was found 3 or 4 miles south of the summit and walked off the mountain with no help. Guess who's bought and paid for Governor Kate Brown? The campaign of Brown accepted a $250,000 contribution from New York business magnate and former politician Michael Bloomberg. The donation, which is Brown's largest single contribution ever, comes on the heels of the governor's announcement in July she plans to pursue strict gun control in Oregon. Bill London, KPNW.
Do you drive a log truck? If you do, you owe it to yourself to take a good look at Ireland Trucking. Ireland Trucking has been hauling logs for 70 years. They know what they're doing and are looking for experienced drivers in the Eugene area who know the business too. Ireland Trucking pays top dollar, provides low-cost insurance, a 401k retirement plan with profit sharing, plus a paid holiday and PTO time. Just as important, you'll be driving a newer, well-maintained truck. It's a great place to work year-round and you'll be home every night. Get on the Ireland Trucking team of professional log haulers. Call Ireland Trucking today at 541-863-5241. That's 541-863-5241. Or for more information, go to IrelandTrucking.com. That's IrelandTrucking.com. 541-863-5241.
Words used in today's social networking go hand in hand with Umpqua ice cream.
Girls, I'm posting a note on the fridge. You should read it.
Yeah, there's Umpqua ice cream in the freezer. Nice post, Mom. Yay! Do you want to share a bowl? I'll share.
Enjoy Beaver Tracks, Umpqua ice cream's flavor of the month.
Do you like it? I really like it.
Umpqua ice cream, the original social network. Share the flavor at umpquadairy.com.
So it's our belief here at KPNW that there are certain Thursdays where you are thirsty. That's why we're having a Thirsty Thursday coming up at the Primetime Sports Bar on Mohawk in Springfield. Yes, that's right. It's going to be on the 22nd, and you're invited to come and play with us. We're going to be out there from 4 to 7. We'll have tons of giveaways and prizes every 15 minutes, courtesy of Widmer Brothers Crafts Beer. And we're going to be sampling some of the latest and greatest beers, ales, and lagers that anyone can possibly find. So join us for Thirsty Thursday on the 22nd.
Everything you've achieved in life has been all you, right? Your work, your saving, your time, your planning. So there's no reason protecting your identity shouldn't be all you too, right? Wrong. It'd be hard to know where to start, how to find the time, and frankly, how to do it. Which is why there's LifeLock. We use technology to alert you to a wide range of threats to your identity beyond what you can see by simply monitoring your credit. And if you have a problem, one of our US-based specialists will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but with LifeLock, you spare yourself the time, runaround, and frustration of doing it on your own. Join starting at $9.99 a month plus applicable taxes. Now you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code NEWS. LifeLock.
Hey there, it's Lars Larson. Join me at my new time for my national show, starting weeknights at 6:05 on 1120 KPNW.
Say, Hillsdale College, one of our favorite universities in the country, is now offering a new online course that they're making available to everybody nationwide, actually worldwide. When you come right down to it, it's online. Hillsdale, as you know, is the liberal arts college that focuses on the Constitution. Whatever your major, you don't graduate from this place until you demonstrate and can pass proficiency tests in understanding the essentials and the basics of the United States Constitution. Now, Hillsdale happens to believe, this is Dr. Larry Arnn, he used to be at the Claremont Review of Books. He's now at Hillsdale. He's one of the most impassioned, erudite, upbeat, positive educators, conservatives that I know. And he really believes that much of what is roiling America can be traced to the fact that so few people actually understand the founding of this country, that it simply isn't taught anymore. The miraculous nature of the founding, and it was. The things that had to happen, the things that had to fall in line, the incredible people that had to be alive and grouped together at the same time in human history to make this country possible. It's one of the great profundities of the human condition. And Dr. Arnn believes if more people, if our education system had continued to focus on our founding and the Constitution, that we would have a